any damage. So it's been an interesting race. It seems the Mercedes in the top class just aren't quite at the party. We've got the ABBA entry in 9th overall, but it's all about Ferrari versus Audi at the top of the field. And certainly for Ferrari, they've got one arrow to their bow, but for Williams Esports with their Audis, they've got the two. And they're all running slightly different tactics. And what we're noticing is some of the regular runners are going sometimes for a full set of tyres at the end of a stint, and sometimes they decide at the end of that stint they're going to risk the next stint, and the stint lengths are roughly an hour apiece, that they will put just 2 tyres on. I wasn't sure. John and I thought it might just be left-hand tyres, but Nick thinks it's front-end tyres only if you only take on 2 tyres. Who's right? We'll find out.
I think it's the option. I think it's a choice. I've not noticed any severe rear left where it may be that balances the car up. I would have thought keeping it the same across an axle would make it easier.
So we've got waiting in the interview room. We've got Simon Dragos. How is it for you, Simon? Can you hear us? Hoping you're there. Simon, this is Bruce in the commentary box. How's the race been going for you so far? No, it seems that Simon's nipped off to the kitchen to get some sustenance ahead of his race. We'll try and catch up with him later. Thought he was in the chat room there, but probably just stepped out. I'll try one more time. Simon Dragos, you there?
Microphone activated.
Okay, Simon, can you hear me, Simon? No, it seems so the interview room is empty. I'm sorry. We'll go back to the commentary now. So, Nick, at this point in the race, temperature's starting to drop, air temperature, track temperature. How fast do you feel it's going to go down? I mean, how fast do you start to feel the benefits of the cooler track?
Well, it's gone down 4 degrees Fahrenheit since we started talking. So it's now down to 83 on the track, which is 28 degrees centigrade. And that's coming down from a high of 42 earlier. So you feel it quite quickly, actually. It's more. The weird thing is when the track gets hot, it's an invisible lack of pace. You don't, because it makes it slower everywhere. So you don't suddenly feel, oh, I've got an issue on turn 1 or I've got an issue with braking. It's just kind of not got the pace anywhere, and you trundle around going, well, where'd that lap time go? But it's just the heat just reduces the overall level of grip, but it keeps the balance of the grip pretty much the same. The wear obviously goes up, but now we're dropping into very comfortable temperature for road tire, for a race tire, just 28 degrees. Kind of a sweet spot. It'll carry on going down. I think it went down as low as 22 overnight, but you can't always tell because it depends how they model the heat retention. This race has been obviously up and running for several hours. So at this point now, you're in pretty much a sweet spot with the tyres. Cars will be, if they're in pristine condition, about 3/4 seconds faster than in the lap from the heat of the day. And getting into the concept of thinking about double stinting if you've done the testing and you think it's worthwhile.
Yeah, exactly. So, I'm hoping we might be able to catch word with another man who knows about how the tyres go off. Ben Constanduras, can you hear me, and can you comment on the rate at which they drop away or increase their performance as temperature falls?
Hi, Bruce.
Hi, Ben.
Can you? Is it working?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Amazing. That's great. I've got a little bit of myself in my ear, but that's not a problem at all. Great to be finally with you guys. I've just had to reset my whole system and move house to join you. So I'm glad to be here. Lots and lots of great fun driving these GT3, GT4 cars here at Barcelona over the days to kind of have a feel as to what these guys will be going through. And as you say, it just gets better and better as the temperatures kind of move into a window in which works for you.
Yeah, well, and again, we've now gone through 4 hours into the race. We've gone through a fair bit of rotation of drivers, and everyone's sort of settling in, and if the cars are becoming kinder. But we talked briefly before we lost you earlier about the invisible damage a lot of these cars will be carrying from either contact or simply from rattling the curbs too hard. So what you gain on one hand, you sort of have slightly taken away with the other, don't you?
Yeah, exactly. And annoyingly for us, and also even for when you're inside driving, you think you've repaired the damage, you go into the pits, you get it, you sit there for a while, and you the car sort of sits there and repairs with the number and time going down. And then you go out and you never have that pace again. So that can be a little bit frustrating. But ultimately, we just got to get on with it and drive to the ability of the car that gives you. And you just go as fast as you can possibly go at that particular time.
The circuit to Catalunya, it's a track that's keeping the driver constantly busy, with the exception of the start-finish straight, except you're even busy there because that's your best chance to try and get a tow and line up an overtaking manoeuvre into turn one. Do you feel it's physically a very difficult circuit? You haven't got corners with enormous loading as you do in some circuits like the fastest corners at Monza, but you're always busy, always something to do.
Yeah, as you say, as you go to the first corner, you don't really have a breathing space until midway around the lap. A little bit of a breathing space around there, and constantly you're thinking about getting into that next corner, turning left, turning right, braking. Not a lot of chance to get your hands on the wheel as well to make setting changes, which some of these top drivers will be doing 2 or 3 times a lap. So it's a nice challenge, and it's weird because I think you were speaking a little bit earlier about how it's not a particularly great Formula 1 track, but it is a very good GT track. And yeah, I mean, I think it races very well in GT.
GT4s as well. We've got the TCRs and the Porsche Cup class, so they provide another element. There is scope if you can get one of those cars or 2 of them in front of you, and you're the chasing car in a pair. It certainly provides opportunity. It doesn't always work. We've seen sometimes 3 cars abreast, particularly when they don't get it quite right at turn 1. Then you go through turn 2, and then that long right-hander at turn 3, and then they might try and make a move into turn 4. But it gets very, very busy.
Yeah, a track where one corner leads into the next, and especially with this new Grand Prix layout, that last sector is incredibly frustrating as well. You get one side, you get the inside to the braking zone of the left, which then feeds into the right, and then you come into this last sector here where it's constantly left, right, left, right. So you really do need a really good advantage over the other car to make a pass stick.
12 hours in which to do it, but also there's the scope where you just realise that was the wrong moment to try it. You might have been chasing for 4 or 5 laps, but going offline here, obviously, like in the real world, you start to get all the sort of tyre debris out towards the edge of the circuit. It really does bring the sort of width of the track, the invisible width of the track, in on you, doesn't it, as the race goes on after a hot day?
Yeah, you won't see it as much in this particular simulation as you might in other simulations, but the circuit colouring does change. And as you come offline, if you aren't aware of the fact that there is this kind of marble situation, then it can kind of freak you out a little bit. But if you just get a little bit offline, suddenly you're dragged even further offline. Definitely not as much as the real world. The racing line gets darker, and actually nowadays in the real world, it's almost the opposite, isn't it? The marbles make the outside of the track darker, whereas the racing line kind of cleans up.
No, exactly so. Well, still things you need to learn. And again, for the crossover, particularly of drivers who do real-world racing to the virtual world, this is one of the elements, just yet another of the elements that no doubt surprises them until they've been doing it for quite a few races. They can't just immediately get used to it, and they'll just have to apply a different part of their brain going, hold on.
Hello.
A long way into the stint and a long way into the race, there is going to be marble out there that I cannot necessarily see, but it's all about experience.
Yeah, I think training your brain is the real key. It took me a while to kind of get to a point where I'm able to train my brain to feel what the car is doing underneath me. And a lot of these guys obviously are well into that point now, no problems at all. But at first, when these real world drivers get in, they just don't really comprehend certain things that are happening with the car.
So in a way, it's a bit like skiing in a whiteout, where you have to really rely on everything you're getting fed back through the edges of your skis and through your knees and through your hips, and you've just got to sort of relax into it.
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah, I never really thought about it like that, but
I've only just made it up. So what is the Ferrari going to be able to do about closing down on those in front? ignore, if you will, the 10 seconds lost when Benny Simonsen put it off. Again, temperatures coming down, likelihood that the drivers will be able to start doing double stints on one set of tyres, but it's still going to need a few more degrees to come off before they can do that. I think it might only be once we get into full darkness that they can risk making that jump instead of taking either 2 tyres or 4 tyres at each of the pit stops.
And of course, it is going to benefit you, but it's not a risk that you really want to take unless you know it's going to happen. And all these guys would have done a lot of testing, so
you need teammates.
They will know.
You need the sacrificial car. You need the sacrificial car. So for the second of the Williams Esports Audis, they must be feeling, oh no, it's going to be us, isn't it?
Weirdly, with with Williams, because they have separate sponsors. BenQ is the lead car, and Chill Blast is the third place car. They don't tend to work like that in terms of sacrificing one to the other. And that is because they work as their own entity. Basically.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, well, that's scuppered that story. I thought it seemed to fit quite well. But anyhow, it's all just such a learning battle, because obviously a lot of the drivers have been doing it, but when you suddenly have a pro team coming into play, you know, it's about everyone bedding in, really understanding what they're doing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. We've got a couple of pro drivers in there right now, which is really, really cool to see. In fact, quite a few pro drivers, and there have been so many championships now that are kind of, as you know, kind of stipulated that a real-world driver has to be part of the team, and I really love that about what various championships have done.
Well, it's great because, I mean, one thing that I've always loved in motor racing is having a sort of changing scenario, because everyone has to keep on thinking and try and second guess. So yeah, as the different ingredients are put together, then it really, really, makes people think all the more about what they're up to.
Bit of traffic going on right now, though. Those TCR cars, very, very hard to drive, I find, because of that front-wheel drive situation of understeer and slip that you get from a front-wheel drive. Really, really hard to understand what's going on with the rear end. Quite easy to actually feel the front end, because you can feel it breaking away. You can feel the trajectory not quite working with the steering. But because there is no connection, those rear wheels are effectively shopping trolley wheels. It does break away really surprisingly. So there's again another complete technique to driving those TCRs. Some guys absolutely love it, and others I know really kind of just can't stand it because they can't get their brains around it.
How many classes of car have you driven since you tried doing, you started doing sim racing? Do you tend to try and make sure you're in the top class car, or are you very happy trying cars from the lower divisions, if you will, just to give you a different experience?
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I have to say that other than the series in which Nick and I both race in, I don't tend to do any other serious series, and therefore I just play and just play around. And, one day if I fancy a Lotus 49, then you can jump into a Lotus 49 and take it round the Nordschleife, or take it round Zandvoort, or all kinds of different options, or see what a Lotus 79 is like round an oval. There's so many different options for kind of characterful drives. And of course, on iRacing as well, they have the option to do off-roading, rallycross, or stadium super trucks, and you've got the oval scene as well. So actually, as a platform, this is a really, really complete drivers platform. I know a lot of these drivers specifically will be focusing on being the best as they can in a GT3 and a GT4 and a TCR, but iRacing as a platform offers so much more than that. Yeah,
I know you're allowed to. This is a really stupid question, but I've started, so I'll finish. Are you able, as you, let's say, go over to rallying or to ice racing, to put something really stupid in terms of your car for it, or do they tend to only allow vehicles that are suitable for that form of racing?
No, you actually can. I did find myself in a Porsche 919 rallycross event the other day, which was quite ridiculous. But it is possible. And it does tend to be the kids that kind of come up with these ideas. And I know we've had in our kind of off week when we've not been seriously racing, we've had a figure of 8 race with Mercedes GT3 cars. and, you end up just basically crashing into each other. But there's lots of people who would never do that and just take racing incredibly seriously. But there is the possibility of taking a Lotus 49 around the rallycross track at Phoenix, for instance.
I might have to look into that. But right now we've got the Ferrari. I'm just going back to the actual race out there on the track. The BenQ Williams Esports car is leading as it was before, but it's only 8.8 seconds to good over Modena Motorsport. Benny Simonsen really starting to pick up the pace. His last lap, get this, 3.5 seconds faster than Agustin Canapino. They've all done 5 pit stops, top 3 cars. The gap from second to third, from Benny Simonsen's Modena Motorsport Ferrari back to the Williams Esports Chill Blast entry, is 19 seconds. So again, top 3 covered by under half a minute. And that's not bad after... In fact, we're pretty much getting right towards the halfway point in this race because, of course, there was a reset at the start. So we've elapsed 5 minutes 41 and we've got 5 minutes 40 and 3/4 minutes remaining in the race. But it's a 9-second lead for Agustin Canapino at the moment. I'm just going to see his lap time because a 1 minute 49 is not representative at all. Modena Motorsport last time around 1 minute 46.0. And Arthur Lehouk in the second Williams Esport Audi, 1 minute 45.8. So what we're starting to see, apart from the race leader last time around, oh, hold on, he's done a 2 minute 58. So is that his pit stop? Oh, yeah, of course, he pits after everyone else. That's why we had a slightly confusing lap times. Yes, his last lap was a 2 minute 58 because it involved time in the pits. That was his in lap and his out lap. Sorry, I didn't catch that. That explains the fall away. But in terms of natural pace, the faster laps are going to start to flow as temperatures begin to fall. And certainly they do that. The shadow's getting longer in the Circuit de Catalunya.
I mean, the other thing, Bruce, to think about is when you get stuck behind another car, there's a huge amount of time you can lose if you catch them at the wrong moment. We just saw Benny Simonsen there in the final sector, just catching that BMW through the chicane, and he didn't let him pass. So he then had to wait for the BMW to get onto the main straight before he was able to overtake. And the difference in speed between those two cars, he's going to lose a good couple of seconds just doing that.
No, exactly. And what goes around comes around. So you just have to hope it comes around to the other guy more than it happens to you. But again, that's racing. That's a 12-hour race.
Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of always a bit luck of the draw, to be honest, isn't it? It's sometimes you feel hard done by, but there's just the racing gods that are deciding on that particular one.
Well, we're hoping to catch up with Romania at the moment, Endurance Team Romania, and Simon Dragos was racing earlier. Simon, can you hear me in the chat room?
Yeah.
Oh, Simon, thank you very much for talking to us, Simeon. What's it like out there on the Circuit de Catalunya? Your car's just outside the top 10, 11th place overall. How's it been going for you?
Well, it's been an eventful week, let's say, the least. The whole team did 30 minutes of practice because a lot of problems. And now after 5 stints, me and Victor Nicolae, you thought that was Sergio in the car. Now iRacing did something crazy with the teams, and I joined another team. I don't know why, because of the server. And I was racing with the Sergio Nicolae for the hours 10 to 8, I think. Yeah, it's been crazy.
That is well, keeps you keeps you interested. But tell me about the circuit itself. Obviously, we're at the stage now where air temperature is going to start to fall. The track temperature is getting cool, but tyre life has been the big problem, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been very interesting. Between me and Victor, there was like 30% difference on the tire wear, so he's more aggressive, let's say. He said that on the end it didn't feel so good. We didn't do a stint simulation before, so we were it was a surprise for us, let's say. And now I believe in my first stint I drove pretty not that fast, let's say, and pretty smooth, and I thought that I can do a double stint with 40 degrees Celsius on the track. So
that's very brave.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about that.
How much racing have you done at this level as a sim racer?
Well, I'm a national vice champion in Romania. We have the esports series, champion in the esports. Yeah, for me it was like a transition. I've been a racing driver, and now I'm in the sim racing world and trying to find that pleasure again, let's say. So yeah, for our team, like for example, we know Circuit of Barcelona pretty well because we've been here for 2 races, the 24-hour races in 2017 and 2018, I believe. And yeah, with Sergio driving, he's our real driver that competed in this series. And yeah, it's been interesting. He shared some secrets about the track, and we did the setup with our manager, who also is our race engineer. And yeah, we did a little thing like that to compare real life to sim racing, let's say.
So after this event, where is the next race that you are going to be doing, or your team is going to be doing?
Well, tomorrow we have the Racing League Romania for Vili Motorsport in Assetto Corsa. After that, we don't know exactly. We plan to do a lot of things in the future with sim racing. Now I'm committed to this, and yeah, let's see what the future holds.
Well, great to talk to you, Simeon. When are you next in the car? How much rest do you get before the next?
4 hours. Let me explain something. This week, my computer broke down. Today, I went to Vili Motorsport, took another computer. Now, my my new computer arrived, so I have to set it up, and yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah, that is properly crazy. Anyhow, Simeon, hope to maybe catch you later in the race. Good luck, and your team hopefully will get up into that top 10 and advance from there. But that's Endurance Team Romania. Thank you very much indeed, Simeon.
You're welcome.
So what's happening at the front of the field? Well, Agustin Canapino still leading the race, but margins have been bobbing up and down, but he was the last of the top three runners to serve that fifth pit stop, but stretching his advantage over Benny Simonsen. 11.5 seconds to the good now. 11.6, it's going out even as I look at the screens. And then about 16 seconds back to Artur Lehouk in the car in third place. So it's Audi's from Williams Esports first and second, and Benny Simonsen from Modena Motorsport in between them in that Ferrari.
Is that Nick back?
I am back. Is that Ben there?
Hello.
Hello, Ben. How are you?
Good. Nice to be with you. Nice to be able to hear you.
Yes. Well,
and how have you been driving? Have you been in the car yet?
I have put a perfect stint in because our car got crashed on the second lap of the restart. So unfortunately, yes, we were leading. Our special new driver got us in the lead in the first race, and then when the restart, we were in the lead, and we got taken out by a very, very errant and badly driven Mercedes.
Oh dear. So is that you're not out?
Darren, none of us got to drive because the car was undrivable. It looked like quite an innocuous, quite a heavy accident, but quite a lot less innocuous than some of the ones we had in Monza. But it never fixed the car for some reason. It permanently stuck with the crab in the rear end, so that was it. So we couldn't drive it.
It's a strange thing, isn't it? iRacing. With sometimes you are trying to have a full repair and it just will not do it, and other times it will do it and it will fully repair. It seems to be random. It can't be random after so many years of fine tuning, but it does seem to be a little bit.
Well, I suppose really, I mean, there is that is actually oddly an element of realism by the randomisation of a computer game, isn't it? Because sometimes these people will come into pits and they'll, I don't know, say it's a drive shaft, and they'll replace the drive shaft and they'll go, wow, 30 minutes to replace the drive shaft, and then the next time it looks exactly the same, but it just happens to have clicked something else inside the gearbox, and the whole thing's gone, and that's it, and they have to go home. So perhaps not bad luck is actually not a sign of anything more than the incredibly accurate modelling of bad luck.
What it does mean, though, of course, is you're fully dedicated to your commentary duties on air and following not just the GT4s, but able to follow everything.
I've been watching. I've been actually following most of the time. Our Benny Simonson in the Medina Motorsports car, just watching what that was doing. Because he had an eventful couple of sessions. Suddenly, his teammate going slow, Josh Thompson, and coming in the pits, lost 3 seconds. Some reason came in the pits, only stopped 52 seconds. So it could have been fuel, could have been tyres, or what. And the car went back up to speed again. So the only thing I could surmise was that the problem was something to do with. What I think so. I can surprise. The problem was perhaps to do with Josh's rig, and there was actually a driver issue.
Yeah.
He was having a problem, and because they swapped it and completely came in early, and that was the problem.
Yeah, exactly. And it's one of those things that we just don't know about. And there's lots of things we can see in terms of issues on track, but there's other things that we simply just don't know about. And obviously, very famously in various different virtual races that we've seen over the last couple of months, but also I think probably one of the most famous ones is Max Verstappen leading the 24 hours of Spa for his brake pedal to fall off. But of course, he was already streaming on Twitch, so we were able to at least see that in real.
Was that the year when he broke the system? Because they weren't counting off tracks, and he had 500.
Yes, exactly.
You should always count the off tracks. Is the underlying point on that has to be said.
And the rules are the same here. That there's a maximum of 100 across the whole race.
Yeah, it is, but it's nothing like Spa. I mean, the fact is that you can go around this track, and if you can go around it very, very quickly, and you won't pick up an off-track, or even actually be tempted to have an off-track, because there aren't really any which give you any speed. You will pick up the occasional one being lapped or lapping when you have to be somewhere you don't want to be. But, I was saying that I did a 26-lap practice yesterday and only had one. And I'm ham-fisted, so it is pretty simple to do, to be honest. So I don't think anyone should fall foul of that unless they've discovered what they think is the perfect line through a corner that doesn't exist. So it's a good circuit. It is a good circuit for not having to worry about the off tracks, because even if you get one, it's not a problem, because it does it's self boundaries. The track. I mean, if you look on the outside, you're allowed to take a lot of the green curb. It's not just the red and the white, so you can go out quite wide in all the corners. And any wider than that, you hit a surface that no longer provides any grip. So you don't want to do that. So it's the best way of doing it.
We're watching at the moment Team ABBA Racing, Sam Neary in 9th position, and just a couple of tenths of a second behind the Leapert Racing Esports Yellow, with Dan Wells at the wheel right now. And I think Adam Christodoulou is in our booth ready to talk to us. Perfect timing to be able to chat to me, Adam. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello. How you doing?
Oh, you sound like you're in your kitchen.
Oh, that's weird. I'm definitely not.
I can't really keep up, because was it yesterday you were in a real world car at a real world track? Are you back in the virtual world?
So it's been a bit of a busy week. Ended up going, I suppose, on a holiday, a little bit of a mini break, a staycation. We went to North Wales, and then on Thursday I was at Goodwood having a go in a few pretty awesome classic cars. And then yesterday I was at Brands Hatch with the RC Motorsport in the Mercedes-AMG GT3, and now I'm back in the rig, a few hours up north, racing against what seems like some incredibly quick people or pro sim drivers, and having our ass kind of whooped. But I think we're sort of holding our own within the Mercedes. We seem to be struggling a little bit, I think, compared to one or two of the others, but maybe we're better when we're at the Nürburgring or at Spa, the slightly faster circuits compared to here.
It does look like the Mercedes isn't quite the car to have for this particular race, but presumably because you guys race it in the real world, you kind of want to stick to it in the virtual.
Well, yeah, so I'm contracted to AMG, so of course if I even dared to try anything else, it'd be extremely frowned upon. And of course, as great as sim racing has been for a lot of people, it's also hurt one or two people's careers and reputations. So I wouldn't even dream of driving anything else. But no, like, I suppose we didn't exactly give it or give ourselves the best of chances either, because basically the first time we managed to get testing was last night at about 10 o'clock at night. And we had a handful of different setups to try, and we just sort of gave them all a bit of a shot just to figure out which we thought was the safest and quickest. And so maybe compared to Spa and Monza, we ended up doing at least 2 or 3 hours testing every day building up to the race, whereas here we haven't quite given ourselves the same opportunity. So I'm just watching Sam getting a little bit leery out there.
That's that classic thing, isn't it? Of now we're kind of back into the opportunities to go real world racing, the opportunities to actually go outside and socialize with people. There's less and less chance to really knuckle down and perfect your art of esports racing, because it does require a lot of time, doesn't it?
It's like anything, it doesn't matter what you're doing. If you're racing in something competitive, or not just racing, but competing in something competitive, then you've got to put the time and the hours into it. And this week was just a little bit unfortunate with the timing of things. But last week, for example, I've been doing a lot of training for the virtual Nürburgring stuff, and so I did the DNLS race last week, and we ended up walking away with the win due to a little bit of clever strategy, I think, and also my super fast teammates from last weekend, which I've managed to convince, like, twist Jan's arm and get him involved in the Creventic 12 hours. I don't think he quite realised what he was getting himself into. But we're doing the Nürburgring, the official iRacing VLN tomorrow as well, so flat out for the whole weekend whilst I've got the opportunity to do that, just because racing isn't as busy as it usually is. And so if I'm not on the track, I seem to be in the sim at the moment.
You do love it, though. How does this compare to lots of the other things that you get involved with? This Creventic series seems to be such high end.
Definitely, and honestly, each race that we've done as part of the Creventic esports championship seems to be getting harder and harder. And I think it's because as people are watching it and realizing how popular it is, I think more of the pro sim drivers are getting more involved, and definitely making it harder for I suppose some of the real life drivers, because we're not always able to get onto our rig. It's not an excuse, it's just how it is. It's like anything, the more time you put into it, the better you are and the faster you are. And I suppose it has shown a little bit in this race that I do feel like we haven't been able to be on our game as much as we were in other races.
Yeah, but you didn't spin on the first lap.
Thank you for reminding me.
It's gone better.
Yeah, that's definitely, for sure it's got better. So I got my rig basically the 1st of April, and so I was extremely new to it then, and I still class myself as being very new to it now. I've obviously put in a load of hours over the last few months. Just the last 2 weeks, I suppose it's been a little bit less as lockdown has eased within the UK and we're going back racing and testing. I'm putting in many hours when I can, and of course, if Lydia allows me to, that's the other thing, a little bit more juggling. Yeah. But actually, part of me, I convinced myself that she doesn't mind, because I think she's used to me being away. But it caused a bit of a problem earlier, because apparently I forgot to empty the dishwasher, and of course that caused a bit of a
racing drivers and dishwashers is a never-ending saga.
Tell me about it. No, it's because we'd been away, and so of course I got back before Lydia did, and I left a bit of a mess when I shouldn't have. So it's my own fault. My own work.
Adam, it's Nick Day. How you doing, Adam? You all right, mate?
Yeah, very good, thank you.
I was watching you earlier on with John, and it was I think it was about the hour 2, and you were in a gaggle of cars, but you slowly fell back from it. It just seemed like you just lost the front grip. What was the handling issues you were having in that early stage, and was that setup or just overheating the tyres?
Well, the track conditions have cooled down a lot now. Like now, the track conditions are at 27 degrees, which is the coolest it's been. Earlier on, when we were racing, it was around 43 degrees, and this has a big impact on tyre degradation, and apparently the Merc on iRacing isn't as good on its tyres, which is a shame, because in real life it's one of the best on its tyres. So I think we just dropped off just a little bit more. It could also be down to our setup, just as I mentioned earlier. We didn't get to do too much running this week, and maybe we should have practiced a little bit more in some of the hotter conditions. We're hoping, and now it's cooling down, that it might help as well. It will help us a little bit, but at the same time, I suppose it's going to help everyone else. So it's making it a little bit more manageable now. We've tried a little gamble with the with tyres and fueling in the last few stints to figure out whether we can take advantage of that, but it seems our tyre wear is just a little too high right now, so we'll see. It's going to keep getting cooler, and it's going to get dark as well, and I suppose we've just got to keep clean. Like, thankfully our car is almost unscratched, and once it gets dark, I suppose, just like in real life, that's when things can get exciting.
We've done the first 2 rounds with Tom and Sam. Tom not here. Has Tom got a good excuse for not racing with you today?
Tom wasn't able to make it. I think we didn't actually ask. He just said he wasn't able to, so we're like, oh, okay then. So then suddenly there's a bit of a scramble. Like, at one point we were thinking, oh, it might be a 2-driver team, me and Sam, which would have been extremely tough. We've got Jan on board with us, and basically I raced with Jan as part of Team Huizenveld last weekend, and we won the Nürburgring, and because he was able to fuel save, and we basically outfoxed the BMW car, which looked pretty superior last week, and we just managed to get the extra lap out, and it paid dividends in the end, which was great. And so, of course, I've been on his case all week and eventually convinced him to join us.
Now, of course, good. Of course, the most important question of all is you've not been around for the last couple of weeks. Are you joining Ben and I for our Tuesday night race meeting?
Yes, I am. So tomorrow I'm at the Nürburgring, and then Monday I'm actually going to pull my rig apart because I'm actually going to move it back to my house down south. So I'm going to do that, and I should be up and running for Tuesday. If not, I might just go to my one of my little drivers that lives just down the road and borrow his sim if I can't get mine back together in time. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. There's a new car which I haven't tried yet, the Radical, for the Tuesday night championship. So we'll go and have a little.
We all enjoyed it, and there's a new super fast driver joined us, so you might have a challenge.
Interesting. I look forward to it.
Thanks, Adam.
Cheers.
So Ben, I can't remember. You were doing well on our Tuesday race at Laguna Seca, weren't you? Until you had an off in the last couple of laps.
I don't even remember now, but it was it's great fun. And I was saying to Bruce earlier, the iRacing as a platform just offers you so many different things to do, whether it be taking a Porsche 919 on a rallycross track, or just being incredibly super serious about your GT racing, as we've got with these guys. You really are witnessing some very, very best in iRacing drivers, and then a few kind of people who are gentleman drivers, if you like, in the virtual world. And but there are so many things you can do. And I love a bit of oval racing, for instance. I really just jump on there and do a bit of oval racing. Great fun. Even the stadium super trucks, the off-road trucks that you can take on kind of short courses, they're great fun too. And rallycross is on there, so it kind of gives you a global sense of motorsport, which is, I think, a very good thing.
Yeah, so our second place man, whilst we were chatting about more important things, which is our racing, but in the more important race, Medina Motorsports have come in from second with the Ferrari 488, and Dakota Fripp has taken over. He's not yet left the pit, so now it's Augustin Canapino leading by 25 seconds from Arthur Leuk. The Medina machine, of course, now off sequence after that very weird problem they had sort of 25 laps into a run, where they say lost 3 seconds a lap, which we think we're just associating with a rig issue, which can happen. Moving on down, leading in Porsche 911 class, it's Alex Artisana in MSI Esports, and they've got a very big lead for the Porsche Championship of over about 2 laps on the second place man, 976 Patrick Arquessa, and then in third it's Alexander Di Giaco of Mulna Motorsport Sim Racing. GT4, well, I don't want to talk about it, but it is in fact Marcel Fassbender from Daewoo by Sim RC. They're leading from Riley Thompson, the Simsa Esports car, and they've got about half a minute apart. Third place is back another lap and a half, and that is Lucas Kalper from Lipa Esports Black. And in the Audi RS3, the TCR class, it's Victor Labarto from MSI Esports. TCR, and they are 1 minute and 4 seconds ahead of Charlie Collins in the duo by SimRC TCR. So the classes, with the exception of the Porsches, all have battles between the top 2 or 3.
Which is amazing, isn't it? We're over halfway through the race now, and there's still so much intense action, despite the fact that we've seen different drivers jumping into the cars and obviously different performances from those drivers, but still so much to look out for. And we're going to get that twilight zone pretty soon and then move into the night, and then that'll change who is stronger and who is weaker as well. As we've already seen, performance of the cars do change throughout a 12-hour race, and it will come to some cars, whereas it will go away from others as we go into the night.
Yeah, I mean, it's that temperature change, isn't it, Ben? I mean, this track was running pretty red hot. I think it hit 44, 45 degrees centigrade. It's now down to 28. It'll probably drop down to about 22 when it gets dark, and that's a completely different world for the tyres, not just for the graining and the degradation, but more actually for the thermal efficiency. They do overheat these tyres, and that's when you lose a bit of chemical grip, but keeping them cool. So the cars are going to enjoy a lot more grip or more balance. And so some of the cars were suffering a little bit, and that I think alluded to, by Adam Christodoulou, especially the Mercedes, which is modelled as being harder on its tyres. They're going to have a much easier time from now on in this second half of the race as the temperatures drop. Now, one thing I don't know, Ben, because I knew I wasn't going to be driving at night. So I have no idea how dark this circuit gets when it's dark. You've got tracks like Daytona, which don't get dark at all. You've got tracks like Spa, which some bits are well lit and some bits are dark. You've got Le Mans, which is dark everywhere apart from the main straight. So how dark is full dark? Are you aware of that at Barcelona?
As a simulated track, I'm not. But, of course, we've been here for the real world 24 hours of Barcelona, and they do put quite a bit of lighting around the circuit. And there is also quite a lot of lighting exterior of the circuit as well. So it'd be very interesting to see how that's simulated in comparison to what we have experienced in the real world when Barcelona has hosted the 24 hours, usually the first week in September.
Yeah, Barcelona quite a recent model as well. This track, I think, is less than 2 years old. So as a Mercedes goes off, as he's on around the corners, and there's a few cars taking slightly wide lines, and down the main straight comes this is battle for 5, 6, 7, I think, between Jens Hohmann, Jakob Baedeker, and is Miroslav Nasic in that run as well. Let's have a look. Yep, they're only a few seconds apart. So it's quite the battles are spreading out, and the other issue, of course, now getting to the point where various GT3 cars, of course, are lapping other ones, and sometimes you do actually see the number. You're not quite sure if it's a battle for position or if it's actually a battle for just a bit of overtaking, which can be very tricky when you've got a GT3 car trying to get past another GT3 car, unless the person being overtaken is being least helpful, because Barcelona, be it sim or real, is a hard place to get past on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we've spoken, I'm sure Bruce and John have covered early doors just how tricky the circuit is. It definitely is better, though, in GT cars, I feel. And I feel there's more, Formula One cars are so stuck to the ground that there are not so many opportunities for errors, whereas I feel like in these cars, and specifically, it's always been a TCR track, a good place for racing TCR cars. And I feel the same with GTs as well. So naturally, you need the other car to make a mistake. But yeah, it's not quite as horrific as we might experience from our F1 friends.
Yeah, I think the best chance, and we've seen it a couple of times, is, as you say, if someone makes a minor mistake, and we're watching it now, coming through the chicane, it's this next left-hander, and then the power on down this point is so important because that is the slingshot that takes you all the way down the straight. If the leading car makes a slight error there and loses a couple of miles an hour, then the following car not only gains physical miles an hour, also gets a fantastic drag down the straight as well. It gets slipstreamed, and that's when you've got a chance to get past. Anywhere else, it's quite even going into 10, which is off the short straight on the infield, or the medium length straight on the infield. You're going to need a major mistake, and so unless you've got quite a big overlap, you're a second and a half, 2 seconds lap faster, it's a really difficult job to get past without an error, or if you're lapping without someone helping. And we've not seen a lot of overtaking manoeuvres not inspired by quite an obvious problem. We did see some early changes with the top three before you joined us, Ben, which were all caused by people falling over cars that are being lapped. So no one kind of did a glory dive up the inside of one. It was someone got a TCR in the wrong place, and there's no blame associated with TCR. It's just one of those things. And suddenly they lost a place or a two place. That's when the top three were running nose to tail. They're now about a minute and 40 split. They're on different strategies. So the third place Ferrari is a minute and 40 back, but has like a percentage of a pit stop in hand, depending on whether they can get to the end on it without having to run the extra stop. But yeah, I think it's an interesting track. I mean, I think it's not like Spa, where there's two or three places where it's actually relatively easy. You've got a slight advantage because you've got a lovely long slipstream and a chance to throw it up the inside in a brave move, at the end of the Kemmel or at the end of Blanchimont. You haven't got that sort of opportunity, but you just need to keep on pressing, and eventually someone will make a small enough error that will still give you enough chance to drag past them on the straight. But it's a waiting game in many ways, and you've got to be prepared to pounce at a moment's notice, perhaps after staring at someone's number plate for 6 or 7 laps.
And here is a battle that Sam Neary was, as we were talking to Adam Christodoulou, was actually faced with the potential opportunity to move himself up ahead of the Lipa Esports real yellow down Wells car into 8th. But since then, pitted, and now is right in the clutches of the RSR Abruzzi Antonio Pisano car. And we ride on board with Antonio now. As you can see, just a couple of tenths of a second between them and 2 slower cars ahead. And every time you're in this situation, Nick, and you're the car doing the chasing and you see 2 slower cars up ahead, you start to rub your hands, don't you? Yeah.
yeah. It's quite dangerous to take your hands off the wheel, but it is worth it. But yeah, I mean, you sit there, especially if you've been trailing some of the 3 or 4 laps. You think, this is my chance. You can see a window being shut. It's the reverse of a chance for the RSR car there because they're heavily damaged. You can see both the wheel hubs on the wheel. Well, it's 3 out of the 4 wheel arches are damaged on that car. So that's both been massively in the walls, that 911 machine. And the net result was because Neary was able to get through. But unfortunately, Pisano wasn't. He lost, 2 seconds or a second and a half just by getting in the wrong place and having to follow through a relatively quick corner, the much slower 911 car, which is much slower than 911 should be because it's suffering from damage. Now, one thing that was interesting, actually, which Adam said, was about the amount of practice they've done with the car, only half an hour. And that is, you're thinking, well, how much can that make? We, as a GT4 team, between us, have done probably 20 hours of practice over the last week, which is why even more galling most of them didn't get to drive. And Lee, who's been sorting out our setup, he's worked tirelessly on it, and it's really, really interesting because we started with a good setup. We started with a setup from one of the commercial sites, and then we handed it over to Lee, who knows what he's doing. And the amount of improvement he found in that with his expertise, but it took a long time, is amazing. So you're actually working on a setup which takes 4, 6, 8 hours, is so important. And interestingly, where it doesn't actually buy you 1 lap pace. It buys you ease of driving and it buys you consistency. You get a setup that will last, the whole 40 laps or 50 laps of a stint, or 20 laps or 35 laps if it's a GT3. You get a car that's easy to drive. It's rare you find oodles of 1 lap pace, but you will find, a minute in a stint because the car goes where you want to put it. It's not trying to kill you, with oversteer. And that was remarkable, the progress. You just watching the progress as it was made by Lee for our team. And it's the first time I had a chance to work with someone who actually knew what all the bits did, to be honest. And he was talking about, so we ended up with a car which was slightly asymmetric. It was a little bit more on one side than the other because obviously it's majority of left-hand corners, and there was a particular corner that was a problem, so you had a slightly different. Not massively. It's not like a massive weight jacker left corner for an oval car, but it was a click different here and a tick different there, just to make up the fact this is a very heavily biased to right-hand turns and therefore left-hand wear. And it was amazing. You just got in the car, and having driven iRacing, that the first lap on cold tyres is a little bit, what's the word for it? Should we say exciting?
Squeaky bum.
That's the one. And the massive increase in stability just on that cold tyre made you realise where it was going to be, but it didn't then tighten up so much it lost the front end. So it's that expertise, and of course, we happen to find someone with that expertise. That's not unique. These teams have these mechanics who can do this as drivers, and then you begin to get a window. It's only when you race with someone who's got a 7,000 iRating that you get a window into what that actually means beyond being able to press the pedals and turn the wheel. And it's that knowledge and that effective ability to simulate the real way of setting a car up with the much reduced number of sensory points you have, and that's it. I can tell the car has improved. I couldn't tell you how he did it, but he knows from sitting in the car what needs to be done, and then looking at the temperatures, looking at the wear, how to do it, and it's remarkable. I just go, that's proper race engineering, but in virtual world.
But you can be dragged down a rabbit hole in iRacing, especially if you know a bit about engineering in the real world. There are things that you would do in the real world that don't necessarily work on iRacing or indeed on any other of the big platforms. They all have their individual quirks that require you to set up the car in a way that you possibly would never do in the real world or indeed on any other platform. So you kind of do need to know your subject, as in you need to know the platform and the car, as well as virtual versus real.
And of course, every couple of months or every 6 months, iRacing will throw a spanner in the works by changing the time slightly.
Exactly.
And they've changed. It's quite interesting, really, because people are relatively easy to get theoretically good set, not great setup, but good setup is relatively easy to find somewhere. But you find the ones that are like 6 or 8 months old are no longer work, because they're constantly trying to evolve the cars, they're constantly trying to evolve the model, they're constantly trying to make it more realistic. Be it the way it degrades, be it the way it reacts with different types of tarmac, and in doing that, of course, it changes the way it reacts with the suspension. Now, modelling a suspension, oddly, is the actual suspension modelling is relatively simple. That is a case of that's a linear thing that you put pressure, it puts weight. But the problem is that last section, which is the tyre, which is a black art. No pun intended. Black art, even for the people who are designing Hankook and Pirelli and Goodyear, they couldn't actually explain how tyres work because they don't actually know totally. They just kind of know what they can only test it. It's true. No one can actually explain exactly how they work. They know bits of it, but the chemical grip bit they're not totally sure about, and friction. So it's really interesting. There's some guesstimating there as they develop things. It's just kind of it's sort of an additional learning. Every time they learn a bit more and they can back reference it. But that modelling and the tyres and working how they work is obviously, as always, the absolute key thing in a racing vehicle, or the black things that touch the ground, be it 2 in a motorcycle or 4 or however many it might be in a Dakar raid car.
And that is one of the benefits of a platform in which is based on a particular series. Of course, here on iRacing, they have lots of different cars, lots of different series simulated, lots of different disciplines simulated. So they're giving themselves hard work to make sure that each individual vehicle that runs on different tyres feels correct. Whereas if you go over to something like Assetto Corsa, for instance, that is specifically for GT racing and only simulates GT3 and GT4 and only simulates one type of tyre, the Pirelli tyre, much easier for them to get all the data out of the real world Pirelli engineers, stick it in that platform and do as best as possible. Just not something that iRacing has ever been able to do because of the multitude of, well, of course, also the relationships that they have with the different cars that are modeled. They go to the manufacturers to get the licenses. They don't go to the championships to ask for a championship license, which would effectively include a relationship with the tyre manufacturer as well.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. I mean, it's and I believe that they don't sit down and think, right, I'm going to model a Goodyear, I'm going to model a Bridgestone.
No, exactly.
They just look for a car to sit in the GT3. And the interesting thing is, obviously, sometimes you'll actually see that there's a logo on the inside of the tyre, which is based on whatever the tyre, it will say Michelin or it will say Pirelli, but it's the same iRacing tyre underneath the logo, which was the model, the scale model of which they scanned, obviously. So it's interesting. No one can, it's interesting. The one thing you can guarantee about tyre models, I'm pretty sure it's the same on all the platforms, that no one likes them, and everyone thinks they should do something different and they should do something better, and they're too sticky, not sticky enough, they break away too much. You know, and it's interesting because one of the things that and I'm not sure, I don't know a lot, but you know more about the other platforms. I know one of the things that iRacing did over the course of between the Spa 24 last year and the Spa 24 this year in GT3 is they actually reduced the grip across the board because the virtual cars were too quick compared to the real cars. So they thought, what's the point of being a simulation when your virtual car can go 6 seconds a lap faster around Spa than the real cars can? So they actually slowed the cars down with time modelling and everything else to try and get them much closer to the speed of the real machines. Because that's what it's a simulation. It's not an arcade game. Let's go as fast as we can and throw turtle shells at people. It's about this is what it's like to drive a GT3 car. We're going to try and model it as close as we can, and that comes into power, braking, and grip.
Now, whilst we've been talking, Arthur Leoc, I think he might have dropped off my timing screens, which of course is he down in 10th position?
I went down as 10 as a stop. Now 2 laps back. Now
I think he might have stopped.
He's come in. I've got pits on 33 back in about 4 minutes ago. But I don't know whether he's had a disconnection issue.
Yeah, he's manually
he had a massive accident somewhere. So
something has definitely happened. And just a reminder, that was our car that was running P2, P3, depending on the pit stop cycle. Arthur Leoc in the car at the time, but the Williams Esports Chill Blast car is. I thought it might have been an issue with my timing screen because my timing screen can only do 30 cars at a time. But it does seem as though Williams Esports have lost the car.
And that was the car running third, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, third, yeah. So our director will go and have a hunt to see what he can find, I'm sure, as we continue to watch. Here we go, Arthur Leoc. This is the replay then, coming down the main straight. He's on the inside line. He's overtaking, should have easily cleared that traffic. He has.
Rig failure. Oof. Must have been a rig failure.
Well, that is a good way of wiping out your car, isn't it?
So absolutely maxing out. So he'll be doing 175 miles an hour. And either his cat jumped on him or the brake failed.
He doesn't steer, he doesn't brake. It's almost as though his whole rig is disconnected. And as you can see, that car will get a tow back to the pits, but it's horrifically damaged. And I imagine Williams Esports Chill Blast will play no further part. He's just fading to the right-hand side. He's not had steering or brakes for a long, long time, has he?
That's literally just a runaway car in a virtual world. Luckily, it didn't affect anyone else by hitting them. But that must be thanks for finding that, by the way. Was that Will or Hugo?
Will's that was great. On our direction now.
Thank you, Will. But so that's amazing. That is obviously we've kind of been like, oh, that's what happened. But that's the man who's been running in the top 3 for the entire race, taken out by a technical failure. So it's like your engine blades, like your gearbox giving away, or in his case, it's his rig failure. So he actually had a brake failure on the car, but it wasn't on the car. He got tapped. So the Molnar Motorsport car, the 5, Michael Frankenburner, we're here, I think got tapped by the green TCR machine. Because did you see how he lifted up in the air?
Yeah, here we go, the outside view.
He seems to lift up in the air. He seemed to lift up in the air. Oh, right, I see. So he's going to go across, and he did lift the air, so he got smacked. So there was a misunderstanding there. I must admit, that green car has been the cause of a number of problems, but both in the last 2 rounds. But I'm not sure necessarily I would blame. He should have the spotter. Keep position. You can see the car. Brakes much later, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure I blame anyone for that one. It's possibly a little bit on the green car. I don't know. What do you think?
Well, Davey's trying to turn, but he's on a TCR car, so he's classic kind of TCR understeer into that corner. He's braked a little bit too late, and he should know that there's a faster car coming round him. But once I think he's gone the brakes, he's locked up and just ploughed into the side of the GT4 car. That was Davy van Hugenvoort for the Spa 05 TCR race team. And actually, they're the last car that is still running on track, I think. So a bit unfortunate there, and taking out a GT4 car. But really, as you know, a slower car, you should know when there's a faster car coming around you, and there's no point fighting. Just let him pass.
Yeah, the problem is, of course, the speed differential between a GT4 and a TCR car is really not very much.
No, that's true.
Only 2.5 seconds a lap, and a well-driven TCR is faster than a poorly driven GT4. And also, where the big difference in speed is actually down the main straight. Once you get into the twisty bits, the TCRs are not much, if actually at all, slower than the GT4. So it's a difficult one, that one. I'm pretty sure that both of them are annoyed with each other. So with replay now of our leader, Augustin Canapino, getting horrendously blocked. It'll take a 1x for that one, going out wide and then just creeping through it. That must be a bit of a what's the word for it? Squeaky bum time, I think you said earlier.
A squeaky bum moment, yeah.
One time going round the exit into 4. So he's going to come down into 5 and he's gone right out wide. Lucky there was a bit of tarmac there. Was that 9? At 9 he's on that.
Yeah, it's 9.
Yeah, so
3.
It was 3. 3 is different. Some of the angles, I know all of them from the cockpit, from different angles. You've got to work out from the adverts, because there's a lot of advertising hoardings, which is that's me getting the power again. Right, I can see the advertising hoarding, I get the power again, sort of thing. But no harm, no foul. He picked up a 1x. He's got 100. It won't be a problem. And now the sole representative of the Williams Esports team. John made a very good point earlier. They're now owned by somebody else, because, of course, Williams sold themselves to a venture capitalist yesterday. So I assume they've also sold the esports team as well. This is part of the Williams F1 and racing operation.
Yeah, exactly. We have been going for 6 hours and 25 minutes on this particular server, and it is Williams Esports Ben Q, the lead. Augustin Canapino is at the head of the field, ahead of Modena Motorsports. Great effort from the MSI Esports guys, actually, in the 914. Alvaro Romero is well up in comparison to the GTs around him, really putting a big gap between him and the remaining GT4 cars. There he is.
Yeah, it's a really good point, Ben, because normally we're used to the Porsche class being really, really close, and he's just has driven away from the field literally the whole way through.
Yeah.
I don't think you didn't see much of the Spa round. I think you were working on your own different virtual race, but the Spa round they had, I think, 6 Porsches, 3 of which wiped each other out on the way into the bus stop on the warm-up lap. And they clipped the 4th one. So they actually end up for most of the race with 2.5 cars actually running in the Porsche class, because 3 of them had just gone home effectively from day one. The recriminations on the chat were really amusing to read. I wasn't driving the first stint. It was very, very funny. But yeah, it was a complete, absolutely massive mistake by one of the drivers. He just speared across on the cold tyres and took everyone else out in his class. Somehow managed to avoid the class that was following as well, which is just as well. Yeah, I mean, it's just to explain what you said earlier about we're up to 6 hours and a half on this server. Just for those who weren't with us from the beginning, this is a 12-hour race, so it appears to be timing from 11 hours and 20 minutes. That's because we had a issue on the original server. What actually happened was it was an incorrect setting, which would have meant it would have been impossible to change tyres. So what Creventic and what Niels Huken did is effectively they neutralised the race. They put out a red flag. So it was just exactly the same as if a safety car had come out. We all swapped to a new server. We did 3 laps on the safety car. All the cars lined up again in the order they were in the race, not in the order they qualified again. He put them all out in the order they were in the race, and then they restarted the race. So whilst for the second server, it is a 12-hour race, and the positions that you gained or lost in that first 40 minutes were absolutely represented. So it effectively started back under safety car again after 40 minutes, which is a bit of a new thing. Now, of course, actually quite similar to what happened at the big Le Mans race a few months ago.
Yeah, I thought they did a very good job of dealing with that. Obviously, there's a couple of bugs in the new system that iRacing have introduced to allow you to set up much more flexible racing situations, actually. It's a really big improvement on what we've had over the last couple of years, to really have something that allows you to put all kinds of different rules in. And, of course, Creventic have their own specific set of rules. Now iRacing has more flexibility to simulate those rules. But it does seem, of course, as with all software, there was a little bit of bugs in the software. And as Nick says, the inability to change tyres over a 12-hour race would have been, impossible, basically. I thought the way they did that was very clever, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm a big fan of iRacing. I think graphically you can argue what's best and what's worse, but as far as wanting to race, on the fly, but there is one limit. Once you have set up a race, you cannot change it at all. Even if you're the organizer of the whole thing, you can't change these hard things. And perhaps they should let at least one person change some of the hard points, because all that happened was the box was ticked incorrectly, and that was that was it. So what do you do? Carry on going. Yeah, no, there was just a box erroneously missed, because you can choose to start the cars on less than a full tank. You can make it not, you can do all sorts of things. You can effectively, as you say, run every single parameter. But the slight lack of flexibility is once you set that parameter, even if you want to, once the race is running, you can't change that parameter, even if you're the server admin. Which I think perhaps in the next build, someone will just give you an extra override tick. I think would help everything.
Could be a bit complex though to change fundamentals in a race situation whilst you're already in that race situation. I can't see it being a particularly easy thing to do. But then I'm not an IT expert, so there you go. Maybe it is.
Got a bit of a correction to something you said earlier about working with series. I know we've seen this. Apparently, Will Vincent, who's our erstwhile producer and director, just mentioned that when it comes to NASCAR, IndyCar, and others, I think especially in the States, IMSA as well, they do work at a series level. They don't just work with the individual manufacturers. Yeah. I think that's perhaps more on the European side. But yeah,
we get forgotten over here.
Yeah, well. We're getting Hockenheim this week, and we're getting in 2 weeks' time, and we're getting a modern P2 car in time. I'm feeling quite loved, actually, to be honest.
And that's another cool thing about iRacing. You consistently have the opportunity for different types of car and different tracks, and they're always evolving and developing. And whether it be a rescan of a track that you can already race on, or a completely brand new track, they are putting in that effort. So it's really, really cool to see those kind of things being simulated by iRacing. The thing about IndyCar and NASCAR and IMSA over the last couple of months specifically, and I think this is why the feel of iRacing has changed so much over the last couple of months. It's because there has been so many real world drivers, and there has been a board level interaction with championships that they have actually now had so much more feedback and kind of important feedback from teams and drivers and series than they've ever had before. And so, as you said, they didn't want their GT cars to be faster than the real world counterparts, so they needed to work out a way of simulating them correctly, and that was just the tip of the iceberg, really.
Yeah, I mean, it's been, obviously we have been living in strange times, and one of the, we are commentating on these races, which is the 5th or 6th major European race we did the IMSA series together, Ben. We're doing that only happened initially because of lockdown and COVID. I'm pretty sure that it will continue on. Whether it continues on during the racing season or moves to the off season, that's a debate. But with the added focus on the race, and the thing about esports, we said it before, is it of course the one e-sport where it actually has a level of transference. There is nothing that would make Lionel Messi good at FIFA on an Xbox. There's no reason why he'd be better or worse than Barry down the shops. But you get a proper pro racing driver, and they do start with a conceptual advantage. Some of them take to it more than others. Some find the lack of the internal gyroscope impossible to get around. Others absolutely flourish and prosper. But there is a case where you can get real world drivers driving virtual cars with a level of competency which you wouldn't see if you had Arsenal v Barcelona on FIFA with just the players themselves. They just wouldn't have that same excellence level that you get from proper racing drivers in virtual cars. And of course, what I think has surprised a lot of the real racing drivers is just how good some of the sim drivers are, because I'm pretty sure up until March they considered them very second-class citizens, and now they're probably thinking, these boys have got some skill.
And with some of those big simulated events across, IMSA specifically on the iRacing platform, sim drivers were so important to the real-world counterparts, because sim drivers were not allowed to take part. Real-world drivers were the only drivers allowed in the IMSA virtual series. But the sim drivers were the guys behind the scenes in the chat, doing the spotting, doing the strategy, helping out the training. And so when you speak to a guy like Josh Rogers, our world champion, he actually spent the whole of that IMSA series training and looking after and being the kind of the team manager and race engineer for Nick Tandy. And it created amazing relationships between teams such as Coanda, and now Coanda working heavily with Porsche, and so many others like also BMW coming in and getting involved, Team Redline getting involved with manufacturers too. So for the world of sim racing, the whole world pandemic has been an incredibly incredible opportunity, and that so many have managed to take and run with and make this world, this simulated virtual world, a much better place.
Yeah, I mean, and it's managed to capture the publicity within the motorsport world when there was nothing else going on. Some of it was negative, but as they say, no publicity is bad publicity. And the controversy about IndyCar and the controversy with Daniel Abt and all that sort of thing really helps, because as Oscar Wilde says, anything one thing worse than being talked about, and that's not being talked about. And suddenly, sim racing has gone from being something you do on a cold winter's evening, you're really, really lonely and boring, to an absolute element where the competition is high and people can see whether people are being paid for it, and it's a remarkable uptick, and I think we're all kind of interested. I know you've been sim racing, very heavily involved in sim racing for much longer than I have, but it's really going to be interesting to see what happens when we go back to inverted commas normal, how sim racing carries on keeping itself relevant with real racing, and then there's obvious areas, putting their major events in off season and everything else, and carries on encouraging that crossover, because it is getting more realistic all the time, and it is getting better to watch. And as the sims themselves make themselves better, and it's simple things like damage models, which makes it better for someone watching from the outside. It's simple things like graphical improvements. It's simple things about, it's all about the look and the feel and the sound. And they look more and more and more like real cars going at real pace, going at real tracks. Then suddenly people start, blinking and missing it. And it's absolutely true that I've looked at bits of action from both iRacing and other the sims, and yet you actually have to look twice before you actually realise, that's a sim, that's not real, because it's getting photorealistic in some points, and that's a little bit supposed to be professional motorsport journalists.
So I've got Arthur Liuk in chat on my Twitter, and he's saying that a GT4 car damaged their car, but we didn't see that, and maybe there was a GT4 car that we didn't see on the pictures there, or
a GT4 car
or they'd hit a GT4 car before. Maybe they bailed out of the race. I don't know.
Here we come now. He's overtaking the GT4 car.
There's no contact.
Oh, no, there's no contact at all. He's flashing. He wasn't very happy about being overtaken by him. And he's just not going to stop. So that makes no sense. So as seen on the RaceSpot TV feed...
Okay, now hang on. Now we're going further back. Further back. Is there contact here? Yes, there's a little bit of contact.
And he got the nose. Right, so he got the nose, but how did that translate itself into zero brakes?
No, it didn't, Nick. I think this is at that point that was a frustrated bailout, knowing that the car was damaged.
Right, so he got that, and he realised the car was crabbing at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's got what's happened. He's had that knock right on the wheel. He's now not got a straight steering wheel. So I'm sure we go in car now, we'll see that his steering wheel wasn't straight. So his steering wheel knocked not straight. There we are. His steering wheel's not straight going down the straight, and he's realised that there's no point, because this is at least a 10-minute mend. Yeah, okay, that's what's happened. So it's not a rig failure. Thank you for that, Will. Brilliant. Thank you for showing the replay again. So he's had that problem. It's broken his steering. He knows that at this point it's an extra pit stop. It's going to be at least 5 to 8 minutes repairs. It's 4 laps. He'll never get it back. His chance of winning is gone. No, well, I understand what you're saying, and he possibly, therefore, he might be right. So, yeah, Arthur, I take back what are you talking about, having seen that, and you are talking correctly. You have had a bit of bad luck there, broken this, and then you just couldn't be bothered to keep going. A little bit. That's a little bit petulant, to be honest. I mean, he gave us some good action as well. I'd have preferred to see right back.
It gave us a couple of different stories as well. If we hadn't seen that first part of the accident,
race, yep.
it was a very different second accident, wasn't it? There was a whole different scenario going on. So thank you to Arthur, actually, for being open and honest and telling us this true story, and to Will for finding those pictures so quickly. Arthur actually is a fascinating fellow because not only is he obviously part of Williams Esports, but he's also DS Techeetah's sim driver. So whenever they are out in Formula E, he is the man behind the scenes simulating all the different kind of scenarios that Jev and Antonio Pizzi da Costa might experience. So a lot of performance benefit is credited to that man.
Does he have a row with himself? Because it always appears that Jeff is annoyed with Antonio about something, not using the right mode or whatever. So he sits there going and says, "I don't like you, and that goes from there." But I don't know. I remember the weird thing, wasn't it, when was it 2 years ago? It was Andre Lotterer couldn't take part in Sebring for Rebellion because he had to do a test, a sim test for one of the Formula E people. So it was more important to sit in a rig at pit for Formula E than it was to do Sebring. Apparently, there's so much work done in the rigs now on Formula E before they get anywhere. Which is interesting, really. It just goes to show that however much you try and make something the same and how much you mandate it to all be as it is, people will always find ways of spending the money they've got. Because it won't cost you no pounds, no pence to put Andre Lotterer in a rig for a couple of days.
Exactly.
So, Team ABBA are in the pits, and it's Jan Santikowski who's going to get into the car. Is he getting out? I think he's getting in, isn't he? No, he's already getting out. We spoke to Adam, didn't we, a few minutes ago? So no, we came back to Sam. So no, it is Jan. Jan will be taking this car away now. 107, which I'm pretty sure is a 4-tyre stop, and certainly because they were talking about the way the Mercedes were getting through the tyres, it would be a 4-tyre stop. Joining must not cross that white line, and we'll get a stop and go, which is come in the pits and wait for 26 seconds, which always seems very over the top for what is basically a transgression of no real danger. But yeah, anyway, so he's out and he's clean and driving well. So just to remind you where we are now, we're kind of in the middle of a stint now. I think everyone is actually stopped. So because we have, of course, an offset at the front. It's Augusto Canapino for Williams Esports, BenQ, and the Audi R8 leading 214 laps. A minute and 37 behind Dakota Fripp, though he's sort of not quite a minute and 37 behind. He's sort of a third of a pit stop ahead. So you take perhaps half a minute off that one. In the Medina Motors Ferrari in second. In third, it's Jakob Wadekara in the Atlantis Racing Team GT3. I mean, just as I say that, Augusto Canapino comes in the pits. So we'll see where Dakota comes out in this kind of offset strategy. But he'll probably stay in the lead, Augustin, with a minute and 37. Be interested to see one way or t'other. Then we have in fourth place, Ramez Azam with the Simsa Esports GT3, the Audi R8. He's 2 laps back from the lead. And then in fifth, it's Bastian Dobilts in the T3 Esports Beta, another Audi R8. So it's Audi, Ferrari, Audi, and he's also a couple laps back. That's only a 5-second gap between fourth and fifth. In sixth, half a minute further back, Anthony Pisano from the RSI Blue Sea Esport Ferrari, and then it's in seventh place, it's Thomas Oliwake from the Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari. He's 20 seconds behind Anthony. In eighth, it's Dan Wells, who got married last week, the racing driver and the high-end sim installer and manufacturer over in the Far East, races out of Hong Kong and Singapore. Dan, congratulations on your wedding for Lipot Esports Yellow, the Audi R8 LMS, and he's back also 2 laps down, about a minute and a half off the car in fifth, who's only a lap down. So it's 5 or 6 cars quite close together. Then we have Jan Santikowski, who just seen coming out of the pits, the Team ABBA Racing Mercedes. He's 40 seconds behind Dan, but that'll even itself out. Then actually in the pits at the moment is our 10th place man, Tim Bresky, with Fun M Motorsports, the Audi, and also in the pits our 11th place man with Jason Tay, Legion of Racers Mercedes, and then 12th, it's Lucas Schwenk from Durina Motorsport Club EV with a Ferrari. Now, then after that, it's the first of the Porsches, and that is Alvaro Ramiro from MSI Esports. He's done 209 laps. Second place in Porsche on 207 laps. So 2 laps back is Stefan Hermann from Duo by SimRC Cup 2. The third place is Kevin Hilgehovel from Müllner Motorsport Sim Racing, and he's another further lap behind. So oddly, a class that's normally nose to tail is very split up. GT4 is led by Marcel Fassbender, the Duo by SimRC GT Porsche. He is on 199 laps, also on 199 laps, and 43 seconds behind him. In second place is Riley Thompson in the Simster Esports GT4 Porsche, and then in third, another 3 laps back, 2.5 laps back, is Lucas Cowper in the Leiport Esports Black BMW. Just check, is that in third in class? I just missed one or not. No, that is a third in class now. So that's that BMW Leiport Esports Black machine is running 4 laps off the lead in third. So then we have the Audis and the TCRs, and it's Victor Lebarto from MSI Esports TCR on 196 laps. Behind him by 1 minute and 29 seconds. In second place is Charlie Collins in the Duo by SimRC car. And in third is Oliver Ackerman with another one, the T3 Esports Alpha. But this is their Audi, and he is behind by another lap and a bit. So it's still quite close in various places. We've lost official retirements are the 22 car of Ho Chi Minh Esam Racing, who we don't like because they took us out. Daniel Muth from the Speed Monkeys Esports Yellow Ferrari. The Philip Webber from the Duo SimRC GT3 car with their Audi. Eric Andre from Satellite Racing with the Ferrari 408 GT3. And scored last, unfortunately, it's Team RSL powered by Mofo, our Porsche, which was rather annoyingly attacked quite early on. Also, of course, out of the race, but still quite high up because they were so fast, it's Arthur Lehouk from Williams Esport Chili Blast. So we have the total number of runners at the moment is 33, and leading is still now Daniel Lafuente, who got out by 8 seconds ahead of Dakota Fripp and Neo Motorsports. That's the distance between the two as they come to, where are we now? We've got about 4 hours and 35 minutes to go. Interestingly, we've just seen a stop from Williams. So they're all a little bit off pattern there. It seems like you expect them to come in every hour. Williams would come on with 4 hours and 35 to go. Medina Motorsports, they've been a little while since they were last in. They're both now equal on 6 pit stops. Only 5 pit stops, Jacob Wadiaka in third, but he's a lap back. So there is our leader, sweeping up to the top of the circuit. Behind him is a lapped Mercedes, but if you could have a camera which would give you an 8-second field of view, that's where you would find Dakota Fripp, 8.2 back, coming down the hill. Brake hard, take the inside of that corner, is really important, and then let the car open up as much as possible. It's maximum power here, and hope the car won't slide out too much. Go as much green as possible, make it as wide, and you come slingshot down the straight. If we start thinking about turning for turn one, and the braking point will be, there's quite a lot of road furniture on the left-hand side, and obviously the GTs will brake a bit later than the GT4s that I was in, so it just comes as you see, just braking probably from about 150 metres. You need to sacrifice 1 to get 2. 2's more important than 1, then coming into the corner and taking everything. That's our second place man. He's going to just squeeze inside the AC Motorsports TCR as he goes up through 2 into 3. So hold it tight, hold it tight. Now let the car breathe onto the outside of 3. So he's still turning. Come out wide onto the green. You can take all the green at the instant point, brake hard, and then try and hit the apex there. Kind of late. As soon as you see the advert, start powering on towards the outside. Let the car drift, kind of hold it, minimal steering angles before you come back over to the right-hand side. Brake hard, take a little bit of the green. As you can see, you're allowed to do that. And then it's kind of looping down between 6 and 7, full power. Comes a bit more to the left than I would do. Hits it straight, brake hard, and then you sweep down, carry as much speed as possible through the apex of 7. This is really important. It's a little breath on the brake. It's getting settled and get as much speed as possible through 9, because you're going to carry that all the way down to the second heavy braking area into Lecaxa at 10. Let's see where he decides to start slowing down. It's about 110 metres. Takes a little bit more of a traditional line. He didn't just brake all in a straight line, but he got a little more aero on the GT3. Come right over on that curve, brake hard, keep tight. Power when you see the yellow curve. Out again as far as you want out of the green. Then you're going to take a shallow run here. Try and keep yourself over to the right, as you can see, and then brake as you turn. So you hit the apex of the first part of the chicane, and then the second, and then again it's power. So another pretty good lap there. He didn't seem to do anything I wouldn't do, so it must be quite good. And they're a great place to meet the TCR car because it's no loss of time for him and no loss of time for the TCR. They may even gain a little bit, a tiny bit of slipstream. And coming now down to turn 1, braking, as you can see there, it looked like a bleak about 150, turning in and avoiding the curb on the inside. And you drift round here. Now, with some of the cars, you just oddly, as you turn that back to the right again, you gently, as you up change, you'll just breathe on the brake a bit, and that'll just tuck the nose in. It doesn't cost you any time, and you can carry on with maximum throttle. You drift back out to the outside here of 3, then dive into 4 with our 4th place man now, SERIES Esports, is Azran. He is, let me just see, so Ramirez is a lap behind, and almost 2 laps behind, actually. As you can see, he's a lap and a half. This is about to start on the main straight with the Audi. Just about 7 seconds ahead of T3 Esports on board with the Audi. As you can see, it's lots of zeros there. All those are giving you information. You can see that they're letting us see this time of his lap time. That's a 789 they're counting up. You can see his revs. That's a 78000, and you can see his gear indicator. All the other bits of information he has, which includes his speed, his relative time, his tyre pressures, his amount of fuel he's got. That's all blacked out or greyed out for us, because obviously that's information that the opposition will be quite interested to receive. So again, he'll come out as far left as possible. You can go right over onto the green without picking up an instant point. When we nudge the car in, that's not the line that you saw earlier from Dakota. So he nudged the car in to the right first, and then took the apex. A little bit taking about 2 or 3, but that car has got a lot more front end than the Ferrari. As you can see, he's using very small steering inputs, but what he's also doing, he's almost correcting the rear end all the time. As you can see, all the bits of information are being highlighted by Will there, which we're not allowed to see because it's all top secret. Fuel pressure, oil pressure, actually the key things that would really help is the amount of fuel that's left and some of the tyre information, but that's the stuff that we don't see. Which you obviously do see if you're driving. It's quite useful to have that information. The delta is very useful as well on a qualifying lap, so you can actually know where you are, and that's the thing that currently says 40, so that would be saying to him now minus 0.1 or plus 0.2, depending where he is. He's now at the top of the track, brake hard. The key point is a correction. This car is very much on the nose. Now, that is a quick way of going round, but also quite a risky way of going round, because a car that's on its nose is likely to oversteer and you're going to suddenly lose it. But the other reason also is whilst it's theoretically faster when the car is on its nose, so you've got that instant reaction, the downside is that you can begin to lose confidence in it because it's actually always looking to try and lose the rear end. And it may be that car wasn't that much on the nose before it's had a bit of bashing and boring. But what happens is if you think you're going to lose the rear end, don't forget oversteer is much harder to sense within a virtual environment because you don't have your internal gyroscope and the seat of your pants telling you what's happening. So you kind of then start wanting to avoid the chance of spinning off in an embarrassing manner. So what you actually do is you actually end up going a bit slower. So there's a point where being on the nose is good, and then there's a point where it starts to be counterproductive. And then what you're gaining from being able to turn in, you're losing because you're frightened of turning in. So certainly looking at the steering inputs on that Simsa car, it did look like a bit nose. Now we're on board with the T3 Sports, the Beaton machine. So this is the car that's 8 seconds behind, and it's Bastian Dobitz who's in the machine, and he's coming through now and up, and he's going to have that issue of trying to get past one of the 911 Porsches. I think it might be one of the good ones, because the issue is that the Porsches are incredibly fast in a straight line. There's not really a huge amount of difference in speed. This, I think, is the lead of the 914 car. Now, he's got a big lead in the 914, so he's got any scent the end of that. He's already early braking, so he knew what he's doing. Let's not get in the way of the GT3 cars. My class, I am winning, and I'm winning comfortably. So over the left now, take as much of the curve you can without effectively getting the car unsettled, then dive it tight. And again, right out to the green. This bit is really surprising. You think, oh, no, I'm going to put instant point. No, and again, and down the middle. Now, look at the steering inputs of this car, because he's definitely not got that same nervous oversteer. This car is much more neutral. So he just sets a bit of steering and goes. It'd be interesting to see this car just take it through 1, 2, and 3, because that's where you tend to use quite large steering angles. And just in comparison, of course, with the broken Williams, you can see that guy's still got his steering wheel absolutely straight here for Bastian. He isn't handling the damage. Where's he going to brake? And he brakes now. they're breaking about 120, which is quite aggressive. But it's oddly coming into one. You always think that the later I brake, the faster I'll be. The faster, if I brake really late, I'll be fast. But it's difficult to actually do much about this because you eventually you start overshooting the corner, so you had to bring it right back. And actually, in turn 1 in Barcelona, going slower actually gives you advantage in turn 2. Now, I understand we've got Benny Simonson waiting to be interviewed. Hello, Benny, can you hear me?
Hello, yeah, can you hear me?
I can, Benny. How are you?
Yeah, good yourself?
Yeah, not bad. But Benny, so anyway, to give us an idea of how the Medina Motorsports race is going.
Pretty much the plan, I'd say, so far. We actually ended up having a lead at one point, about 10-15 seconds, which obviously was going off the plan, but we had a puncture. So that's why we are about 20 seconds behind now, I think. So I actually never seen a puncture on iRacing before, so it was pretty new for all of us.
Literally, I was just about to say I've never seen a puncture in iRacing before. So how does that kind of manifest itself? What happens? Is it just suddenly the car's wobbly? Is it slowed down? Was it you who had it? One of your teammates?
No, it was Joshua who had it, but no car obviously just understeers, but it feels fine. But it just pops up with a meatball flag that you have to pit at the end of the lap, and then you on your tire data it just goes 0-0-0 all the way around. That's
really interesting because actually what happened, we noticed Josh losing the time. He's losing 3 seconds lap. He then came in the pits and handed straight to you, and because like you, I've never heard of a puncture before, and I'm racing iRacing a lot. I assume what had actually happened is Josh had a slight problem with his rig, and he was losing, he had like a problem with one of his controls or something. That's why he had to come in and pass over to you. But I didn't realise he'd been an actual puncture. That is what's commonly known as desperately bad luck.
Yeah, I don't know if it's setup or driving point of view. I mean, I'm quite new to this GT racing on iRacing, so I'm learning a little bit as I'm going on. But the other guys who obviously a bit more seasoned pros, they hadn't seen it before either. So I mean, we only can assume it's a puncture, but the way he set the car was just understeering randomly, and then we just got a meatball flag literally down the straight randomly, and then all the tire tread went to 0, and he was slowing quite a lot. So that's kind of what we think it is then.
Just to explain to our listeners, for the meatball flag is the black and orange coming to the pits flag. It's commonly known as the meatball within the iRacing community, and hated by all of us, it has to be said, because the car sometimes feels absolutely fine, but it insists it's wrong. Obviously, there was a problem with you. So, I mean, give us an idea of the preparation you've done. We talked to a couple of other teams, and we've had mixtures of preparations of many, many hours to half an hour. How much prep have you and the team and Benny and the rest of the team done? Benny, you and Dakota and the rest of the team, Joshua, done for this event?
Obviously it's John Shen, who's the owner of Medina Motorsport, who's put us together. Me and John's we're not iRacing season pros or anything. We're real life racers. So we done a fair bit of practice. I think I think probably 10 hours of practice, me and John together, and I think Josh and Dakota, I think they're the pros there. So I don't know how much they done, but I think maybe a few hours the other night.
So is John going to get in the car? I noticed that you've done 29 laps, and so you've done 68 laps. Dakota's done 29 laps. Josh has done 125 laps. But no, has John done no laps? Is he getting in at some point? Yeah,
John's in for the end. Obviously, we actually 4 drivers in 4 different time zones. One's in Australia, one's in Asia, one's Europe, and one's American. So we kind of worked our way around that. So
that is a very clever tactic. So no one has to get up early and no one has to stay up late. It's brilliant. That really is using the globe to invent. And it'd be even better a 24-hour race, wouldn't it? All need to be fresh all the time.
Yeah, so that's the benefit of racing online. So, I think I'm done. Josh might wake up again a little bit later if we need him for the last bit, but then it's Dakota and John to the end now.
So, Benny, you and John have done a lot of Creventic racing. Have you done the Barcelona race before with Creventic, the full metal one?
Yeah, we have. I think we go back. I think 2018, maybe say 17. We did it in a TCR car with Modena. So yeah.
Was that the super hot year? The ridiculously hot year with the paddling pool at the back?
It was a super hot year, and if I actually remember right, we were leading and had a puncture. So,
well, look, it's virtually imitating art and life. It's amazing, isn't it, how these things come together? So, Benny, obviously, were you a virtual racer before the world changed in March, or was that the first time you picked up a steer wheel? Effectively, was in the lockdown process?
No, I was a virtual racer for many years. Before that, I probably did virtual racing before I started real racing, to be fair. But obviously, as many other drivers, when you have a busy race schedule, real life, traveling the world, it's not not something you just use all the time. So I used to spent quite a bit of time on iRacing, but until lockdown, as we can say, I actually don't think I had turned on my rig for 3 years. So
wow.
But it's had a fair amount of use since lockdown.
And now you come back to it. Now you've entered races. I mean, obviously that's great fun. But do you think you'll have picked up any benefits from doing the virtual racing you can transfer to your real racing?
I don't know if there's anything you can learn. I mean, obviously you race what can you say, racecraft is always a bit the same, because you're going to read the traffic, and defending and attacking is always the same. For me, I think it's the concentration level of going a longer stint and obviously sit there and hit your marks lap in, lap out is quite similar. So in that point of view, I think it's brilliant training.
And so, Benny, have you got any more big virtual races, or are you now going back to full metal racing as your next adventure?
No, at the moment there's nothing in plan for either virtual or metal racing. Obviously with Modena, Johnson France team, it's based in Hong Kong, Asia, so travel restrictions are quite tough for the team at the moment. So we were planning of doing some fencing on European races, I think. But it's obviously it's very strict on travel at the moment. So I don't think much will happen this year.
Well, I'm hoping, and let's hope we all meet again right at the beginning of next year in Dubai, because that would be great for all of us, because it means that things were getting better and we're getting back to racing again.
Yeah, hopefully that's normally one not to miss.
Exactly. Benny, thank you very much. Great one. You're doing really well. We've had Dakota on camera, and he hasn't made a single mistake since we've been talking about him, so he doesn't know we're talking about him. Great stuff, mate, and enjoy the rest of the race. In the moment, I'm touching some wood for you. You're on for a podium, so that's great stuff.
Thanks,
that's Benny Stevenson from Modena Motorsport. Great running from there. So thanks for Benny for coming on board and chatting with us.
Nick, you mentioned that he wasn't aware that you were chatting. There's so many drivers who drive listening and watching the feed at the same time. It's really a surprise, just to kind of keep them up to date with what's going on. I think Adam is one of them, actually. He'll have the race feed on, at least audio only, in one part of his screen, even if it's in PIP. I don't really know why. I wouldn't want it.
The thing is, though, I mean, if you've got the audio feed, it's not too bad, but you've got the video feed, it's at least 35 seconds behind.
Well, there is that, yeah.
Part of the buffering process within YouTube. But I mean, I think our audio feed's quite a bit closer, to be honest, because obviously it's pretty much instantaneous. But yeah, I mean, obviously we're only here to entertain the drivers. That's what we're here for. Oh dear. Yes, I mean, I think Benny's obviously having a good time, and it's interesting he's talking about the team which John Chen put together. I'm not sure you caught the beginning of that chat, Ben.
Yeah.
They've got 4 drivers in 4 different parts of the world, so they're all basically just
very
driving.
good.
Oh, it's great. I mean, I've now realised the perfect way of doing a 24-hour race. You just have people all around the world, and no one has to stay up overnight.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think we saw that in some of the races that we've commentated on the last couple of months, where there was kind of time zone stipulations for the team, so that you were using the stints not based on anything other than when the drivers were available, when the drivers were awake, kind of thing.
Yeah, no, I think so. It's It's interesting. Weirdly, I hadn't considered that as a massive advantage. Now, I always sit around thinking, oh no, you have someone from Australia, they're going to have a massive ping, and there because I'm a sad obsessive about network quality because of other things I do. But that actually, obviously, perhaps a massive ping but fresh and awake is better than a low ping and 9/10 of sleep because it's 4 a.m. So definitely now I need to recruit a ringer from Australia to go with our ringer from the UK we've got.
But of course, and this was one of the interesting things about some of the chats I've had with some of the drivers that compete in something like the World Championship. They are fixed races that happen at kind of, I think, 3:30 or 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoon. So regardless of, that's European time, by the way. So when you're then in America, it's not too bad. It's morning for you. But if you're over in New Zealand, Australia, or even in Asia, then suddenly you're in a horrible time zone. I mean, I can see that Dan Wells is out there at the moment in the Lipa Racing car. He's based out of Hong Kong. And, suddenly you're racing in a completely different time zone to so many other drivers. And Josh Rogers won his World Championship in iRacing, competing in that first year of the Porsche Esports Super Cup from Australia. And he was having to get up every time and basically race in the depths of night, the awful bit of a 24-hour race where we all want to be in bed rather than competing. And he's out there and choosing to race, and he would practice all the way through up until the point where he was then required to race. Then he would do his racing. His racing would finish at like 4 or 5 in the morning. He'd be super buzzy because he just won. It would take him an hour to sleep, and he's just about falling asleep by the time you get to morning time.
Yeah, it is a global sport, and a sport where you don't have to be where it's taking part. And it's an interesting, really. So Josh, of course, now moved to the Coanda House, hasn't he? So he's now living in Europe. So is he doing better now?
No, he's not.
How are you doing better than winning? I suppose really is a good point. That one.
No, I mean the level is so high on that Super Cup that actually I think he did take a victory last time out, but it's been a bit of a struggle for him, and the dominance is definitely not there any longer because everyone has stepped up their level.
Yeah, I mean, the Super Cup, which is obviously iRacing's premier event, isn't it? It's the event that there's a huge prize fund, and it's backed by Tag Heuer and I assume Porsche. It much like the Porsche Super Cup, rather than having just a good selection of Porsche drivers, you've got a good selection of all the best sim guys, because that's where the money and that's where the glory is. It must be an absolute nightmare and actually bun for even to get anywhere near in qualifying.
Well, exactly. And as well as I do, and we can see it on these streams when those pros come in, they are just on a different level, and you just cannot comprehend how you can be 5, 6, 7 seconds a lap slower. And we are commentators, Nick and I, and we are not professional drivers. I've done a little bit. I think you've done a little bit of track stuff on 2 wheels. Yeah. And yet we are so far away from a pro sim racer.
Well, that's it. I mean, I've had the luck of racing with a guy who's got a 7,000 rating. He's not a pro because of various reasons. But he has a 7,000 I rating, and suddenly you just see what the difference is. The effortless way they find 3 seconds a lap, and you're going, well, what? But you're doing the same lines as me. I'm following it.
Exactly.
What? No. How is that? That means you're basically always like 6 miles an hour faster than me everywhere, and I don't understand it. It's not possible. Our second place man's in the pits, Dakota Fripp for Medina Motorsport, who we just obviously heard from Benny Simonson. They have dropped in the pits. They're only about 8 seconds behind in running. It's just showing a bit longer in the timing because, of course, they had a bit of a slow run to the start-finish line through the pits. So with Daniel Lafuente now in the lead car, he'll move back to a lead of around 1 minute and 40. They're not heavily offset. They're offset by about, I'd say, probably about 20 minutes or perhaps 18 minutes out of an hour. So it's going to be interesting to see whether they can actually make that last and save a stop, because they're 4:14, and I can't see them doing that without making a splash and dash those 14 minutes. Whereas Lafuente will be stopping again at probably around 3:35. So I think they do have all that Medina have in hand. They're 1 minute and 40 back, is, I would say, Ben, probably about 2/3 of a fuel fill, which is, what's that, 25 seconds? So they are in real terms, I think, about 1 minute and 15 behind.
And I wonder how much, is what we saw in the 24 Hours of Spa a couple of weeks back. I wonder how much there is fuel saving going on here. trying to meet the numbers? Is there perhaps any tyre saving going on for later in the race as well? Certainly, as the temperature gets cooler, that should be more of a possibility.
Well, they should be able. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure how close or far they were from doubling. It's that front left that's the issue. Track temperature now down to 78 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 26 degrees centigrade and 24. So they are now, track and air are very similar. So my guess is that's down, 20. It's down 18 degrees from the maximum. I mean, it was earlier in 44. Very comfortable for the tyres indeed now. So if you are going to be able to double stint, you should be able to do it now. But it's going to depend on how you set the car up and the wear on that front left. The other three will be fine to double stint. It's just, there's so much energy put through that, through turn 3, through turn 4, through turn 9, and through the 16 as well. Not so much through 1, actually, oddly, but through 16, that just takes such a hammering. And there's so little of any speed taken as a left-hand turn. 7 slightly quick, and that's it. The rest of them are all, when you're turning left, you're effectively either braking heavily or you're accelerating from a low starting point. So it is an absolute front left killer, this one, even more so than Silverstone is.
But most pit stops that have been happening recently have been the 1 minute and 10 pit stops. So presumably that is a full service stop, because there is SERIES Esports GT3, Michael Davis at the wheel there in 5th position. His stop was only 30 seconds last time through.
Yeah, so some of them are still doing fuel only, aren't they? It's interesting, isn't it? It's a kind of there's a kind of a toss-up really about what to do. And I think they're working out as they go along. They're trying to see where they are in tyre wear. I mean, at this point, they are obviously driving the cars. Certainly in GT3, I think it's pretty much in GT4. It's I think even in the Porsches, you can double stint them in the Porsches, I think. And on GT4, because you run an hour and 40 in a stint, it's kind of, you're normally going to change your driver, and therefore you're going to change the tyres as well anyway. So it's really down to when these guys have got a double stint, they can save that 27 seconds on tyres. Will they have done enough running, Ben, to know whether the saving of 27 seconds of tyres will not then be thrown away with the reduction in pace in the second run? Because that's a lot of running.
Yeah.
And it's obvious that I think that the luxury that some of the teams have had historically going through these earlier rounds when we've been in severe lockdown has eased back now. And Adam's an example, Adam Christodoulou and the ABBA team, they didn't have the hours to put in the practice this time because they're back doing their real things. And I think that more and more you'll see, teams who've got drivers who are back doing their real jobs, be it their real racing job or their real engineering job or their real day job. And so they don't have hours and hours and hours. So perhaps there's going to be a kind of a gap open up, and I think it's no surprise that the 2 Williams Esports cars, which are effectively professional racers, were able to get away and lead and with Medina Motorsports sort of dominate the early procedure and be significantly quicker than everyone else in the field, because perhaps they as professionals have had that chance to put the hours you need in every single condition, from the hot of the morning to the cool of the night. And get a compromise setup that works well the whole way through. It could be, we may find, once it starts getting cool again, we have loads of cars, Ben, and suddenly start getting way quicker relatively than the others were before.
And it was also interesting, one of our interviews a bit earlier on, they were chatting about the amount of wear driver to driver, and I think we found this as well when we were teammates, that you as a driver you can do so much to limit the amount of wear and to be smooth so that you can get those tyres through a second stint, rather than perhaps other drivers who are a bit more aggressive or don't know how to get the second stint out of the tyres may have to single stint.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a kind of an interesting situation there, because it's about understanding how a sim car works and understanding and getting that feel through the steering wheel, because as a car begins to understeer, there's a kind of certainly in a game, there's a kind of a kind of conscious feel. I'll just pour more lock on it. I'll pour more lock on it, and I'll pull around, because what you're actually doing is you're just scrubbing off tyre. But it's a kind of, you have to therefore actually educate your brain not to do what your eyes are telling you, because you haven't got that extra sense from the gyroscope, and therefore you actually sometimes you have to let off a bit of lock to go sharper, which is completely counterintuitive. But you are playing with a finite amount of grip, so. That's something where certainly where earlier on. I mean, I've been monstering my front tyres because I've just been oversteering, not getting oversteer, but oversteering, and that's something you have to try and learn to reduce your input slightly to make it more subtle, I think.
Although That is something that when you speak to the real world drivers, that is something that they say is needed in the sim world to drive fast, because the effect of the friction of the scrub seems to be less than you would experience in the real world. If you wanting to be fast, it is send the car in a bit harder, turn a bit harder, and yes, you've got tires and you've got to wear tires, but it seems to be a way to drive fast. I remember when we were commentating on the IMSA series, watching the onboards, the amount of lock that goes in is certainly more than you would expect to see in a real world situation.
That's a good point. I mean, I think if you think about the IMSA series, they were towards the end. They were always stopping an hour and a half once. They were effectively thinking, right, I only have to use these tyres for 45 minutes. I may as well use them up. And perhaps you're absolutely right. With a professional driver knowing the tricks of the trade, I'm going to throw it in more aggressively because I don't need. These tyres, these virtual tyres are going in the bin after 45 minutes. I haven't got to love them for a length of time.
Yeah, true.
If you're looking to double stint these tyres, which they seem to be. Here, I think more because it's possible while still maintaining a good pace, and looking for an advantage, because I think there are marginals due to temperature and conditions earlier. Then it's it does seem that you would look to try and double as it gets cooler if you've got a soft pair of hands, let's say, for your drivers.
So does that mean then Michael Davis in the SERIES Esports GT3 car in 5th position, having done a stop that was only 31 seconds long, is now on a second stint of his tyres?
Must be, yes, because you wouldn't. Because a stop of tyres is 27 seconds. They're done sequentially, so you don't do both at the same time. So unless he took a 4-second fuel fill, I think my guess is he just filled it up, which is 31 seconds for his particular amount of fuel he had, and has gone out for a second run. And it's again, my feeling is that you've only got one worry, and that's the front left. And if you know how to look after the front left, the other three really were never an issue for double stinting, even when it was hot.
So let's see then the pace of that car in comparison to what we're seeing around. Last time by, we've just got a new lap time through of 1:46.6 for Michael Davis, and he had done a 1:47 something the lap before, so perhaps with a bit of traffic. Here he is, and a bit of traffic in front of him as well. Be interesting to see how he's driving, whether he is a bit more smoother on the wheel than you would expect to see. But if they decide this is the way forward and this is the right time to do it, we're getting into the golden hour, if you like. The sun is starting to set, and therefore this would be the time to try. We've seen that. We've seen that car getting in the way quite a few times, that BMW.
Yeah, there was no harm tap. I think he just literally. We minorly fell. I don't think that would have been any. Might have been probably been a 0x contact as they go in now through the exit 3 and on the way to 4. This comes in. Oh no, it's a netcode tap. That's fine. That's not a problem. You can see that it registered contact, but the cars didn't actually touch because due to the difference in the lag and the ping. It was called a netcode tag. The good thing about that is it won't have damaged either car at all. It just probably woken them both up slightly.
It's surprising though, because I would have thought Michael would have expected and known that the other car would not have accelerated at the same rate of his GT3 car, knowing the car in front's a GT4. So a little bit of a surprise that he just kind of carried on. Maybe he hoped the GT4 car would run a little bit to the left-hand side, run a little bit wider to allow him to come up the inside there.
I don't want to particularly single out Michael because I have no idea what the situation is, but there are a number of GT3 cars that appear to think are going to disappear just because they've
okay. Says the GT4 car.
I'm here. Hello. Yes, I still exist. Do you? Oh, I appear to have driven through you. It does tend to happen, but he's now setting it up to get past the 46 machine and goes through, and that is Nicolae Sergiu from Endurance Team Romania, just going down a lap, or not overall a lap, but a lap to Michael Davis in 5th.
Yeah, and actually, there is a little bit of a battle going on there because he is being pursued by the Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari, and there is actually about 7.7 seconds between those two cars. So as we're watching Michael, we're seeing he's having to deal with quite a lot of traffic, and he's being followed also by that Ferrari. Here is the Atlantis car, who's 7 seconds back, has just had to clear the Mercedes behind, and now has a few moments of rest and relaxation before then he gets to all those cars that Michael has just had to clear. But ultimately, pace-wise, although Atlantis is on a first stint of tyre and Simsa is on the second stint, pretty much a similar pace.
Yeah, I mean, I think you would expect, knowing that running the tyres through on the GT4, and there's no reason to be different than GT3, you get an instant speed boost with some fresh tyres, but that's disappeared by lap 5. And then you just set into the middle zone of the tyre where it's pretty much saying, I think the degradation is minimal, a few hundredths a lap. And then, of course, it's where you get to on the ultimate drop-off. And obviously the fifth place Michael Davis car, the Simpson, thinks that they're not going to reach the major drop-off by running it back-to-back. And that'll be, where you start to have the problems is in turn 3, it's in turn 16, and it's in turn 9 where you haven't got that front left to give you the balance and the support going through the fast right-handers. So, but I think it should be eminently possible.
In the pits, Doug Henson Racing. This is the car that is driven by Jimmy Broadbent. Hello to anybody who is watching on his stream and also watching on ours. A bit of damage to the front bumper, as you can see. Will's been doing his best attempt at children's artwork on the front. And just to show that...
Sorry, standard Mercedes bonnet damage. You lightly touch something, you suddenly got half a bonnet in your face for some reason. As you can see, if you look at the actual damage on the car from the outside, that doesn't seem too bad. And look at that, it's now massively bent again.
And presumably, Nick, they would have wanted to get that repaired in that last pit stop, but maybe we found it that whilst you do repair the car, it doesn't always visually fully repair, as well as doesn't fully repair the way you feel it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's probably would have been an optional to knock out the dents. They've probably taken the option which knocked out the dents as much as possible and still left it a little bit crumpled. It doesn't. Apparently, there's never the option to repair for someone just to put a new bonnet on.
Please actually repair. Is what you want to ask.
One of the advantages actually of running the Audis, we're looking now through the Atlantis racing team Ferrari, but one of the advantages of running the Audis is it's got a very short nose with a very steep angle, so even when you prang it, it doesn't get in your eye line. So there's a kind of a feeling that if you go to race at the Nürburgring, where it's quite often you'll go off on a corner and prang the nose slightly, eventually you can't see anything if you're running the BMW Z4 or the Mercedes because the bonnets start getting in the way. So running the Audi, regardless of if it's quicker or not, it's just great if you're going to crash. And let's be honest, we're going to crash. So, oh dear, yeah. So anyway, there's a little bit of damage there on Jimmy Broadbent's team's car, but that won't be affecting it more than he might be losing a couple of miles an hour down the main straight, but it shouldn't affect any of the actual left and right handling.
Yeah, and they're down in 15th position. Phil Baldwin is now aboard that car and kind of sitting in no man's land, really. They've got the GT4 leader up the road by about a minute and about a minute and a half in front of the nearest GT3 that is following. So now we take a look at that car that is leading GT4. Where is he? He's not disappearing. He's the one in the third in the group, isn't he?
So 40 and 8. So Jimmy Broadbent's car's got a little bit of a connection issue there because it was flashing away.
There he is. That's the one we were looking at.
That's the leader.
Porsche.
In 911. So that's the leader in 911.
Yes, sorry.
The 914 car, the car that has absolutely dominated this, and is currently, if he can avoid being hit by anybody, currently he's in a 3-class sandwich there. He's going faster than the TCR car, but he's got a Ferrari GT3 behind him. He will, currently I think he's 2 laps ahead, and it's very, very rare. Just he established that lead quite quickly, and now I think they're just quite happily sitting on it. It's Alex Desana currently with the MSI car, but it's this has been an interesting class, and it's I'm really surprised. I'm not surprised to see that they're winning. I'm just surprised that there's such a big gap because it's a small but perfectly formed set of people who know how to drive the Porsche, and they're normally all very close together.
Yeah, exactly, because it's not a car that you would usually choose to drive unless you really know how, because it's not an easy thing to extract speed, and even for those professionals in the Super Cup, they all struggle to really extract the nth degree. But overall, 14th position for MSI Esports Cup and just ahead of Jimmy Broadbent. Daniel Lafluente for Williams Esports BenQ leads this 12 hours of Barcelona, part of the 24H series, the Creventic series. And in second position is Modena Motorsports' Dakota Fripp. at this particular moment in time, 1 minute and 37 seconds back. Big gaps between our leading contenders, T3 in third spot, and then Atlantis Racing GT3 in fourth position. The best of the battles is the battle for fifth between SERIES Esports and Atlantis Racing. And we watch the Atlantis car, that black and gold livery, looks great. And then a bit of a gap to Dan Wells in the Lippert Racing machine behind him. We haven't seen much of Dan. Audi R8 choice of car. It's Audi, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari, Audi, Ferrari, and then the first Mercedes. I think not only Mercedes, but the Adam Christodoulou and Sam Neary team Abacar in 8th position, with RSR Abruzzi in 9th. 19 seconds back, and then Fun M Motorsport with Simsa in 10th position. Best of our 911s, MSI Esports ahead of Dua by SimRC. 2 laps the difference, as we've already spoken about. This car is absolutely dominating right now. Big gaps between all 4 as Porsche Lorient Virtual Racing, a team that we see a lot of in the real world. They round up the 4 cars in that field. We see them sometimes even racing in the Spa 24 Hours, an all GT3, and they get themselves an entry as a guest team into Spa 24 Hours, and they are 4th of our 4 runners in the 911 class. We've got GT4 as well, and that is being led by the duo by SimRC GT4 car. Porsche leads Porsche in that, and actually only 46 seconds between them and Simsa GT4, and then a 3-lap gap to Lippert Sports Black, 3 laps back, Tibet 4 laps back, and then a couple of retirements and people who've got into strife, including our very own team RSL, powered by Mofo, unfortunately a very early retirement. And then one last class is the TCR class, and led by MSI Esports TCR, duo by SimRC. All these teams spreading their loads across the different platforms, but that MSI car looks fantastic, doesn't it? Then T3 Esports Alpha, Ferry Monster Esports Grey in 4th position. Not too much time between them. And then 2 other cars round out the tricky TCR field. It's not an easy car to drive, that, but there are very big lovers. And at the moment, MSI leading both TCR and also leading the 911 Cup class. So doing a really, really good job. Nick has gone for a well-earned break, and we are joined again by Bruce Jones.
Thanks very much, Ben. Good to be back. An hour and a half away. And the first thing that strikes me as I started looking back at the timing screens is what happened to the second of the Williams Esports car, the Chill Blast car, number 33, that was running in 3rd when I left. And look at its deficit. Something must have happened almost immediately after that. Do you recall what it was?
It wasn't too far after you left, Bruce. He was clipped by a GT4 car, spun around, and in fact, this is what happened after the contact. The 2 of them had already spun at the chicane. Arthur Leoc felt the car was crabbing. It was all bent, and therefore he bailed out and threw it into the barriers. And that was obviously day done.
Yes. Well, there we are. That was a comprehensive answer, but even more comprehensive images. That was a straight on at turn 1. Clearly no steering working anymore. So what was a really exciting back and forth 3-way battle is now a 2-way battle. We've got just under 4 hours remaining, and 1 minute 38 seconds between the first 2 cars, and it's now Dakota Fripp giving chase. He was a name, must have been quite a late entry, but obviously that gap is artificial because the Modena Motorsports Ferraris had an extra pit stop relative to Agustin Canapino, who must be pretty close towards the end of his stint. He's done a double stint in the race leading number 34 Audi, but that will close it right up again.
La Fluente in that car now. So La Fluente, I think, took over 2 stints ago.
Oh, on my timing screen. Okay, it's still saying... Right, okay.
Might need a refresh.
Let's give it a bit of a wash and a scrub.
Yes, exactly. We're just seeing some multiple replays of Arta Liuk. We saw him having that double contact with the chicane. Actually, that collision with the barriers there, however spectacular it was more of just there's no way this is going to happen anymore. He could have brought it into the pits and retired, but the frustration was boiling over at that point, and he thought he would throw it away spectacularly, which gave us and Nick a bit of a fright, because we thought initially he might have had a hardware failure until we were able to get in contact with him, in which case, and he confirmed that actually there was contact with the BMW beforehand. We then dug that contact out, as you've just seen, and now we are back with the battle for the lead. Modern Motorsports, heavy traffic for them right now for Dakota Fripp, and there does seem to be, dare I use the word clusters, but there seems to be clusters of cars around this circuit. A couple of moments you'll have no cars around you at all, and then you'll find three all arguing over the same bit of tarmac.
It's an extraordinary situation that occurs anywhere you're racing cars over a long distance. You can have lap after lap with nothing, and even we've got 33 cars still running in this field, and yet you can get, as we've just spotted, two gaggles of four cars, and that can really, really interrupt the flow. But Dakota Fripp driving very well, quite carefully past them, which, as we've discussed before, Ben, you get a little bit of damage to these cars, and it goes with you right to the end of the race unless you've got time to get it sorted out. So a little bit of caution as the light begins to fade. In fact, it's fading quite fast now. Certainly the sensible course of action there for Dakota Fripp.
Yeah, Modern Motorsports, we've spoken to Benny Simonson. He came on air with us a few moments ago, and they're really surprised to be in the position that they're in. So very kind of happy in the situation they're in right now.
Why
not really
the surprise,
expecting
though?
to be part.
Why the surprise?
Well, because right now, obviously, Dakota Fripp is an A-licensed 6,500 rating driver, but Benny is a man who's did a lot of iRacing before, but hasn't done, only recently took it back up again. And so it didn't really feel like they should be flirting with the likes of Williams Esports and these big teams that take part in this highly important endurance series.
Well, full marks to them. It's about keeping it consistent now, isn't it? But certainly we saw Benny Simonson in about a third of the way into this race, quarter of the way into the race. He was fighting so hard with Sami Matti-Trogan at the very head of the field and was not prepared to provide any way through for the Finn. And it was enthralling viewing. And every time there was a gaggle of cars ahead of them, you just sort of drew in your breath. Was Sami Matti about to make a move? Was he going to be given a chance? But without the traffic, he wasn't given a single option. So certainly Benny Simonson worked really, really hard in that earlier stint of the race. And it's paid dividends. There they are, still in the mix.
This is the biggest battle on track right now in GT3. It doesn't look like much at the moment, but the gap between Simsa and Atlantis has been seesawing. Oh, and Michael Davis has gone around. So now that will be an opportunity for Atlantis to catch up. The gap, I was about to say, has gone out to 10 seconds, having been only 7 seconds. But Michael Davis just losing the rear end there. He's on his second stint on these tyres, 20 laps into the stint. And let's just see a replay of exactly what happened. I think he just went a bit too deep, and the back broke away.
Well, turn 10, coming down into that tight left-hander, it's tighter than you realise. Again, he almost took two stabs at getting it turned in. Maybe his front tyres aren't playing the game anymore. He tried to push it a bit harder into the corner. Round it went, but such a tricky corner at the end of that infield straight, if you will, because it's gradient change all over the place, plus a very slightly negative camber that pitches you towards the outside of the corner. But quick recovery, but must have lost at least 5 seconds and probably a fair bit of tyre life with that rotation.
And tyre life for him is at a premium, because right now he is on his second set. He's 20 laps in, as I've said, and he could really do with treating those tyres very carefully. Is this the experiment that all the other GT3 cars will be looking at and going, do you know what? It's not really worth doing a double stint. It's not working quite right. Some cars are on their 30th, 32nd lap of the stint. He's only on his 20th, so he's got at least, a stint? 35 laps?
About 34, 35 laps. So plus he's taken a bit more life out of those tyres with the rotation. So that's been a sort of a double negative for him right there. I know double negative makes a positive, but you know what I mean. Two negatives, maybe we should call it. Still circulating 5.3 seconds to the good, 5.1 seconds to the good. So Thomas Oliwiak in the Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari closing in. And I would expect the next time around to get a clearer picture, because this is a clear lap for Michael Davis in 5th place for SERIES Esports, but he's let's see what sort of lap time he can do, because certainly that would have interrupted him, certainly scrubbed a bit more life out of those tyres that are already having to work very, very hard indeed.
So lost 5 seconds, gap 5.1 now, was 10.9, something like that. And as we ride on board with Michael Davis, more bad news. He's got a Ferrari GT3 car in front, and therefore not going to be particularly easy to pass. In fact, as you can see, pulls away from him through that final corner. He'll now get a bit of a slipstream down the straight, but if he doesn't clear him before turn 1, it becomes very tricky to actually make that path stick.
Yeah, well, that's the car in 13th place, the Endurance Team Romania car with Sergei Nicolai at the wheel. But and we heard from one of his teammates earlier, Simeon Dragos. That's his the most experienced racer right now, what he called their real racer. So certainly Sergei is not going to make it at all easy for the... As I say, that has he left the door open? Yes, no, maybe. Yes, he has, into turn 4. So it wobbled a bit one way, a bit the other. Then the Romanian racer noticed the orange and white SERIES Esports Audi coming up the inside. Virtual flagging, of course, indicating that as well. So no time lost there. Let's just have a look at the gap between Davis and Loviak. He stayed firm on 5.1 seconds. So he's got that move done going past. And, of course, now the chasing Ferrari with Loviak at the wheel has got to do the same again. In fact, in the background of the shot, I think he's already managed to make the move. Will it be the black? Yes, he's made the move. The black Ferrari ahead of the white one with the pale blue flanks. So he's got past the Romanian car.
Yeah, and actually really didn't lose much time either. There was a couple of stabs at it too. So the gap stays pretty similar. And really, what we're just kind of waiting to see the lap times, to be honest. Michael Davis seems to be doing, when he doesn't lose the car, he's able to do the lap times that the rest are doing around him. It's just that car now perhaps is a bit less stable. And again, it was a bit unsure whether the gap was going to open or not, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely so. When being shown a replay of going around inside Sergio Nicolai, Sergio sort of went to the left as they went into turn 4, then seemed to be turning and then went back to the left. And that moment of doubt for the Audi driver, for Michael Davis, must have been, oh no, here we go. I've just had a spin a couple of laps ago and now I'm about to have a car turn in on me. But luckily that wasn't the case. And in fact, the last 2 laps have been kinder to him than they have to the chasing Thomas Oliviak. So Atlantic Racing Team with their black and gold Ferrari slightly losing out. So that was interesting. I really expected them to have a couple of good laps. Okay, there's a bit of traffic for the pair of them, but in fact, Michael Davis has come out with a marginal gain. But really, we're talking tenths per second, Ben. It's really how the next gaggle of traffic finds them. And indeed, if either of them makes a bit of a slip up, and riding on board with Michael Davis, he's really struggling to get the front of that Audi to turn in. When you look on board, he's having to have multiple corrections on some of the corners. Turn 4, a lot of correction. Turn 5, not so much. The kink at turn 6, no, well, that's not really much of a corner anyhow. Now, turn 7, that uphill left-hander, is where we've seen a few cars going off into the gravel. It's cost them time, including the Modena Motorsport Ferrari some while ago. I think, were you commentating at that point, or were you just getting sorted out? But it went high into the gravel, lost 10 seconds. But 10 seconds it could do with right now, frankly, because Daniel Lafuente is pulling clear at the front of the race.
What's nice riding on board here with Tomasz is the steering angle that he's putting into that Ferrari. Really, we're talking a little bit earlier with Nick about in a sprint race on iRacing, you'd overload the car. You would use so much more lock than even you would in your road car or in a normal racing situation. You get better speed out of iRacing when you do that. But here, now riding on board, look how smooth he is. Every so often there's a little bit of oversteer that he's having to sort out. He's caught that TCR car completely in the wrong place, so he's had to back out a little bit from the throttle. But ultimately, he is being very, very smooth as we've got a pit stopper. T3 Esports are in the pits, and that's from
4th place.
3rd position. Yeah, 4th place.
4th place. He's running in 4th. Jens Homan, will he have a driver change? T3 is a team that's really starting to go places, not just in esports, but in the real world as well. They've certainly made an advance. Big bodywork damage on the nose. But, Ben, it's up to the driver to decide how much that's affecting them. The fronts of the Mercedes tend to get bent a fair bit more, those longer prows, but no repairs for that, so it continues on its way. Not prepared to take the time penalty right now. And Jens Homan back into the race. Now, down to 6th place.
It's a little frustrating because as commentators, we can't tell. They may have actually repaired that car, and it may be simply that graphically we're not seeing it. But then ultimately they could have just chosen not to repair it, and therefore they will be compromised in their speed, for sure, their speed down the straights, by having that damage. So there is, the two trains of thought here. I would suggest that hasn't had any. They're just running it like that rather than taking the hit on a repair. But there is the possibility. You can have it both ways. You can repair a car that looks pristine but doesn't drive like it used to, and you can repair a car that drives completely normally but doesn't graphically represent the fact that it's damaged. So sometimes it's a little frustrating and difficult for us to really know.
Yeah, exactly so. But looking at the timing for that pit stop, it was bang on to within a second of what an average time is for pit in, all 4 tyres changed, refuel and out again. So I think nothing else was taken on in the course of that pit stop. First to second, though, it's still the 34 Williams Esports BenQ entry. That's the one that hasn't had trouble. Leading by 1 minute 38 seconds. Dakota Fripp actually lapping quite close in pace, but actually, as I say that, Daniel Lafuente suddenly goes, you know what? Temperatures are dropping a bit. I can go a bit faster. He's pushed his car harder, and he's now lapping in the 1 minute 45s. And bear in mind, the fastest lap of the race so far, let's just double check if that's changed, 1 minute 45.119 seconds. In fact, that's from the sister car, the one that had that problem and ended up going straight on at turn 1 and out of the race. So the Williams Esports Audi's looking, well, one of them looking very handy, but both of them have shown great pace here. And, of course, Modena Motorsports, the only crew still on the lead lap at the moment, trying to keep them honest. But then there's a lap back to the better place at the Atlantis Racing team. Ferraris, now we're getting a gaggle of pit stops. Thomas Oliviak, we saw him in the other Atlantis Racing team Ferrari, harrying Michael Davis, but he's now pulled into the pit. So we'll keep an eye on his timing in the pit lane, see if he's making all 4 tyres, changing all of them around for...
This is not going to show up as a particularly slow pit stop, but it will show up as a slow lane time because he overshot his box. I actually just been following him on my separate feed, and he steamed into the pit box and missed his stop and had to reverse. So now he gets underway, and it's a normal pit stop in terms of it's a 108, but his pit time is 1:30. It should be a 1:07. So he's lost a couple of seconds there.
Okay, that sounds like either a no tyre change or just a 2 tyre change. I would suggest that's probably a no. That's going for a double stint, I reckon.
There we go. So pit lane 1:30. It should be a 1:27. So lost three seconds. Most stops we're seeing, though, Bruce, are around the 1:08 mark, other than what we saw from Michael Davis last time, which was a 31-second stop. So that was no tyres.
Okay, but I really think at this point, people are not going for all 4 tyres. They're going for 2 tyres, and some, I think, I would venture, are going for no new tyres. They're trying to see if they can make it work for them. And we will have to see if they've gone too soon on that. Maybe the simple rule is while there is light in the sky, you should change at least 2 of your tyres. And certainly when it gets fully dark and the temperature carries on tumbling, then I think you've got to be, I think a lot of the teams will be going for a double stint on their tyres.
Yeah, let's. For the moment, over the last couple of hours, we haven't seen too many try it, and that's why we're really interested in the SIMSA Esports GT3 car right now, because Michael Davis is one of the few that has tried it, and obviously has that pirouette in his pocket, doing 47s, late 46s.
Well, that's
so
good.
It's not too bad.
That is ballpark. Yeah. I think we commented when we were watching some onboard footage from his car that he was being super, super smooth, and this is clearly what he has to do to keep those tyres anywhere near sweet. But I think he's doing a really good job. That little slip up apart, looking at his lap times, he's a lot of the rivals around him are doing the high 1 minute 46s. He's doing low 1 minute 47s. I think he's on the money at the moment.
Getting caught by that BMW in the wrong part of the track, and is he letting him through or not? It's difficult and so worrying. Do you trust the car in front to turn in or not? He's just been stuck behind him for 3 corners. So is he really letting me through? That time he did through that last turn, and now back into free air. But that will have been a slower lap, a 1:48.7 this time through, 48.4. Sorry. So yeah, about a second slower.
Well, and also that will have ramifications for this lap as well, because it meant he was slower onto the start-finish straight, didn't get the power down, so his maximum speed at the end of the straight won't be as high. So infuriating, but it's an element that all of them will have to face. You just have to hope and pray particularly if you've got someone close behind you, that you can get them at any slower car at a point where it's not going to interrupt you. But alas, down to that tricky final chicane, you have very, very few options. You could try and launch yourself over the curbs. Nick was telling us you get all sorts of penalties for going across the curbs on one side of the track. And then, of course, if you're landing and your car's bouncing up and down, it's very hard to get the power down until your car's stable all over again. So tricky questions. Better perhaps just to stay behind and hope the other car pulls out of your way and not goes. You want them to go to the inside of the circuit and you sweep around the outside because that's the fastest line. But it's not always happening.
So this is the time where all the pit stops are happening for our GT3 cars, the majority of them anyway. Remember, Modern and Motorsports are on a split strategy to the rest, so they are not quite half a stint behind, but there and thereabouts. And so we won't expect to see them come in, and the gap between Williams and themselves will be down to just a couple of seconds, at least for about 10 laps. There is another good little battle brewing between Team iRacing and Leopard. So now it's Adam Christodoulou versus Dan Wells. I think Dan Wells is the only person in the Leopard car because we haven't seen anybody else driving that car so far. But Dan is very, very talented in terms of both real world and sim. And he's helping a lot of people in Hong Kong get set up in sim racing. And there's a big Asian championship on a different platform coming up. And he's a big mover and shaker in making sure all of those drivers have got the correct setup and it's set up correctly.
Well, it's rather good if you're based in Hong Kong and you can corner the market in driver coaching with so many drivers just anxious to go racing and so many events. No sporting events in China till 2021. So a lot of drivers who'd have been doing, for example, GT World Challenge Asia are having to twiddle their thumbs at the moment. So to keep themselves sharp, they want to compete in events like this, but they don't want to just compete. They want to really get out there and fight for it. So people like Dan Wells with all that experience, Ben, absolutely perfectly positioned for that. In fact, probably not enough hours in the day for them to get all the coaching done that they'd like to be able to do.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when he's traveling around to different houses and building the sim rigs for these drivers, making sure they feel correct, and then doing the setup and coaching as well. I think he's a busy boy, and hopefully that's good for him in this time. I know he's just got married too. Actually, I've noticed that he hasn't been doing a lot of practice for this race because he's been distracted by Flight Simulator, which has recently come out.
Ah, okay. So, in fact, not only is he having to sort of focus on his... Actually, coming to do sim racing and doing the coaching probably gets him away from making decisions like how they arrange the napkins on the table at the virtually... You've been there, Ben. I've been there, Ben. All those decisions that seem to be the most important in the world in the lead-up to... You know what? Our race leader into the pits, though, coming in to check on the napkins on the tables. Not at all. Daniel Lafuente, 1 minute 37 seconds to the good, but now he's putting on to the equal number of pit stops, which is 7, with the chasing Ferrari, the car from Modern Motorsports. And, their best lap times are very, very similar, just a few thousandths of a second between them. So in terms of outright performance, not a lot at all between them. Then, as you say, Ben, they're on this split... timetable. Let's see. Hit the deck with 55 seconds on the clock. Going to exit the pit lane with 1 minute 17. Okay, bear that in mind. We'll think about that when we get to the next time the Modern Motorsports Ferrari comes in to make its pit stop. But the thing that intrigues me is these cars were largely taking an hour per stint. Not quite, but we've still got 3 hours 35 minutes remaining. Now, how are the teams going to handle that number? Because that's 3 pit stops. And a bit. It's the bit that really counts, isn't it?
And that's where I think Modern Motorsport are in a potentially good situation because their strategy fits better to the amount of time left.
Yeah, it sort of fits with the clock rather more handily. And I know at the start of the race, you would have had an idea about what you're going to do. Of course, this race had to be reset effectively at the outset. So... we've got 7 hours 47 minutes elapsed and 3 hours 34 to go. So you're not going to have the full 12 hours. So they have to divide it differently to if they haven't had to reset the race at the start. So it's one for the mathematicians among you. Slide rule won't be good enough, but certainly with some of the race software you can get, it just seems extraordinary that the level you would need to go to, the various elements of timing you need to have up your sleeve, particularly if something strays away from what you thought was a straightforward run through a 12-hour race, if there is such a thing as a straightforward run through a 12-hour race.
And there will be the odd team who will just come into this with a blank sheet of paper and just have a bit of fun. But ultimately, if you want to be competitive, and pretty much I guarantee most of the drivers in here are competitive beasts, they will have their Excel spreadsheets. They will be working as we get closer to the end of the race. They will start working from the end of the race backwards, rather than planning their strategy from the start of the race forwards. With everything that's shaken out, with the fact that, for instance, Modern Motorsport had that half a stint because of their we discovered, Bruce, that it was a puncture that they encountered, which was a bit of a strange one.
Right.
And that's why they had. Nick and I have never heard of getting a puncture in on sim racing, but they got the black and white flag, not the black and white, the donut flag for having to come into the pits because they had damage to their car, and the tyre pressures said they had no tyre pressures in them, so they had to come in and change.
Okay,
very strange.
That was, I believe, just after I'd gone off air, and it was very interesting trying to work out what they'd done in that stop. Had they taken on no tyre? Yeah. Okay, that's the answer. So, are you sure I've got a flat? I can't see it. It's a virtual flat, but
and not something that very, very many people have experienced before, and how they picked it up, who knows? I know that there are certain platforms that do simulate curb strikes, and you can get punctures from that, but I wasn't aware that iRacing was one of them. But maybe it is. Maybe they do simulate rogue screws on the track and bits of carbon and bits of metal that you can run over.
Well, if you don't get a puncture, you want the sort of most realistic simulation you can get. If you do, you don't. But that's just how it goes. So looking for the gap next time around between Daniel Lafuente, who's just come out for another stint, 251 laps completed, that number 34 Williams Esports BenQ Audi, and the chasing Modern Motorsports car, which of course will be the next one in. But as Ben pointed out, they're about half a stint apart because that now I've found out the puncture that number 16 Modern Motorsport Ferrari has suffered. So across onto lap 253, back up to a fairly decent pace straight away. 1 minute 47.3 seconds for Daniel Lafuente. Now, it should be about 20-something seconds until Dakota Fripp crosses the start-finish line in that number 16 Ferrari from Modern Motorsport. Of course, they feel like the longest 20-odd seconds while you're waiting for the timing being 25.5 seconds is the gap, first to second. So that's how close they are. But of course, it's not entirely realistic, is it, Ben? Because of course, the fact they're about half a stint apart from each other, and maybe that really is going to work for Modern Motorsports' advantage. Because if they come in half an hour's time, then they've got 3 one-hour stints through to the end of this race. That works quite well.
Also, what is a 55-second stop? Because we've seen a 31-second stop, and obviously that must be fuel only. But then if a 109, 110 stop is only 2 tyres, what's a 55?
1 tyre.
I mean, it's possible. There's only 1 tyre that gets really abused around here.
Yeah, or it could have been front tyre, and we'll throw another curveball in. A little bit of damage repair. You know, unless you do hours and hours in this race, we've got to work out just the difference. And how about this, Ben? What sort of notification do you get as to how much time it takes to fix various problems on the car? Do you know that I've got a bent nose, it's going to cost me 10 seconds, or a bent nose, it's 20 seconds? Do you know the scale of the fixing time, or do you press a button that says fix and then it just fixes until it's finished?
No, you have the amount of time totally it will take to fix any damage, so you know exactly how much time you will lose, and that is why you can make the educated guess as to whether you take the fixing or not. And if you know that you've been losing a second a lap and it's only going to take 20 seconds to fix and you've got 4 hours to go, then you should really be airing the car.
Yeah, but also I guess if you know it's going to delay you by 22 seconds, you know that your rival is 24 seconds behind you. Then you've really got to start thinking about, hold on, what's the time delay per lap versus will I come out right in front of him? Good. Or would I come out just behind? Not so good.
Yeah,
God,
exactly.
There's so much to think about. I thought it was just the driving, honestly.
So we're expecting to see RSR Abruzzi in the pits from 6th position. And in fact, I think they may well be heading there right now. And in a few laps' time, we'll get the answer to the question on the double stinting of tyres from SERIES Esports with Michael Davis aboard. And in fact, Atlantis from third position have just entered pit lane as well.
Yeah.
So that was actually a bit of a short stop, a short stint.
Was it? Okay, so this is me trying to get back up to speed with the stint length. So Arcadius Neumann bringing that in, car number 28. One of the 2 Atlantis Racing Ferraris. That was the one I was watching, having a really good battle earlier in the race with Jacob Viderka at the wheel. But now it's handed over to another driver, to Maciej Milnek. So he's taken over the car that came in from third place, but of course that drops it back down, in fact, behind the SERIES Esports Audi. So we've got Audi, Ferrari, Audi. Ferrari keeping that pattern going. In fact, it goes on down to 6th place with that alternation before we have 2 Ferraris in a row, because the second of the Atlantis Racing Ferraris is in 7th. But right now it's looking very handy for Daniel Lafuente at the front of the field, it must be said. Sitting with a 26-second advantage. And yes, still waiting, as Ben pointed out, for Brandon Roseborough to come in, bringing in the RSR Abruzzi Esport Ferrari. That's the one in 6th, so that'll drop back down the order a bit more. But again,
it's like a full service for Atlantis Racing. They are just about to finish their stop. 109 is their stop. Are we convinced that that's only 2 tyres and not 4 tyres? I would expect that to be a 4-tyre stop.
Well, you know what? I'm just actually looking, because of course we've got 2 columns on our screen. We've got pit lane time and pit stop time, which obviously includes the in and the out. So in fact, maybe I've been talking 128. That's including the in and the out. 17 seconds. Yeah, that's about right, actually. So that should be, if it's about 128, that's in to out, not the time at the standstill, which probably 109 does represent. So yeah, well spotted. Sherlock Constanduras?
Well, because I'm using a different timing screen to you, which is the beauty of sim racing, is you've got different tools at your disposal. So I think I've got slightly different information, or I can see slightly different things to what you can see.
Well, actually, if you can have that set up, it's always good to have, as long as we're not pretending we're seeing the same screen, it gives you twice the information potentially. If you're seeing, for example, you get the time in the pits, whereas I'm just getting the lap time and vice versa, and I've got more timing intervals around a lap, then we can hopefully paint a better picture, a more accurate picture between us. But
and then that would explain why Daniel Lafuente has done a 55. So he's done a not a full tyre stop, and he has got a couple of tyres doing doubles on his car, but not a full set doing doubles, unlike Michael Davis, who did that last time through. And when he comes into the pits, he's done 33 laps on this stint of tyre. So those tyres must be really at the end of their tether now.
And they'd had the rotation, as you pointed out, so that's probably taken the equivalent of quite a few laps out of them. It was a low-speed spin at turn 10, but anyway, hoiking the car through 180 degrees, clearly not recommended for tyre life.
All right, so after the pits, after 35 laps.
Yeah, that's coming in from 6th place overall. Will fall back behind the second of the Atlantis Racing Ferraris, which will put the Atlantis cars into 5th and 6th positions, with Maciej Milnek, who just joined ahead of Tomasz Olawiak. But now Brandon Roseborough coming in that dark red and stripy number 55 Ferrari from RSR Abruzzi Esports. Just waiting to see if we'll have a driver change. I think Brandon is probably staying on board. He's sharing with Anthony Pisano and Chris Pfeffer, who was really in the thick of the battle in the early stages of the race. But actually, that said, Ben, we started with 39 cars. We've still got 33 going, so it's not like the traffic's really got a whole lot better for the drivers. And as we've always tend to spot, you suddenly have laps where you just seem to have cars ahead of you all at the time. But obviously in a GT3 class, you can pick them off unless they're cars from your own class.
Yeah, much harder that way. So now after about 30 seconds, does the car go up on the jacks? Do we see the movement for a change of tyres? Up it goes now. So yes, we do. That was expected because, of course, it's already done. No, sorry, this is a different car. So yeah, he is not double stinting totally his tyres. If he leaves now, then it will just be 2, and he does. So there you go. So that's a 2-tyre stop for Brandon.
Okay, that tallies. So it's about an extra 10, 11 seconds to get the second set of tyres on. The second pair of tyres, rather than set. So it comes out.
Interesting.
Yeah, out into 9th place. Came in from 6th down to 9th. So it shows how quickly things change. Still tight at the top, but only 2 cars on the lead lap. There were 3 fighting over the honours at the end of about 5 hours of racing. That was the 2 Williams Esports Audis with the Modena Motorsport Ferrari. But the number 33 Williams Esport Audi had a clash with the BMW GT4 car. That was at the chicane. And then a very spectacular departure at the end of the main straight, clearly with not enough still working on that car, steering included. That left us a 2-horse race, 25 seconds between them. And leading the way, Daniel Lafuente, 1 minute 47.0 last time around. And the chasing Dakota Fripp, 1 minute 45.7, 1.3 seconds in one lap. Must have been some traffic, or else he's suddenly gone, you know what, I'm going to start pressing on now. But that's a very good time, only half a second down on that car's best. But fuel load coming down, tyres getting a little more tired, but temperatures dropping too, so that helps the tyres as well. So maybe we're going to start seeing some really quick times, particularly when people get fresh rubber all around. But right now, Dakota Fripp doing a really good job, I must say.
As you can see, we were talking a little earlier about how dark this track will get. Bruce, you've done the 24 hours in the real world. I don't know exactly how this is being modeled in terms of light, and if it is quite similar, but there's a lot of little floodlights on the inside and outside of various corners, and so I imagine it's not going to be that dark when we're in full dark conditions.
Actually, I'll let you in on a secret. I've never done the 24 hours of Barcelona. No, I've done 24-hour races pretty much everywhere else, so I can't honestly tell you, but I know actually when you leave the circuit after a regular racing day, you know, about 8 o'clock in the evening, you've been there for 12 hours, I'm traditionally there in late September, possibly even early October, and it's pretty dark around the circuit at that point. Okay, whatever lights they have would have been switched down because of no further racing. But there are some circuits you go racing at, and at night time, the lighting is absolutely fantastic. And it's really quite deceptive. And that's something that's really changed in the past 10 years or so. I think the quality of lighting around a circuit. And do you remember when they started racing the Singapore street circuit? You know, the teams didn't know how to model what the lighting was going to be like. Of course, there are buildings, those central business district, office blocks and hotels around the circuit, but, you know, you need really strong light to cast proper light. And they basically treated it as though the circuit was in full darkness, despite being in the middle of Singapore. And that was one of the key elements when they were trying to prepare for a circuit they'd never been to before. And I think by the time they went the second year, they had a far clearer handle on what it was like. And also, you think about the Yas Marina circuit. You know, the Grand Prix starts in daylight, goes very quickly through evening, very quick sunset, and into full darkness. But that's a circuit with stupendous lighting on it. Yeah. Clearly, you know... Go on, Ben, sorry.
Not something you ever realise that you've got into the night there. It goes to darkness, but so much light around the track, it feels like even brighter than the day, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, so at certain points, because what you don't have, of course, is shadow, which is, you think about the start of the race with the sun going down, so the sun's coming at an angle. You go behind a grandstand and you might have had the sun in your face, and then suddenly you're in really deep shadow. So sometimes at night time, it just can be that little bit easier, to be honest. So
that was a full service of the Simsa Esports GT3 car. Now fallen back into, I think, 5th position. And it's going to be about 25 seconds to Atlantis. So that actually is a swap for... Oh, no, it's not a swap for position.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
It's 11 seconds ahead of the second Atlantis car. It's the one it was fighting with, but now we've got to change of drivers. Thomas Oliviak is still in the 27 Atlantis Ferrari, but Ramez Azam has taken over the Simsa Esports Audi. So, Michael Davis, that was a really good double stint there. That was under duress, but let's see what Ramez can get up to. And pressing on now. But that classic moment when you cross over, you've taken over the car, and then suddenly you've got the falling lights. And the first few laps, you're trying to feel how the car is, what's happening. You bed yourself in. But Canadian racer Ramez Azam settling down right now. We'll keep an eye on that gap. 10.7 seconds. It's coming down by a little bit here and there, but nothing untoward at all. And we heard earlier from Gustas Grinbergus, the third driver in that car, the 17-year-old Lithuanian driver, and he said that they picked the Audi simply because it was a car that was kind, a car that was predictable, a car that was gentle. Didn't say gentle, but it was easier to drive with fewer elements in its makeup that might just come out and bite you on the backside. Looking to see who's the fastest driver out on the circuit at the moment. And in fact, it's our race leader, 1 minute 46.0 seconds. Have you got on your timing screen, Ben, anything that tells you stint length?
Yes.
Okay, so how far into this stint is Daniel Lafuente?
Lafuente is 9 laps in.
Okay.
Dakota Fripp 31 laps in.
Okay,
so
Dakota's in a few laps then.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so the fact... actually, as I said, that the fastest driver on the track was our race leader. Then Dakota Fripp bangs in a 1 minute 45.8. So even at this late stage in the stint, okay, fuel load is down, but Fripp actually going faster than the race leader. But again,
that shows there are good tyres still on that car.
Exactly.
So this is now the opportunity to double stint.
Yeah, and I also think it just means that the tyres before, you can see, judging by lap times, taking the traffic out of the equation, you felt they started to tire towards the end of the stint, and these are still clearly very sweet indeed if you're doing laps within 0.6 of a second of that car's fastest lap. Sky quite cloudy at the moment. Broken cloud, but quite a lot of that broken cloud. I know it looks a bit dramatic. The cloud's very grey indeed. That's because the sun is about to dip behind the hills just north of Barcelona. But it's not a glorious sunny evening. And there was cloud early in the race, so mixed conditions. Keeps the drivers guessing a little bit. Not so much at night time, but certainly during the day, what it was going to do to the tyre temperatures. And certainly they were quite savage early in the race, that's for sure.
As you would expect from Barcelona at this time of the year. I think Formula One were kind of a bit lucky about their visit last weekend. It wasn't incredibly, horrifically hot that it could be, really.
Well, you can imagine Pirelli heaving a sigh of relief after the previous 2 Grand Prix with tyres not necessarily coming home on the rims, or not necessarily as they were hoped to last. But then again, it made it very, very interesting to see how they could handle it. But certainly in qualifying here for the Grand Prix, the fact that drivers wanted to just hang back until the final moment before starting their flying lap in terms of not really getting up to 100% speed at all around the outlap, but certainly made it very interesting. So tyre life still then and now always a critical element at the Circuit de Catalunya.
Yeah, those clouds, if they did simulate rain, those clouds would definitely be rain clouds. They are very, very black and dark. Will, in this situation, retain a little bit of temperature in the track. Obviously, a totally clear night allows temperature to escape from the Earth, and therefore the coldest nights tend to be the clearest nights. But if you've got a bit of cloud cover like we have around the track right now, that might retain a bit of temperature for these guys, and we won't suddenly go the other way, because of course every stint and every stop that they have the opportunity to change tyres, they will be chasing the pressures, especially with the massive change from 44 degrees at the start of the race down to 24 the last time we checked. They will be able to, and will be, making sure those tyres are treated well and are moving the tyre pressures around to match the track temperatures and expected track temperatures moving forward.
What I've just noticed, looking at the pace of Ben of Ramez Azam, when he came out of the pits, he got down to the 1 minute 46s. And on that fresh rubber, it's only about 2 or 3 laps old, he's just banged in a 1 minute 45.7. That's a very competitive lap time from the Audi at this point in the race. The SERIES Esports Audi number 66. Michael Davis did that double stint on the tyres, and maybe the car's going, hurrah, I've got fresh rubber. We can really pick up the pace. But that's about a second faster than the sort of regular pace that Michael Davis was managing. But then Michael's pace fell off toward, not much, by about half a second through that towards the end of that second stint, the double stint on the tyres. Right now, Ramez Azam in the orange and white SERIES Esports Audi lapping very nicely indeed. But mind you, he's not trouble from behind, though. The second of the Atlantis team Ferraris is 16 seconds back, and the first of them in 4th place, 1 position ahead of him, is 19 seconds to good. But he is taking time. In fact, 2 seconds a lap off the car in front of him. So this is a sweet moment for the SERIES Esport Audi.
Yeah, it looks like he had pretty clear track. If you look behind, there doesn't seem to be anybody around. So he's been able to do a couple of laps there. Totally clear track, clear that back marker easily down the main straight. He's going to have a bit more of an issue with the Porsche that he catches up with. Maybe it'll be all right, actually. Maybe it'll be into turn 5, runs a little bit wide there. But it is, if you can get the track at the right time, then it massively benefits your lap time. And he's being able to really slice down the gap to the guys in front of him, now down to 16.5 seconds.
Yeah, well, he's taken 2 seconds off the car in front of him and gained 2 seconds on the car behind. So he's certainly outpacing the Atlantis Racing Team Ferraris at the moment. But as you say, Ben, he could have a couple of laps ruined by traffic in the wrong place. But right now, Ramez Azab doing a really good job in 5th place overall. But Daniel Lafuente still lapping cleanly at the front of the field. But his gap to Dakota Fripp is coming down. And Dakota's due in the pits really in the next couple of laps. We said a few laps ago he's on about 31 laps in this stint. Sky getting darker and darker. If you're scared of the dark, come into the pits. And that's, in fact, what Modena Motorsport surely will be doing. But lapping very well at the moment. 1 minute 45.6. He's going faster and faster as the fuel load comes down. And certainly shouldn't hang his shame after this stint. It's been really, really good and consistently quick for Dakota Fripp.
So this is an interesting little battle we're watching here. We're looking at the third of the group, RSR Abruzzi, with Brandon aboard that car. He is chasing Adam Christodoulou and is actually, he was 1.5 seconds, but that gap's now gone up to 5. So something going on. No, it's now down to 3. Definitely something wrong with one of the connections there. And he's chasing down Christodoulou, and Christodoulou is chasing down Dan Wells. So that's a battle for 7th position. Christo in a lot of traffic just ahead, which obviously Brandon is going to catch in a few moments' time. But there is no pit stops expected for the next 10, 15 laps from either of these cars, and therefore this should be getting potentially quite spicy in the next couple of laps. A big queue of traffic, in fact.
Well, what's particularly good about that's, while the top 10 has largely been Audi, Ferrari, Audi, this is a battle between the Leipzig Audi in 7th overall, the Mercedes from Team Aber in 8th, and the Ferrari of RSR Abruzzi in 9th, covered between them by under 7 seconds now, tightening up. Lots of traffic up ahead of them, TCR class cars, GT4 cars, and unfortunately for the Team Abruzzi car, Brandon Roseborough, finding a face full of BMW GT4, has to bide his time into the chicane. Now it's the exit of the chicane. Can he get the power down? Yeah, the BMW goes to the outside. That was 4.51, stays out of the way very well indeed. That's the Tibbet racing car, the American crude car. Very well driven there. Well done for staying out of the way. So this battle will get tighter and tighter now as we fight over 7th, 8th and 9th.
And that's what explains why the gaps were moving around so much. So he'd obviously managed to catch Adam before we got to the traffic, and then Adam had managed to get through some traffic, but Brandon had not, and now they've kind of both cleared, and the gap is at about, now it's in 2 seconds, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on, but I'm not sure that's the Mercedes just ahead, saying 4 seconds on the graphic on the TV screen, so I'm going to believe that more than my ming, but it's getting close, that's for sure. And of course, Adam will have this difficulty of looking forward to try and chase down Dan Wells. It has been a battle since I joined the team in commentary, and also now looking behind him with Brandon approaching.
Yeah, exactly so. And unfortunately, let's see, the car up in front, in fact, is the white and pale blue car from the Romanian team that's a lap or so down. Endurance Team Romania. Victor Nicolai at the wheel at the moment, but not in their battle, but certainly getting very tight indeed. And we've got in 3rd place the T3 Motorsports Audi coming through. Oh, and now we've got the change. Modena Motorsport in the pits. John Shen has taken over from Dakota Fripp. So the driver from Hong Kong taking...
Full service.
Full service. Ah.
Yeah.
Only the best for John, you see. That's what he's
so John's a C-rated driver, so that means he hasn't had a huge amount of experience in iRacing, like proper hosted iRaces. Only 1,700 iRating. So maybe handing over a car with a set of tyres that is going to be on the edge by the end of the stint was to a driver who perhaps is least experienced of the group in that car. Perhaps is not necessarily a wise thing. So let's see how John gets on in his first stint. Then he can decide whether he wants to double stint his tyres for his second stint.
No, exactly so. And John Shen and his long relationship with Benny Simonson. They've run together at in the Dubai 24 Hours and other events in the past, and actually raced together in Blancpain Asia last year. But John, as you point out, Ben, the least experienced of that crew in terms of racing in the virtual world. So the car still in 2nd place, having rejoined. Next car in line is the T3 Audi, T3 Esports Beta Audi. Jens Hohmann coming towards the end of his current stint, one would think. But Let's wait a few laps and see what sort of pace that John settles down into. But as you point out, on lovely fresh rubber, a lot of drivers now going for a double stint will be thinking, oh, I remember fresh rubber. had that early in the race. Race leader still lapping very well indeed. Only about a third of the way through this stint for Daniel Lafuente, lapping constantly in the 1 minute 45. That's very good. Williams Esports BenQ car, purple at the front, dark blue in the middle, light blue around the rump. And one of 2 cars from that team, but the sister car, number 33, out of the race after contact. Arthur Lehouk and Josh Thompson both went very well in that, but alas, not still with us. That's why T3 Esports up into 3rd place, but being chased down by Maciej Mulnek in the better place of the 2 Atlantis Racing Team Ferraris. As I said, hunted down. Of course, the difference between them on the last lap could be dealt with in thousandths of a second, but the general trend has been that the 71 Audi is being hunted by the 28 Ferrari at the moment. Just looking to see who else is...
Just keeping half an eye on Dan Wells, Adam Christodoulou and Brandon Roseborough. Not a massive change in the gaps between those 3 cars, but certainly the cars that are closest to each other. Actually, there might even be a change going on for 11th position. Looking at the time screen, Legion of Racers are just half a second ahead of Duran Motorsport. That might have been a change already, or it might be happening now. In traffic, very, very tricky.
Absolutely so. So the Mercedes still in front, which is Luis Antonio Moreno for the Legion of Racers. Oh, it's very tight down the start-finish straight, so certainly plenty to be considered there. But Lucas Schwenk is behind him for Durena Motorsport with their Ferrari. So they're close within a second, but no traffic immediately in front of them. That means it's going to be fair and square. The Mercedes still in front of the Ferrari through turn 1, through turn 2, then into the long right-hander at turn 3. But you know what? The Ferrari is quicker. It certainly was closing up as they were about a quarter of a way around turn 3. Get out of turn 3, it's about the same again now, of course. The next corner is turn 4, that right-hander. There is traffic up ahead of them, but it's not particularly slow, so it's not going to help either of those 2 drivers. But I think the Atlantis Ferrari is just able to close. Sorry, the Durena Motorsport Club Ferrari just able to close in a little bit. But we all know, Ben, oh, big switch from, I'm trying to think which of the Ferraris was. I think it was the RSR Abruzzi car.
It does look like that, isn't it?
Twitch out of turn 5.
I don't know how he's in that position unless there is a full lap down, because actually he's ahead of that battle.
Yeah, just trying to quickly think if it's another Ferrari and I've forgotten the race livery, but no, the Team Romania one. Yeah.
No, it is the Abruzzi, but he's a full lap down in 9th over this battle for 11th.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Getting some nice improvised camera views here. Something a little bit different from the guys over at RaceBot TV who are providing the pictures for us today.
It's great, isn't it, where you see camera angles you have never ever seen before with virtual racing. It takes a moment or two to go, particularly with something like the Nürburgring Nordschleife. You go, I've never seen that corner with a camera before, because of course, with 120 plus corners on a lap, you're not going to have a camera at every corner. And also, let's face it, a lot of the reasons that cameras get to certain corners is because there's access to those corners through the forest, and others don't have access. So that's why you're dictated to around the Nordschleife. But of course, in the virtual world, nothing needs to be dictated. You can have the lot.
Yeah, cable length doesn't really matter in the virtual world, does it?
No, exactly so. And whether you're going to be attacked by a pack of wolves in the Eiffel Forest, cracking between
it's getting very
12,
tasty,
isn't it? So Luis Moreno. Well, their lap times are almost identical, but 0.2 of a second. Lucas Schwenk really, I was going to say really pushing, literally was pushing as they got down into the chicane, now accelerating around that final right-hander of the start-finish straight. It's not quite night, but it's getting much got and now surely a slipstream for Schwenk in the Durena Motorsport Ferrari, but actually looking backwards from the Mercedes, from Legion of Racers, he's got the power down better. That is a feature of the Mercedes. They seem to have more grunt low down. They lose out around the twisty bits, certainly here at the Circuit de Catalunya, but held his own down the start-finish straight, so no advantage for the chasing Ferrari that time round. Gap between them, just having a quick squint, waiting for that to come up, actually, but half a second, I'd say.
Yeah, and Abruzzi's just got ahead, so they've put themselves between those two guys battling, and the next GT3 behind is actually the third place car of T3 Esports of Jens Homan. So we've got 4 GT3 cars here, all on different well, 3 of them on different laps, and some lappery going on, but some battling going on. And now Abruzzi's cleared all the traffic. T3 have got to do another, well, in theory, 2 cars. All the while, the poor guys in Luis Moreno in the Legion of Races having to think about actually staying in 11th position as well as not compromising too much these guys ahead.
Yeah, just about sorted itself out. Certainly the driver of the Audi in third position, Jens Homan, very positive. And then, oh, dearie me.
He's led him down the inside, and he's being very kind to the guy in third position, opened the door, and of course the guy in 12th position came sliding through. So that has been a change of positions, and Lucas Schwark has made it through, and there's more traffic to contend with now.
Well, maybe it's swing back the other way. Very unfortunate there for Luis Antonio Moreno, for Legion of Racers. A couple of 911 Cup class cars in front of them. One still in front of the unfortunate Mercedes racer. So Moreno flashing his headlights. He's been gentlemanly and let the car that was a lap ahead go through. Lost that 11th position. Now he's been dropped off the tail of it. He got behind the 991 Cup class car and really lost out big time there. That was really unfortunate. I was told by my parents that good manners led to good things, but unfortunately there, the Porsche Lorient car just got totally in the way of Moreno.
Good presence of mind, though. Lorena was running alongside that 911 car and knew that there's not a massive straight line difference between the two. So he then gave a little bit more space to the 911 car, knowing that they were both also passing the TCR car. And one of the difficulties in sim racing is knowing what's alongside you. You do have a spotter saying that you've got a car to your left or a car to your right, but how much left or how much right is very tricky. And sometimes that side-to-side, door-to-door contact is really, really tricky to judge. So good effort from Legion of Racers and Luis Moreno to make sure that didn't happen. But unfortunately, he has now dropped to 12th, being as gentlemanly as he was.
Yeah, he lost effectively not just 2.5 seconds in that manoeuvre, but he not in that individual manoeuvre, on that lap, and being slow onto the following one by being delayed out of the chicane, and as well by that Porsche. That cost him speed all the way down the start-finish straight, and now, unfortunately for him, the Ferrari that went past him has driven away, so he's got to recompose himself and look for more traffic to help him back up there. But I must say, it was very, the T3 Esports Audi in third place worked his way from the back of that pack past a car that was a lap down and 2 that were 2 laps down, and actually hasn't pulled away from them, having got through. Might have taken a little bit out of his tyres, might have got a lot of tyre pickup going around the outside of them, but only now is he starting to open up that margin. I think we've had a pit visitor. Just having a quick look, because I noticed Moreno's car has an 11 on the windscreen of that Mercedes. It had 12 last time around, so he's got back ahead of Lucas Schwenk. What's happened to Schwenk?
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah, I saw a flash of dust there. Someone might have gone off, but Schwenk is now back behind him in the Durano Motorsport.
With a lap time of 2:03 last time by, so he's made a big error somewhere on that last lap.
Yeah, it cost him 16 seconds. It's like, 2:03. He's 14 and a bit seconds down on Moreno. So, not poetic justice in a way, but not to lose that much time. He should have just lost the position. But anyhow, it wasn't his fault. He was in a position to try and challenge, and the position presented itself. But then suddenly Moreno just clashed going into turn 5 with one of the TCR Audis. Got pushed wide and had to turn in for a second time. Up the inside trying to go up the inside. No, doesn't work into turn 7. So getting frustrated. He's got that position back that he lost, but dearie me, 2 TCR Audis having a battle with each other, and Moreno right in the thick of it, Ben. This is really what you don't want.
Yeah, so much of endurance racing is clearing traffic, isn't it? You hear it time and time again. Efficiency through traffic is what wins the race, and reliability, of course. But we'd have to worry about reliability in sim racing. But that is, you can see how not to do it there by our Luis Antonio Moreno there, just being impatient, as you say, and pushing in the wrong places. Just trying. Sometimes you can foresee how it's going to work. You can back out of the throttle and catch the car in front at a more preferable point than if you were absolutely flat out. And that can be so much more beneficial. Here, I think, is a replay of Schwenk. Maybe not.
Well, Schwenk all on his own, could be at the next corner, down the hill out of turn 5, through the kink at turn 6, up the inside of the bright green Audi TCR, turning into turn 7, hits the curbs on the inside, that's right. Oh, tries to change position around the Mullner Motorsport Porsche Cup class car. Over the top of the hill at Kampsa, running a little bit wide, but, you know, the thick of all the traffic. Oh, I tell you what, that's not Dureno, that's the number 28 Ferrari, Maciej Milnek in 4th place overall. Dark-coloured Ferraris on a proper dark circuit now. So we've got 3 hours, just under 3 hours remaining in this race, and it's Daniel Lafuente leading by quite a margin now over John Shen. So it's Williams Esport Audi from Modena Motorsports Ferrari. Third is the Jens Homan driven T3 Esports Audi. They're the top 3 runners. In the next 3 positions, we've got 2 Atlantis Racing Team Ferraris, and sandwiched between them, a driver going very well since he's taken over, Ramez Azam, in 5th overall in the Simsa Esports Audi. So that's where we are. 3 hours remaining. And let's run down through the classes. Just waiting as Nick Damon about to join again. 14th place overall. Hello, Nick. I'm just going down the classes. Salva Talens for MSI Esport, leading the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup class. Second in that class is another 3 positions further back. It's René Osterkamp for Duo by Sim RC. Scroll down a bit further to find top in GT4. 25th overall, Mark Rutschen, Leipert Esports Black. That's a BMW M4. And top in TCR is David Perez in 26th overall for MSI Esports. So it's all shared out very well indeed. So, Nick, we've had a change of drivers at the top end in that John Shen has taken over from Dakota Fripp for Modena Motorsports, but the Ferrari out of kilter, but now lapping actually very well indeed in the hands of Shen. But Daniel Lafuente coming towards the end of his stint, but he's got a comfortable little advantage at the moment.
Yeah, the biggest change from when I last looked at this screen an hour ago is it's now virtually dark, isn't it? The lights are illuminating the side of the track. It's not full dark yet, but it's getting there at a local time of 5 to 9 is the sim time at the moment. So slightly behind where real time, which would be 5 past 9. But yeah, so we're now seeing the setting sun, and the darkness is falling around the circuit of Catalonia, and I'm very interested to see how dark it actually gets.
Yeah, Ben and I were discussing that, about how good the pools of light are, where they fall, and I said to him, because I've never done a 24-hour race at Circuit de Catalunya. You have, though? No,
we
never.
have, yes. It was a blessed relief for the night time. It was so blooming hot during the day. It was a ridiculously hot race. It was so hot that the drivers Creventic bought all the teams a paddling pool, which they put out the back, and the drivers just throw themselves into it fully clothed or fully race suited at the end of their stints to try and cool off.
Yes, I remember when I think they first took that routine, the route down the paddling pool route. It was the 24 hours at Paul Ricard about 4 years ago, and it wasn't just the drivers; it was actually friends and family. But when in the pool, and as soon as the driver came out, small children had to be removed and very overheated driver put in. But it just makes a difference, doesn't it? But it is the big curse for those of us that work the pit lanes at 24-hour races. Heat retention. Le Mans seems to win the prize. Doesn't have the highest overall temperatures, but the sheer scale of those pit buildings, Nick, you and I know just how hot it can feel.
And when
long after nightfall. Exactly.
But then there was a flip of that. I can't remember it wasn't that many years ago. It was about 4 or 5 years ago when it was absolutely freezing at Le Mans. Do you remember that? Yeah, it was about 4 or 5 years ago. It was like 6 degrees overnight, and it was like you're sitting there going, "Well, I thank you for my triple layer overhauls, but I'd like to have quadruple layer overhauls plus a thermal vest." It was so cold.
Oh, give me cold.
Sleep in the car.
Oh yeah, that's the windows all steamed up. But give me cold anytime, or cool, but over hot. 24-hour race for everyone involved. You just hope it doesn't stay hot through the night. When you're already tired, already been racing for by nightfall for maybe 8 or 9 hours, and you do need a little bit of cool.
I'm not sure whether we're going to be there or not in person. We'll certainly be there covering the event for the Le Mans 24 Hours in a few weeks' time. But late September, and you have any sort of feeling for what the weather will be like in Le Mans? You are a more regular international Francais traveller than myself. Is it going to be a hot one, or will they got chilly like we do at night in September?
Clement is the word. Clement, I think, because it will cool down, but we all know from wherever you are in Northern Europe, you can have a lovely Indian summer, meaning, the summer keeps on going, and you can have, a bit of cooler nights can certainly come in. My fingers are crossed that we have a sort of temperate weather conditions. And if it should be a lot nicer for the teams, absolutely, than it would be with our regular June date. But we know within that June date, we can almost have a 20 degrees spread from a hot one at Le Mans to one that doesn't have the weather.
So anyway, there's listing. As soon as we know what we're doing, we'll tell you, because we don't at the moment, because the ACO isn't quite clear on what's happening with people with media badges going down there yet. But it will be covered on RSL in full every session. Every time the cars hit the track for the big race, you'll be hearing it. But whether we're doing it remotely or actually at site, we don't know.
I can't believe you haven't had the letter yet. Anyhow, right.
Oh God. So
pace at the front. Pace last time around for Daniel Lafuente, leading for the Williams Esports BenQ car. That's number 34, 1 minute 45.7. John Shen really getting down to some good laps for Modena Motorsport, 1 minute 45.9. So next to no difference between them, but unfortunately for them, about a lap on the track. But then Daniel Lafuente will owe us a pit stop at some point, not for a while yet, because the cars are running about 20 laps out of sync due to that puncture. You heard Benny Simonson explaining that. Now, a puncture in this is, Ben tells me, very, very unusual.
I've never experienced a puncture or known anyone having a puncture in the recent time. I assume it's one of the additional problems you have with a bit of contact, something else. It's now randomly pinged up, and it certainly was interesting because we saw the lack of pace, losing 3 seconds a lap for 3 or 4 laps. Couldn't work out what it was. Came in, didn't do anything, just replaced it, went out again. We thought, well, perhaps it was a rig problem for the driver, but no, it was a puncture. But you're made to come in. You get the black and orange flag. You have to stop for repairs, which they did. And they came back, but they had already lost a bit of time on the track. They lost about 20 seconds on the track, and then they also now are off kilter, which is particularly important because it means they're going to end up doing an extra stop in the race, which is the key problem. So an extra run through the pit lane as well. And in sheer pace, even if you take that away, they're probably still a minute behind anyway, just on what the two teams have done through the rotation of Modena Motorsports versus Williams Esports BenQ. But John Shen, really impressive. I mean, I've not seen John obviously do any sim racing, as he's based out of the Far East. As Benny was explaining, they got one in every corner of the world to make it easy for them to run a race. And John has come on board and immediately got up to a pretty decent pace indeed. 46.4 last time around compared to a 46.3 for the leader. So absolutely on it in the 16 Modena Motorsports machine.
Yeah, and in the previous lap, they were both in the high 1 minute 45s, both within a tenth of each other. Again, last time, the same. But, of course, that number 16 Modena Motorsport Ferrari also went for a spin at turn 7, high into the gravel, lost about 10 seconds. But, settling down very nicely indeed, coming up on the tail of, I think that's the 66. No, it's the 67, the Fun M Motorsport Audi. That's the turquoise one with the turquoise and white livery. Should get down to turn 1. That's running in 10th place with, at the moment, Tim Britska at the wheel. But we'll get down to turn 1 and turn in before the Ferrari can catch it. So it's a real question about how quickly John Shen can not just close onto the tail, but make a decisive move. If he can get a good run through turn 3, which he's doing at the moment. No, I don't think he's going to get close enough to make a move at turn 4. Try and go up the inside, the right-hand side. No, he's certainly not close enough. But for turn 5, if he keeps up this pace, he ought to be close enough. And hopefully, Tim Britska will spot him and move out of the way. Oh, actually, turn 5 has come too soon for John Shen, so this won't be a good lap. So presumably already race leader Daniel Lafuente, of course, they're not running anywhere near each other on the track. They're about a minute apart, as would have had some traffic as well. But right now, this is frustration. Up the hill they go to Campsa, turn 9 at the top of the hill, and still the Audi is in front of John Shen. John now will have a tow, but there's a TCR Audi in their way as they go down the hill to down the infield straight. And John's dived up the inside into turn 10. He had to make the move there because, Nick, if you don't get through by turn 10, you're then going to follow the car all the way until you leave the chicane, which will mean you don't overtake until, really, turn 1 again. You'll have lost half of that.
again, there was the illustration there of not having a massive amount of speed differential over the front-end motorsport car, which we're looking from behind and can see it's got a little bit of rear bodywork damage. And a lot of these cars now have been slightly in the walls, but you've got to have a bit of a help from a car you're lapping if it's in the same class around Barcelona. There's no real way apart from turn 1 where you can toe up, and even then you need to get a better springboard through turn 16, the last turn, and down the main straight. Interesting, not sure how much will be lost in that lap. It's because the Williams Esports car was having, which I can also see the leader on my screen from my own race screen, which of course no need to follow my car anymore, so I'm following the leader. He had a bit of a kerfuffle with the 911 Porsche, and they got confused going into turn 10, and there was a lot of flashing and wandering, so he didn't have the cleanliness of laps. So I think it came out in about 1:46.8, so it was only about half a second he lost. With John Chen's last lap also 1:46.8, so they both lost half a second. Track now in a great condition. It's interesting, the marbles aren't anything like as bad as they were at Spa, and with the track now at about 23 degrees and the air at 23 degrees, the track about 24, 25, it's perfect conditions. It should now stabilise for the remaining 2 hours 48 minutes as darkness falls. It might lose a couple of a degree or here, but you've now got a very good platform, nice warmth, not too cold, not too hot, a chance to eke out the tyres, double stint them, and more importantly, a nice consistent platform to put in some good lap times.
Yeah, and it seemed clear to Ben and to me that at the end of the stint, the tyres aren't going away to the end of a double stint or a stint and a half, if you will, or a stint. It's a double stint in which you had just 2 new tyres. We've got contact and 2 spinners. The ABBA Mercedes has gone around and hit the side of, I think it's the Lippert Audi as well. So they were fighting over 8, 7 and 8.
Yeah, and they've got going again. They've caused a bit of a kerfuffle. They've got involved with several other cars who weren't involved. It's actually a dive up the inside. Oh, that's just optimistic.
That's Adam Christodoulou going up inside of Dan Wells, and just a second behind the Brandon Roseborough. He could have gained 2 places, but everyone else heavy on the brakes to avoid them.
Yeah. Well, see, the problem is it looks very, very tempting going up into the inside of Lecaxa in 10, but the problem is the actual counterintuitively, and with this particular system, with the tyre model and everything else, actually the fastest line is not the line which Adam took, which was the obviously overtaking line. It is to go wide, then turn in late, which was Dan was doing.
That's turn 5, by the way.
Is it 5?
Turn 5, and I tell you what, I just had a look. In the background of the shot, Brandon, because it's shorter straight, shorter run down to it, but Brandon Roseborough could have profited, but he had 2 cars from the TCR GT4 car and a TCR car to go round, and I think he hit the back of one of them. Maybe he hit the bright green Audi, but his opportunity to grab 2 places in one, there it was, and there it wasn't.
Well, actually, now it's turn 5. I'm going to change my mind about who's to blame, because in turn 5 you do get the chance to absolutely Danny Ricciardo lick it and send it, and that's what Adam had done at that point. Dan should have given up the corner, because if you do get far enough aside, and Adam would have made the break and turn in, that the wide line's faster, but obviously Adam must have got a much better run through the exit for Repsol and down in there, and then went in and went for it. And so the door was closed, perhaps ill-advisedly. There would have been a spotter telling Dan, either a verbal spotter or automatic or from his own team, telling him that Adam was there. And discretion would have been the better part of valor, but they are, of course, these both are full real-world racing drivers. One does a lot of Lamborghini work, that's Dan Wells, and one, of course, a AMG Mercedes Works driver, which is Adam Christodoulou. Both of them embrace the sim world. Of course, Dan, it's his job now, isn't it? He actually designs and installs sim rigs over in Hong Kong and in Singapore. And my other bit of Dan Wells news is he got married last week. So he has not only got a couple of extra dents on his car, he's also got he's carrying the extra weight of a wedding ring today as well.
Well, I tell you what, the order stayed exactly the same in that incident. Dan Wells stayed ahead of Adam Christodoulou, who dived up the inside at turn 5. Brandon Roseborough couldn't profit, but the 3 cars covered by about under a second now, 7th, 8th and 9th. So it's the number 10 Lippert Esports Real Yellow Audi with Dan Wells in 7th. Adam Christodoulou, the Team ABBA Racing Mercedes, in 8th. And Brandon Roseborough, the RSR Abruzzi Esport Ferrari, in 9th. And you know what? They've got a GT3 car behind them. It's quicker than all of them, potentially, but it's stuck behind them. That's Jens Hohmann, who is in 3rd place overall for the T3 Esport team. So he's going to become a little bit frustrated at the moment. But in fact, looking at their pace on the last time around, actually very, very similar. So it's going to be frustrating now for Jens Hohmann. In fact, they're all lapping in the high 1 minute 46s. And massive moment over the the curbs there for the car in ninth place. Suddenly, Brandon Roseborough decided, hey, if we can have contact, I might be able to have some as well.
Yeah. There's a big curb on the exit of turn 1. Actually, really, on the entry on the outside to turn 2. You do not want to, because some of the cars can straddle it. That's okay, but you don't want to hit it because it really is a big one. It takes you up in the air, and it's a well-known fact that how much grip you might have when your car tyres are on the ground. They have very little in the air. It takes a long time to come back down again. By then, you're not anywhere near where you want to be on the track. So 7, 8, 9 is a train. Now, of course, remember that the back 2 cars, at least all 3, will actually be getting a blue flag now in their cockpit, the blue flag with the yellow line across it, which is, of course, the US version of our blue flags, because the 3rd place car is coming up to lap them. So they know he's there, and they know they should let him through. Whether they do, not so sure. And there isn't a situation like it would be in F1 where they ignore the blue flags or half a lap, they'll get a 5-second penalty. It's more a case of, they'll just be very unpopular.
Yeah, well, all along, I mean, Jens Homan was a lap down on John Shen, who's in second, who's a lap down on Daniel Lafuente. But it's going to be pulling that 3rd place car further back away from the lead too. He'll be frustrated for quite some while. He's right on the tail now of the Abruzzi Ferrari. And that T3 Motorsports Audi is going to have, well, who's going to be first to crack? Who's going to let him through? Just before we came back on, we saw a driver down in 11th place, Luis Antonio Moreno, move over to let a car lap him, and he immediately lost the position to one of his rivals. And then, fortunately for him, the other car went for a spin, so that helped him back up. But frustrating, you know you have to pull over, but you know it's going to have consequences.
And Dan Wells dived into the pits to avoid the issue. So the Leipa Esports real yellow car just peeled off into the pits, leaving Chris Dew to take the 7th on the road. So that's one way of getting out of the struggle, isn't it? Just decided to take your pit stop. Now, whether that was actually when they wanted to or they did it a lap early, I don't know. But they are now doing the full service, and splitting the back marker was Chris Dudulu and Rosenborough. And we can now see the pit exit, and hopefully it has been a driver change. Dan's out, and Nicholas Hayder has got in, and the car with a little bit of a dent, as you can see. That shouldn't be poking up towards the, it's like right there, the middle right of the screen. That's got a bit of a dentage on the front of his Audi from probably from a previous incident. I don't think the impact of the rear would have done that to the front. So all these cars, Bruce, after 9.5 hours of driving, are getting a little bit in the wars.
They look like models that I've built, frankly.
Too much glue.
Yes, exactly. One thing I'll be keeping an eye on is Ramez Azam in 5th place in the Simsa Esports Audi, hunting down the number 28 Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari, and he's got within 5 seconds. Waiting to see what it's going to be next time around. But for a while, he was taking 2 seconds a lap out of it, and now he's taking a second a lap, and all along dropping the second Atlantis Ferrari, number 27, by a second or 2 per lap. So he's certainly moving his way up, but actually 5.2 seconds, it's sort of stabilising, but that was a traffic lap, one would presume. In clear traffic, Maciej Mulnek is being hunted down by Ramez Azam, so we could suddenly have Audi's first, third and 4th if he can make the move in the next few laps.
So as the Leipert car left the pits, you can see just about a lap behind now the ABBA Racing car of Adam Christodoulo, but Adam will have to come in the near future. All of them now with about 2:40 to go. They've got 2 pit stops to go. You come in now, one full-length one and then a short one.
Well, Jens Homan, who was in 3rd place in that T3 Esports Audi, at the back of that 7th, 8th and 9th train, decided that was about the right time to make a pit stop. So hasn't got to try and overtake them. He's serving his pit stop now.
Well, I mean, depending on where it was in the cycle, that's probably a good idea, because the other two were so far, what's the word? I suppose, obsessed with their own particular battle. They weren't doing what they should have done, which is letting the guy who was in 3rd come through. So they now are free to race each other, unencumbered by the car in front or the car behind. So it's a straight fight between Christodoulou and Brandon Roseborough. Roseborough, who had some problems earlier on today with a dodgy connection, which just about held before it kicked him out. It was coming and going for about 5 laps, but they've managed to sort that out. So he's now firmly in the race and not flashing about and disappearing for seconds at a time.
Since you started doing sim racing, Nick, I don't know how many years ago you started, but
yes.
Have you found that I can't tell? Have you found that sort of the stand, the connections are much better and the rigs are better, because clearly they're being developed all the time, and more to the point, I guess you're a man who likes gadgets. You must always have new stuff that you could buy. It must be getting better and better. No?
Well,
what's wrong with
the problem is, Bruce, is I only started this in lockdown. So my sim racing career started, I think, on the 19th of March, as the Friday before lockdown on the Monday. So I've only been doing this for 5 months now. So yeah, I mean, obviously the fact is that networks and internet around the world has got better and better and better. If you look at the stuff that's available, I've got a very basic rig set up, a basic sort of chair and a basic TV screen and a basic steering wheel, and that's all in come to about, I suppose, £800 totally if I had to buy it all new. But you look at the steering wheels, you can easily pay £4,500 for a steering wheel. You can pay £700-800 for some pedals. You can pay several £100 for a seat. You can pay that. Yeah, it's kind of like, how much would you like to spend, sir? Yes, we'll spend that for you. But it's marginal gains after a while, and it does all come down. And there are some people on relatively modest equipment who are doing exceptionally well because they just have basic talent.
They're the ones when they get up, they have to put the chair back under the dining table. Is that right?
Yes. Well, that's or give the office chair back to their dad. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot, like a lot of things. I think there's a lot of little things you can buy which help a little bit, but the vast majority of what you get will come from having a fast computer and having talent, and then the add-ons of exotic chairs and fantastic screens will help a little bit, and certainly if you're at the top end of it will help you improve, but it doesn't take away the basic feel and intuition of how to drive a car where you're, I say, limited number of senses compared to driving a real car, and slightly, and everything is slightly different while still being so similar.
And so presumably if you're doing a double stint, you'd rather have a seat that's actually quite comfortable as well, something that supports you.
Well, that's absolutely true, because I mean the thing that surprised me is that actually when you get into this, you do. The level of concentration and the effort, and it's often quite hot because the computers are chucking out a load of heat because they are working hard on the processing side. And if you don't have adequate ventilation, because most of the things are stuck in rooms somewhere just because they'll sit in a corner, you sweat like an absolute pig if you're running like a 2-hour session. You feel physically, obviously, you haven't done it. It's not massively aerobic, but it is actually very concentration sweat is what happens. Mm-hmm. So you do feel you've had a workout, though your body would probably disagree. But absolutely, comfort is absolutely key. You need to be relaxed and in a position, because obviously the more relaxed you are, the better you can concentrate on everything else. If something starts to ache or get stiff, it's going to ruin your, as it would do in the real racing world, it's going to ruin your concentration. You don't have the issue of being thrown around, so you don't have the issue of dealing with the G-forces, which also makes it much easier. But yeah, being comfortable, having a good driving position, being able to reach the controls, being able to reach the sub-controls, because obviously there's all sorts of information you can pull up which is useful, and switching about and choosing strategies and talking on the radio and all that sort of stuff. You need to have it all to hand and need to have it ergonomically sound, but you are helped by the fact that you aren't being jaggled around by a moving car where you're trying to press a button. So there are very few erroneous button presses, because it's always where you think it's going to be and not move, because your hand now is wobbling around because you're doing 4G around the left-hand corner.
Yeah, when you sort of flick your screen to dark. That must be scary.
Yes.
Just had quite a moment from Adam Christodoulou bouncing over the curves between turn 1 and turn 2, precisely as you were describing a handful of minutes ago. He's under a lot of pressure in this battle for 6th place, and certainly Brandon Roseborough getting that Mercedes right on its toes. But it must be said, the Mercedes, for a long time in this race, the best Mercedes AMG has been the Team ABBA racing car. It still is in this 6th place overall, but certainly it looks as though it has to be driven a lot harder than the Ferraris and the Audis around it. So Adam Christodoulou doing well, what do you expect? In fact, he's going for a pit stop. He's tired himself out, but certainly looks as though he's having to work a whole lot harder. Despite his smooth driving style, the car didn't seem to want to play in the way that the Audis and the Ferraris are. That's why they're at the top.
Well, I think Adam would be the first to admit that, even though he isn't the first to admit, would admit it on air because he's an AMG Mercedes driver, even though this is a model of one, a virtual one. This is not the best car for this track. In the GT3 iRacing pantheon, this is not the car given a free choice you would choose. Hence, those who have a free choice have chosen something else. The Audi and the Ferrari a little bit quicker. The Audi more comfortable drive. Ultimate pace is always said to be in the Ferrari, but it's harder to extract it. So, perhaps if this was a 1-hour race or a 2 30-minute sprints, more people would be inclined to use the Ferrari. But for a 12-hour race, it seems to naturally fall that, on the whole, the Audi is the better car, even though it's currently only occupying one of the 3 podium positions, because the Audi has won the previous 2 Creventic rounds, both times with Mirko Bortolotti at the wheel of variously different liveried Audis, which are sponsored by different people. It's actually the same sort of racing team. I'm not sure where Mirko is this week. So yes, I mean, the Audi is the car to have. The second choice for Ferrari, but the Mercedes, which they're running, tends to be people who run the Mercedes for real in the Creventic series. But on the flip side, it was a pretty good car to have in Monza. So it's all swings and roundabouts. But you wouldn't choose it given the choice. It'd be interesting to see what they choose in Sebring.
Well, exactly so. Still sounds the best of the GT3 car. So magnificent burble the Mercedes makes.
The only problem is that when you're actually in the car and you're trying to hear the people in the radio, you actually have to turn the volume of the engine down, which is quite nice because that's one of the things you can't do in real life. You can't turn the engine volume down, but you can do in iRacing. It's lovely, but I now can't hear anything else that's going on. It's literally blasting a sonic wall at me, and I can't hear any of the radio messages. So you start fiddling with the various different sounds. And of course, one of the things you want to keep is you do want to be able to hear the tyres because that gives you a real. I mean, it's not something you would normally hear, I would think, in a full-size car, but it's something that I suppose a way of getting that extra audible concept that you would normally get from your backside. You can hear now, if you get used to, you can hear when the tyres are slightly coming towards the edge of their adhesion. So that's something you do listen to, and so it's interesting that you start overlaying different senses to make up the senses you haven't got.
Wow. And also, I guess you go, sounds like gravel under. Oh, yes, I'm off.
Sounds like a wall. Sounds like a very heavy impact. How did that happen? Oh, yes, I'm driving. I mean, it's the other interesting thing that I found, and I've done a couple of 24-hour races, is that actually driving at night, though it does get the track changes, and that can make it slower or faster, right? It's weird. You think, driving at night's more difficult. Actually, it's not. It's not. Driving at night is no more difficult driving during the day. You've got reasonable lights on the cars, and you're in a rhythm, and you kind of know where your braking points are, as long as you make sure that they aren't points that don't show up in the light anymore, which was a slight issue in Spa, because one of my braking points was a dirty mark on the road, which you couldn't see in the dark, so I had to get a new one. There isn't really any disadvantage of being running at night in this particular. It's just as fast. It kind of makes me understand now why, having done it, the fastest time at Le Mans is just going into darkness, because it's not the top drivers just aren't slowed down by the lack of light. Because they can see what they need to see.
Exactly, they can see what they need to see. I can see what I need to see, and it's a pit stop for our race leader. Sami Matti-Trogan is taking over from Daniel Lafuente. The car still in the middle of its pit stop, but was with a lead of best part of 2 minutes. Car up onto the jacks now, the refueling complete, and just looking to see if we're going to get a full set of tyres. Well, presumes with that advantage at the moment, they can choose to crack them on. So if it leaves the pit lane with about 1 minute 17 by the time it exits, that will be it's going to be a bit longer for this pit stop. 1:28 will be 4 tyres by the time it leaves the pits, waiting for that to go down onto the deck. Not yet doing that. Interesting. Maybe it's down on the deck now, and they're very near pit exit, so it will be that was 4 tyres going on there. So new set of rubber and new driver, Sami Matti-Trogan, who was doing the earlier stages of the race, the Finnish racer who's done sterling work for the Williams Esports team. Off into the night. His last stint, of course, was in full daylight. We've been through evening into proper night. Started with 39 cars, Nick. We won't mention one of them that didn't get very far, which is yours.
Who?
Sadly, I'm not sure but we've still got 33 cars running, and so sitting on a tidy advantage now over Modena Motorsport. But it's been a very good stint from John Shen.
Yeah, he's come out and done it really well. Just running back to Williams Esports, out of interest, this is Sami Matti-Trogan starting his 3rd stint. Augusto Canapino has done 2 stints and 70 laps. Sami Matti-Trogan is starting his 3rd stint and has so far done 72 laps. But Daniel Lafuente has done 143 laps, so it's certainly been much more Daniel's done as much driving as the other 2. So they've basically rotated Sami Daniel, Augustin Daniel, and he's been doing every other run with the other 2 interceding in between. So
this is home event. It's a Spanish racing driver at home.
That's it. Yes. So it's interesting that they've constantly reverted back to Lafuente rather than giving it an equal distribution.
Well, he's off to dinner now. What's happened to the rest of your crew, Nick? You obviously had to disperse once your car was out of the GT4 battle. Yes,
I assume they've gone off, and actually Darren is off to camp at Brands Hatch with his boys. He didn't think he could do it because of the race, so Darren would decide to go camping, so he's going to go watch the racing at Brands Hatch tomorrow. And he's going to camp overnight. There's a bit of an adventure with his lads, which sounds great, actually. So he's not lost, really, out of not being in the race, so we all are bitterly disappointed. Don't know what Simon's doing. He just put very quickly, he lives in France, so it'll probably be a barbecue of some sort. And our super driver, Lee, I think he's literally just going away to swear at things and kick cats and that sort of stuff, because he's very, very upset about being taken out even several hours later.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it happens. Well, I suppose at least the racing at Brands Hatch is a historic race meeting this weekend. That should be cracking. The weather's good. A whole host of lovely cars out to play there, but also for a lot of people it might be their first time trackside this year. Only, a lot of meetings, the larger race meetings like British Touring Car Championships and other series around Europe, you cannot have people in the stands, but with ones that are expected to have a smaller crowd with social distancing, it's able to happen. Last weekend I went to a historic meeting at Thruxton, and that was great. People spread out around the banking at the outside of the circuit. Meant they couldn't go into the inside of the circuit to walk around and look at the cars, but we'll take whatever we can to get cars back on the circuit and to be able to watch. We will.
I saw the pictures and I thought that's great. You get a couple of thousand people into a motor racing circuit. 2,000 people in a motor racing circuit is nothing like the same as 2,000 people in a footfootball ground, because you've got hundreds and hundreds of acres. But everyone can stand 2 meters apart and they'd be fine before you begin to social bubble environments. Yeah, I think it's great. I think it's great. I think if we can get people back, limited numbers obviously, back and actually seeing racing, that's what we need to have. It's absolutely key to get racing rolling again with audiences. Unfortunately, there's a bit of bad news today, wasn't there, about that, in that the strange changes to the Scottish government's restrictions means they can't. They were going to have a crowd at Knockhill for the touring cars, and they can't now because they've changed the rules again. So it's difficult. And obviously we're being parochial, but it's the same in every country around Europe and the US. It's just different rules every time depending on where they are and their particular problems with COVID, or more importantly, where the particular government is pitching its current numbers. You have to look at the way that the rules at Le Mans kept changing as the regulations kept changing. We're going to have lots, we're going to have none, we're going to have 5,000, we're going to have 50,000, then we end up with behind closed doors. So it's difficult. I realise that in the scheme of things, motor racing is not the most important thing, but we all need distractions, and we all need to be able to go and enjoy our spare time and get a little bit of a break from some of the realities sometimes.
No, exactly so, and I think it depends on the local health and safety officer who just looks at numbers, and your analogy about a football stadium versus a race circuit where you can be spread for miles. But let's go and hear from a real racing driver in the virtual world, Adam Christodoulou, hot and sticky, just out of the team ABBA Racing Mercedes. A lot of battling going on. Tough work out there, Adam. Just waiting to hook up with Adam Christodoulou in the chat room, in the interview room, waiting to talk to us, hopefully, but it was very, very busy, that battle over 7th, 8th and 9th positions. Adam's obviously gone to get a towel to mop himself down.
Yeah, well, he hasn't got much hair, so he doesn't get it. It doesn't get absorbed by his head, you see. So he needs to wrap a cold towel around his head and just rub himself down with a copy of the Daily Mail.
Well, hopefully we'll catch up with Adam. He was in the chat room about 5 minutes ago, just making a space to talk to him, and I'm sure he'll come back. Always good value in an interview, but also always good value after he's been in a pucker battle. It wasn't a two-way battle, it was a three-way battle with, don't forget, the Audi that was running in third place for T3 Esports, trying to overtake the lot of them before that one decided, what, it might be better just to get out of kilter and do the pit stop, not come past that battle. But certainly the fight with the Lippert Esport Audi was a very, very fierce one indeed. So, Sammy Matty Trogan now to the good by 33 seconds. Is that Adam?
Yes, it is.
Adam, hi, it's Bruce Jones in the other end of the chat room. That was quite a stint you had there. Fierce battling.
It was great. So I had my targets locked on Dan Wells, maybe a little bit too close, but no, we had a pretty awesome or epic battle. I could just see him in the distance, and so I was pushing and had a little bit of rubbing with a Porsche Cup car at turn 7 or 8, I think it was, and then eventually caught him up, and I think we surprised each other. I decided to go down the inside, and I thought he'd seen me, and then suddenly he turned in, and there was the contact. So I think both of us had a half spin, and thankfully continued, I think, without any damage. So anyway, what it did do is we put the RSR 55 right on our tail, just to add to the excitement, I think. But no, really happy with that. Pace felt good. I felt better about that stint versus my second stint earlier on, but I think that's to do with a little bit of strategy as well.
I'll tell you what, actually, Adam, if you just passed two cars, Dan, and then you went, and then for the Ferrari behind, that could have passed the two of you as you both were going sideways and regathering yourself, but it was immediately blocked by those two cars, so you stayed in 7th, 8th and 9th positions. And then, of course, you had the car that was running third, the T3 Audi, trying to pass the lot of you. That decided that was a really bad idea. Could you just explain how clear the notification is in the car for you that there's a blue flag because you've got that car a lap ahead of you trying to go past?
Honestly, I had no idea.
Oh, right, okay, because we just thought you could choose at your discretion when you pull out, but when you're in a three-way battle for position, who's going to be the mug who lifts first to let the car lap you?
Maybe iRacing does it in a way that the closest car gets the blue flag first, so maybe
okay, so that wasn't you then.
Yeah, there was a car, there was the Ferrari just directly behind me, Dan Wells in the Audi was just ahead. And as you said, it was quite a fierce battle, but honestly, I thought that the Audi had gone past both of us when we had our contact, and I was quick enough to fit or turn the TC off and get back in a straight line and to carry on. So I think both of us lost about 4 seconds from that, but yeah, it was really sort of on the edge of the seat. And I had Jeremy, Sam and Jan, and in fact there's about 8 of us in the Discord all screaming at the same time, so we seem to have got quite a crew of us watching from the Discord now.
Sorry, explain about the disco bus.
Not the disco, the Discord. So Discord,
Discord.
Is the same as TeamSpeak, where basically we're all talking to each other and we leave the TeamSpeak just for the official stuff, whereas Discord is what we use for general chatting, basically.
Okay, what's the circuit like at the moment, both in terms of the amount of light or dark and the degree to which the temperatures are dropping away?
Well, now the track's actually feeling the best it has all race, and that's just because the temperatures have cooled down. Now when we came in the pits, we looked at the tyre degradation, and it's a lot lower than what it was earlier. It's basically half, and so for us in the market, it seems to be suiting us quite well now, and I was able to hunt away at the few cars in front. So track conditions are good. With how light it is out there, it's a little bit better, or maybe it's just my stint. I suppose it's only going to get darker now, but I feel like I can see a little bit more in iRacing versus real life. But saying that, one of the major updates for the AMG GT3 is we've got 2 extra monster LED lights dotted all across the front now, so I'm looking forward to doing my first 24 in a few weeks and using them to their full amount.
Yeah, well, excellent. Obviously, circuit to circuit, the level of light does really differ, but yeah, best of luck. It was a cracking battle. Adam, are you done now for this race?
Yeah, so that was my final stint. I suppose with the red flag earlier, it's changed our strategy a little bit. I could have probably squeezed in an extra one, but in the end, we left Jan, who's our fastest driver, to do the restart, and he'll be in to chase everyone down and try and pick up whatever chaos myself and Sam, of course, during the race.
Yeah, excellent. Adam, thanks very much for waiting for us in the chat room, and best of luck next time out. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So no major, always good value, but no major surprise that as it's cooled down, the car that was suffering most with tyre wear is actually gaining most from it not doing it anymore.
No, exactly so. And just looking at lap times, so it's bad news for the opposition. The race-leading 34 Williams Esports BenQ car lapping in the 1:45s, and that's a very, very good benchmark. So pulling ever further clear of John Shen, who's lapping low 1:47s. Car in third place has just come into the pits. In fact, the cars the third and fourth have come in. The Atlantis Racing Team number 28 Ferrari came in first, and now the 66 SERIES Esports car is now in the hands of Gustas Grinberger, so that's in third place. So things have been changing around. Ramez Azam had been driving that, so we'll see how their lap pace picks up. But really, for Sami Matti-Trogan and the Williams Esports team, it's looking very, very tidy indeed, with under 2.5 hours to go in the Creventic Esports Barcelona 12, and it's looking as though it could be 3 Audi wins from 3. But Nick, 2.5 hours.
Yeah, and it's interesting what you said that, because I was actually, whilst you're chatting to Adam, I've got the leader on my race screen, which is basically the screen I would normally be watching the race journey, is actually connected directly to the race. And he had a major kerfuffle with the Simsa GT4 car. There was a complete misunderstanding between the Simsa car, the orange and white one, and he just got completely stuck behind him and confused and trying to go in and go out in the last corner in 16. And he lost 2.5 seconds in that one lap just with that confusion. But yeah, he didn't hit the car, which is the key point. He obviously decided the middle pedal was the right thing to do and just backed right off from the lack of understanding. Probably a couple of colourful words in finish, and then carried on going. But you see, this is the point. You see, this is the thing. Even with 2.5 hours to go, even with a comfortable lead, he's got 38 seconds and half a pit stop ahead. It only takes a misunderstanding with a slower car. No malice aforethought, and it can all go wrong in a picosecond. Much as he did for his teammate, who had a misunderstanding with one of the BMW GT4s, got hit just at the wrong angle, bent his steering, and then just grenaded the car because he knew it was all over. So that was fine. Absolutely everything was going great, and 2 corners later his race was over because of a minor misunderstanding, which obviously is multi-class endurance racing. But massively frustrating for the Chili Blast Williams eSport car. But that's the way the cookie crumbles. Sometimes cars can hit you and ruin your races, Bruce.
Yeah, well, I've read something along those lines once upon a time. A car that just had a bit of a problem ahead of its pit stop was the Ferrari that the RSR Abruzzi car that Brandon Roseborough had been pressured. We just heard from Adam Christodoulou, had been right on Christodoulou's tail, had a slow lap, and then it came into the pits. Now in the hands of Christopher Pfeffer. Don't know if it was what you call an idle spin, but certainly... I don't know if that was just before its pit stop was due to happen, but that's dropped down the order somewhat. Waiting to see where it's fallen to 7th in the pits. I think Sam Neary will definitely go past it, surely, in the Team ABBA Racing Mercedes. The Abruzzi car is accelerating away now. Waiting to see if Sam Neary, who's taken over from Adam Christodoulou, will go past. A couple of cars accelerating past it down towards turn 1, and the Team ABBA Racing Mercedes just in front. Oh, and the Lippert yellow car as well has gone through. So it's been good news indeed for both of those cars, the Mercedes and the Audis, and bad news, unfortunately, for the Ferrari there. So with a little delay just before the pit stop has cost it 2 positions on the track.
Yeah, that's the point. You lose 3 or 4 seconds normally, and it's just really irritating. But you lose 2 positions to rival GT3 cars, which will be nigh on impossible to pass. And that's more than just irritating. That's a minor disaster, isn't it? Because it means that all your plans have gone. If you finished in front of these 2 cars and had a bit of pace, you could have eased away and secured your 7th position minimum. But now you're in 9th. You've got 2 battling cars to battle past yourself, all on the result of just a bad in-lap. We haven't seen what the problem is. It was probably an overshooting the corner, or, as you say, a half spin, or just a massive confusion with the back marker. And now down in 9th.
Yeah, more to the point, it's going to take him half a lap or so to get his tyres up to temperature. Meanwhile, the Team ABBA Racing Mercedes, the black number 8 with the green flashes, Sam Neary's got Nicholas Hyder all over his tail in the Lippert Esports real yellow Audi, and already another second has been lost by Christopher Pfeffer. Not just 2 positions, he's now losing a bit of track time. He may be able to gather it together once he's got up to speed, but right now, in fact, Sam Neary looks so, having had Nicholas Hyder get onto his tail, he's now opening out a tiny, tiny advantage. So it's been very, very good lap for Sam Neary. In fact, I think the advantage between them was 0.4. It's now 0.6 of a second. 1.6 seconds back to Christopher Pfeffer, who's made a better entry to the start-finish straight. He's got it down to 1.2 seconds. So 7th, 8th and 9th, we're still dealing with the same 3 cars, but just in a different order. And it's been advantage to Team ABBA Racing. They were the meat in the sandwich. Now they're right at the front of the queue.
I would have expected Christopher Pfeffer to go backwards a little bit in the first lap. Of course, he's coming out on fresh tyres, which are cold, and they do cost you a second or so anyway, as you have to baby them a little bit so you don't end up spinning off. Especially, you do tend to have snap oversteer on those on the cold tyres. They'll be up to temperature now, and obviously actually slightly better than the tyres on the Mercedes we're looking at here. But we're actually looking, of course, from Nicholas Hyder's car forward to the ABBA car. And RSR Abruzzi, Christopher, is a guy who's lost the places, but he's now running on warm tyres. But now, the interesting thing is, I think you were saying, it looks like Sam Neary's found his mojo. I just think it's the fact that Mercedes is better at that back end of the circuit. These fast sweeping corners where you need to have a positive front end, a lot of front grip, as you can see, it really is the bastion of the Audi in comparison to the Mercedes. I think the point and squirty bit's a bit later. A little bit more what the Mercedes one's doing. He's always going for a long way. No, he decided against the long way back send it, which of course would be a reverse of when we saw Christodoulou going up the inside down Wells early. But I think at this point now you might see if Neri can get a decent clean run. He'll just gap it back again as it now goes stop, turn, stop, start, which is a little bit more, as you see, pulling away a little bit more what the Mercedes is good at. And that gap obviously at this lower speed is actually much better, and it eases back. So it is very much where the cars are quick on the track, Bruce, and it's just the Mercedes is better in that final sector, the pointy squirty bit, than the bit where you're actually flowing speed.
Yeah, I mean, as could have been predicted, but well worth pointing that out. So the gap between them on the start-finish line, Sam Neri in 7th, 0.5 of a second to the good, but Christopher Pfeffer catching the pace, just 0.8 of a second further back. And even as one looks at that trio of cars going through turns 1 and 2, the gap between 7th, 8th and 9th is coming down all the time. They've got a back marker just up ahead of them. Should be able to... It's a GT3 class car. It's the... Romanian car that's now running in, let me see, 13th place overall. That could delay them a little bit because it's certainly slower in terms of lap pace, but it's also right where they want to be. So this battle for 7th, 8th and 9th is going to be as it was before. It's going to close right up. Lights flashing from Sam Neri, trying to dive down the inside as they go out of turn number 5. And the Romanian Ferrari, very, very well driven, stays hard over to the right of the circuit. Victor Nicolai doing a really good job not to interfere with that battle. Stays out of their way, but that battle is almost nose to tail. The Mercedes still at the front of that queue in 7th overall, but you don't even need a second to cover all three, Nick. This is how it should be, isn't it?
Yeah, this is interesting because at this point now you wonder whether it might be a better chance for Nicholas to dive up, and it was a better chance. So look, Sam Neri covered him beforehand. Now there's going to be confusion around the blue and white Porsche, but unfortunately he was more on the line of the Audi than the Mercedes. And the Audi now looking just up the inside, and it crashes. They go around the bank Sabadell, known as turn 12, before they're going to plunge down the hill again through the chicane. And Sam's managed to get the Porsche between himself and the Audi, and the Audi now has to bother about the Ferrari. So it's quite interesting because we haven't had this 3-mark battle, have we, for a while? All the 3 marks in GT3 represented. The Porsche will be theoretically dispatched down the straight. The windshield is a bit of an overlap, and that now looks like the Abruzzi car really could have a chance of making 2 places up. He's going to get it. Yep. So an interesting overtake there from the blockage of the blue and white Porsche, and that's good driving there. Look at that. Not only did he overtake the Audi, so great movement. Really, really good move from Christian Pfeffer in the RSR Abruzzi as well. He managed to get a drag and a drive. He got past Nicholas Heider, and then had enough forethought to actually lap the 911 as well and put some space between them. So excellent pace in his tyres in perfect condition on lap 3, Bruce.
Well, just got the job done, but yet again, you see how those Porsche Cup cars are just as quick as the GT3s in a straight line, and that's been music to the ears of Team iRacing because they've got, 1.3 second advantage, but Christopher Pfeffer worked that really well. He got that double toe, but it was just interesting. It was a long way down the straight. It was in the braking area for turn 1 before the 2 GT3 chasers got past that Müller Motorsports Porsche, but that car couldn't get out of the way between turn 13 downward. He had to go somewhere on the track, and Sam Neri said, "Thank you very much, I'm in front of you," and the others are going to have to just wait their time. So it really worked to his favour. He's just passing another of the cars from the junior classes. It's taking a look. Is a Porsche Cayman in the front of them, so he's put another car between himself and the chasers. The Cayman stays out of the way at turn 10, and certainly Christopher Pfeffer, having made the move last lap to go up to 8th, not wanting to lose a nanosecond as he goes past it at the top of the hill. But Sam Neri's got a tiny bit of breathing space, but I think in terms of out-and-out pace, you've got to say it's the RSR Abruzzi Esport Ferrari on those new tyres that really has got performance to burn at the moment, Nick.
Yeah, I think at the end of that whole move, actually, Sam Neri probably would prefer to have been half a second ahead of Nicholas Heider than a second ahead of Christopher Pfeffer, because I think Pfeffer really has the pace in that Ferrari, and he's, as you can see, he's closing down so quickly. I mean, he should be close enough to get it all, and Neri's made a little mistake there, going right over on that sausage curb on the left-hand side of turn 16. So it's going to be a chance definitely to begin to close up, but the brute power of the Mercedes AMG manages to negate a lot of the slipstream, as does Neri moving out and trying to deny the slipstream to Christopher Pfeffer. So not as pointless flashing, it's just to annoy people, because you aren't coming past, you're just trying to annoy him and distract him. But as you can see, they're now nose to tail as we get through the braking and the slippery bit, because this is not the bit where the Mercedes is quick.
No, turn 2, turn 3, so long to the right, all along. The Ferrari and the Audi have a little bit of an advantage. Then you get the punch out of the corner, but of course, Sam Neary couldn't put the power down as soon as the Ferrari could in behind him. So Christopher Peffer right on his tail. This isn't the battle for the lead of the race. Oh no, this is the battle for 7th place, but 3 cars covered by 1.2 seconds. It's looking very, very good indeed for the Ferrari. But as we've seen, Nick, through many, many stages of this race, you've got to be... I was going to say, you've got to be have quite an advantage to find a way up the inside. And just then, the Ferrari really has the grip that Mercedes doesn't have at this point. And Christopher Pepper even had a look into turn 7. It wasn't a serious one. It was just to unsettle Sam. But Sam leads over the top of the hill. And right now, it's actually a struggle for the Leipert Esports Audi to hang on to them. Nicholas Hyder doing all he can. It's going to take a bit of traffic to get him back on the tail. He's got the traffic. He's got back on the tail. But Sam Neary really struggling to get past that TCR car.
Oh,
thought they touched, did they?
They did touch, yeah. The TCR really not working out what was going on there. I think he may understeered slightly. He's gone into Neary. Now, I'm not sure if that's done any damage to Neary, but it's certainly a big sideways jump from the TCR car. But yeah, I mean, it was interesting because actually there was a really good chance going through 9 and then the long run down to 10 there. But actually that TCR car provided enough of a little bit of a minor tow and confusion to prevent the Ferrari getting past. So we kind of backed out of that. It would have been a great chance had he got a run there. And then they had this kind of more kerfuffle with the getting past that TCR car, and that just spread them back out again to sort of half, 3/4 seconds apart. But my guess is that very, very quickly, Christoph is going to be on the back of Sam, and the hope, if you're an Audi fan, or if you're a Leipert Esports fan, is Nicholas Hyder will be dragged along with them. But this is going to run and run. I thought it was going to be much quicker, but every lap that Sam Neary can hold off Christoph, he's going to have a chance because the tyres are going to get more evened up, because you do have a little bit of bonus in the first 5 laps of the tyres, and then they go into a big middle sort of plateau phase, Bruce. At that point, yeah, you'll just fight against each other. Even if you've got a 5-lap older tyre, it doesn't make much difference.
Right, just been taking a little look at the back of the car in second place, Modena Motorsport Ferrari, just come into the pit lane, and that very good stint from John Shen. He's now just been replaced by Dakota Fripp, but it means that Sammy Matty Trogan, leading for the Williams Esport BenQ team, is even further in the lead of the race. But, and this one's for you, Nick, you love a bit of maths.
Oh, yeah.
Just over 2 hours remaining. 2 hours, 8 minutes remaining in this race. That therefore means what for the Modena Motorsport Ferrari? I think it's closer to squaring its time in this race than the Sammy Matty Trogan car, because of course it's got 2 hours to go between friends, and therefore 2 pit stops.
1 hour. He's going to have to run about 1 hour 4.
Sorry, one more pit stop is what I meant. Sorry.
Yes, he's going to need to run 1 hour 4 to do 1 more pit stop, and that's going to involve a bit of fuel saving. I think we've not really seen an hour and 4. We've seen, we've seen an hour and 2, an hour and 2.5. So,
but that's because they were tyre limited, and now they're less tyre limited. Presumably they can stretch further, because I heard earlier in the race that the fuel consumption is good enough to do over an hour.
Yeah, but I think the Modena Motorsports car, but even prior to its issues, was thirstier than the Audi. So the Ferrari was using its fuel a bit quicker than the Audis anyway. So absolutely, the Audis could do it in 1 stop from here, no problem at all. So certainly now we're down to 2:06 to go. It'll be a push, and I suppose the real question might be: do Modena need to do it? Because unless Sammy has a problem, they're not going to do it on pace in 2 hours. They're not going to make a lap up on pace in 2 hours. So do they need to take the risk? Because they're also a lap ahead of 3rd place, which is Magic Milnek of Atlantis Racing Team. So my guess is that if it's a massive effort and also quite a bit slower to run to 1 stop, they won't. They'll just run it nice and rich, do what they want to do, have the power to get past what they want, not use brain power worrying about lift and coast, and just then take a splash, because they're going to be second either way.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, it would have been a very different race if we still had the second of the Williams Esports cars, because then and also they were already running out of sequence slightly, because that came in early. I'm trying to think who was at the wheel. I think it was Josh Thompson at the time. He was catching the lead duo, which was the sister car and that Modena Motorsport Ferrari, but catching them rapidly. But then he wasn't going to be able to pass either of them, if not, or definitely not both of them. So he got out of sequence, came in about 4 laps ahead of the others, and that was going to be the interesting thing. It seemed like a clever tactic, but of course, as you know and I know, that their race came undone down at turn 1, or more to the point, going in the final corner when they had that contact, and they're out of it. So we've got 2 ways of doing it, and right now it does look as though it's that sister car, number 34, leading by a lap that's got all the sort of plus points in its pocket at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest plus point he's got is he's not under pressure, and he's obviously a professional driver, so he can be very, very, very careful going past people. In the early laps, in the early part of the race, they are diving around every corner to get the lappage done. Now he can actually sit down and study and judge if perhaps this one's a bit risky, and just wait to the easy passes, which for the lower two classes is just any large length of straight, and for the Porsches is actually coming out of a selection of corners onto a straight is where you're gain, because you'll gain so much of the corners because the extra downforce of the GT3 cars. Though, as we've seen, actually in pure straight line performance, it's much more difficult to get past the Porsches because they're very slippy and they have quite a bit of power as well.
Yeah, they certainly do. So we've almost got to just 2 hours to go, and I'm just going to run you down the order. So it's that 34 Audi for Williams Esport BenQ leading by a lap. Sami Matti-Trojan back at the wheel. Dakota Fripp has just taken over from John Chen in the Modena Motorsports Ferrari that's in second place. Third place, but owes us a pit stop. It's only had 8 pit stops, same as the race leader, but one fewer than Modena Motorsports, is Atlantis Racing Team. They're number 28 Ferrari. The sister car is down in 6th. In between, we've got the T3 Esports Audi. That's only done 8 pit stops, but the Simsa Esport Audi has done 9. That's running 5th. Gustav Skrinbergus not long ago taken that over. That's the top 6. It will be shuffled when everyone's made their 9th pit stop. Top Mercedes in the race, those are all Audis and Ferraris, is Sam Neary, Team ABBA Racing in 7th overall. In the Porsche 911 Cup class, it's Salva Talens leading for MSI Esports by a couple of laps from the duo car. Patrick Kessler driving that at the moment. Going down to GT4, and it's Tim Graven for Simsa Esports. They're having a good meeting overall. His Porsche Cayman in the lead. Next car in, sorry, I beg your pardon, it's Tom Valentini for duo leading that class. He is in 22nd overall. The 23rd place is the Simsa Esports. So it's Porsche Cayman leading Porsche Cayman. Best of the BMW M4s is in 3rd in class. Leading the Audi class, the Audi RS3 class, the TCR class, a Spanish driver at home, Oriol Bohe. He's got 273 laps on the board. So we're cranking on through this race, 12 hours at Barcelona, and it's Audi leading the way. Ferrari best the rest, but let's see how it shapes out. What's your thought going into the final couple of hours, Nick?
Well, my thought is we're corner by corner, very close to an accident between Sam Neary and Christoph Pfeffer. Sam was weaving down the straight, and much to the annoyance of Pfeffer, who's going up the inside of him now. If we just move the focus of the camera forward one, Will, and he's got him. So even speaking of that, suddenly the 7th and 8th has changed round. It was all over the last couple of hours, playing with the back markers, and finally, though, it's worked in the favour of Christoph Pfeffer. He's managed to get past Sam Neary, but there was some massive weaving going on from both of them. Now, you kind of thought, well, this is going to end in tears very soon, but it's actually ended in triumph for the Ferrari, and I'm pretty sure he'll now pull away quite easily.
Well, it was very, very tricky indeed. I just noticed after the change of place, the car they just managed to pass went off in the background, but Sam Neary, he was defending down that infield straight, and a late lunge from the outside to the inside.
Oh, and a touch.
Oh, it was a touch. That's why Sam went so wide. The Ferrari went out the inside. We couldn't see that because they'd just gone past the vantage point. You asked for the camera to swing around, and already the move had been done. And certainly Sam couldn't get the power down. Pushed wide at turn 10. Couldn't gather it by turn 11. And
you'd be a bit upset about that.
Yeah, well, that car, of course, we saw it earlier going up the inside of the Lippert Audi, which is just running in their wake, and at the moment in the Lippert yellow car, it's Nicholas Heider. He's got a view of all that, but certainly got very, very close indeed, and there was the rub. But we talked again and again, turn 1 and turn 10, that's where you make the moves, and it was a late dive from the outside to the inside. Sam was already turning in. And
yeah, that's naughty. That's not, realistically, I mean, I know he's got through, but he's got through by pushing. I wasn't quite sure whether Sam gave him a love tap back at the top of the hill. I wasn't just watching. I'm not quite sure. At the moment, he did no, he did give him a love tap. So he gave him a little tap going in. The Porsche was too busy watching him to actually make the corner, and they've carried on going. So there's certainly some afters on that one, isn't there?
Yeah. Well, there we go. And at 2 hours to go, and it's absolutely fraught, but not fraught if you're Sami Matti-Trojan leading comfortably, and as soon as he got into that car, he suddenly put in some very quick laps. So he's settled down in the number 34 Audi from Williams Esport very quickly indeed, as you'd expect on his new rubber. And right now, Sam Neary is being challenged very hard by the Lippert yellow Audi. Has it managed to make its way past? Certainly being pushed very hard indeed by Nicholas Heider. Half a second between them, and it looked less than that. But race leader, Sami Matti Trogan, 2 hours and 25 seconds remaining in this race. Lapping constantly the 1 minute 46s and high 1 minute 45s, doing exactly what he needs to do. All looking good for the Williams Esports team. 2 hours precisely remaining in this race. Dakota Fripp picking up the pace very quickly, having taken over the Modena Motorsports Ferrari. Track conditions getting better and better. Air temperature down to 23 degrees, but importantly, track temperature down to 24. So kind on the rubber. And bear in mind, Nick, that's 20 degrees lower than it was at the start of the race. 44 degrees track temperature at the start. No wonder this circuit was eating tyres. Well, in fact, just waiting for Ben to come and join the crew. Nick's ducking out and he'll be back later, back in an hour's time. He's just gone to lie down in his darkened room. But right now it's Williams Esports leading all the way. So it's Audi from Ferrari, because Dakota Fripp second for Modena Motorsport, and Maciej Mulniek, Polish racer for the Polish Ferrari team that's got 2 cars in this race. Number 28 that's running in 3rd place and 27 in 6th place. So we're just having a round of pit stops at the moment. I think it's in fact settled down for a short while. And in the 911, the Porsche Cup class, it's very much a great race for number 914. Bright blue car, being driven very, very well through the duration of this race. Salva Talens, Alex Ardesana and Alvaro Romero. And at the moment, it's Salva Talens at the wheel of the Spanish lineup for MSI Esport Cup. And is sitting on an advantage of a lap and a bit. So it's looking very, very good for them. Tyre condition, track conditions, so much kinder on the tyres right now. Start of the race, you had to be very, very brave indeed. We saw people at the end of one stint deciding after a stint or two they might just get away with putting 2 tyres on their car for the shorter pit stop. And then eventually we started wondering whether they could ever go for 2 entire stints on a set of tyres. Well, we crossed that bridge some while back in the evening. Now it's fully in the dark, and it's definitely possible for everybody. In fact, one of the cars that really showed us how it could be done was the Simsa Esport Audi. That's running in 5th place, but 3 of the cars ahead of it have done 1 pit stop fewer, so they will owe us a pit stop. But if we count back from the end of the race to now, we've got time for 1 more pit stop for the majority of the runners. Some will have to serve 2 because they're getting to the ends of long stints, but then their pit stops can be shorter, won't have to take as much fuel. And if you only have 1 more tyre change, that's going to be very advantageous indeed. So let's see who's lapping fastest. The first 2 cars, just 0.2 of a second between them, but they're now comfortably lapping in the 1 minute 45s. Fastest lap of the race, I believe, is still 1 minute 45.1 seconds, and the car's lapping 1 minute 45.4, 1 minute 45.6. So they're getting very close to that, the first 2 cars. And the really, really tight battling we've had recently has rather calmed itself down. Nicholas Heider is now in 8th overall. Sam Neary's gone back 2 positions in the last 2 laps. Elbowed out of the way at turn 10 by the RSR Abruzzi Esport Ferrari with Christopher Pfeffer at the wheel. Nicholas Heider has found his way past as well. So Team iRacing still by far the top of the Mercedes teams, but now running in 9th place overall. Properly dark. And still drivers cutting the first couple of corners. Turn 1 in particular, you see car drivers hitting that inside curbing, getting 4 wheels into the air, coming down with a puff of dust. We have had the strange circumstance in this race that the Modena Motorsport Ferrari picked up a puncture, and speaking to people who've been involved in sim racing for a very long time, they said, well, we've never come across that before. And that certainly broke up the lead battle with the number 34 Audi from Williams Esports. But Dakota Fripp really, really pushing along at the moment. Fourth place and 5th getting quite close at the moment, because the 4th place car, the T3 Esports Audi, only 6.5 seconds down on the Atlantis, number 28 Ferrari, and in turn only 7 and a bit seconds ahead of Gustav Grinbergers. But right now, Bastian Dobbitz in the T3 Audi is the one of that trio that's setting the best lap times. So he's closing on the car in third and dropping Gustav Grinbergers in fourth. But traffic still has a bearing on this at the moment. And we've seen this ebb and flow through the course of the race. I must say the quality of the driving has been very, very good indeed. And as we go through the race, it's improving all the time. Drivers more and more aware of other drivers around them. And also how to pick off a car from a different class to you, because certainly trying to overtake GT3 on GT3, as we've seen, is very, very difficult indeed. But trying to get past the Porsche Cup class cars, you can't do it in a straight line. They're super sleek down the straights, plenty of power. In the corners you can. And then, of course, you've got the cars also from the TCR class, all the Audi RS3 LMSs and the GT4 class cars as well, just to add to the mix. None of these seem to trouble the race leader, though. Sami Matti-Trogan at the top of the pile, lapping again, lap after lap, as is the Modena Motorsport Ferrari. 1 minute 45s, looking very good indeed. Few other drivers below high 146s at the moment. So certainly the first two stretching ever further clear, which of course will then give them the capability of choosing when to make their pit stops and what to do at their pit stops. They've got scope, they've got the time advantage. And I think I hear...
Hello, Bruce.
Hello, Ben, how are you? Whole hour off.
Hurrah! Pad thai inside me, glass of red, all good.
Oh, I wish I hadn't said that. That's taken my eye off the ball for a second.
Sorry about being late. I was here, but
that's all
having some fun. Sounding good though, looking good. Everything just came in as you were having that three-way fight with Sam Neary and what was it, Leopard as well.
Yeah, no, it was a cracking battle, but in fact, Sam eventually got muscled out by the Ferrari, and then in traffic the Audi went past him as well. But the thing about it, they all probably coming up to a pit stop fairly soon. But of course, the variables in the pit stop now, unless you're at the end of a stint where you've had fresh rubber at the start, you're not going to change, are you, at this point in the race? But if unfortunately you do need to change, well, that's where you're going to drop back. We reckon about a dozen seconds, if not more, actually. No, closer to 20 seconds if you're not changing any tyres versus if you're changing the whole lot. But certainly tyre life is becoming more and more generous at this point in the race, as the track temperature's down to, last time I looked, 24 degrees. It's probably dropped another degree, so it's effectively almost half of what it was at the start of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. And I can see from the time in which some cars have been in the pits, they've definitely been not fully changing their tyres, and perhaps even not changing the tyres at all. The Atlantis Racing 28 with only a 40-second pit stop last time, and Simsa GT3 also a 42-second stationary. So that would suggest that they either had a long fuel stop or they've had a two-tyre change. Although when we saw the two-tyre change earlier on for Williams, it was a 55-second stationary. So that's kind of suggests they've just had a really long fuel stop, which is a bit, I don't know.
Yeah, well, of course, the Williams Esports car can choose what it does. It can take as long as it wants in the pits. It's sitting on that tidy advantage. There have been good lap times from the chasing Modena Motorsport Ferrari, but every time Dakota Fripp in the Ferrari does a quick lap, it's matched and then some. Another tenth of a second gained by the race leader. So certainly that Audi is looking very, very comfortable on its rubber at the moment. Will owe us a pit stop quite soon. We're under 2 hours to go in this race. As you know, 1 minute 52 until the 12 hours will be complete, and certainly they can call the shots from Williams Esport and use all the experience they've gained in recent years in sim racing to monitor the situation, keep the drivers informed. And how much traffic do you have in your head when you're competing in a sim race? There's so much to see. Nick was talking about the setup of your rig and what buttons you have where, but the advantage of not being jostled around with the car, at least it means if you put your finger in roughly the right place, you'll have the right switch, unlike in a racing car, of course, where you might be jostled over the curbs and just miss it with dark.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no, there's that, and I've just recently invested in VR. I'm interested to see how that will change my experience. A lot of these pro drivers will have 3 screens, allowing them to be able to turn their head and see what is to the left and the right side of them. But I'm keen to feel what a VR headset will do to that kind of experience. And just noticed on my second screen, because I'm actually watching this from inside the game as well as the feed that you guys are watching at home as well. It looks as though we've had a spin for Simsa. So Gustav Grinenbergus lost 10 seconds.
Yeah, lost a dozen seconds, in fact, on that lap. So that's a shame. He was trying to live with the pace of Bastian Dobbitz in the T3 Audi, and the last 2 laps hadn't really been managing it. Now he's certainly scuppered hopes, and suddenly, yes, he's 22 seconds further back. So that little chase has gone the wrong way for him. So young Lithuanian, just getting it wrong.
When we talk about, I don't know how much you've talked about kind of hardware with what Nick has in comparison to myself. So, and it really does change the whole way and inputs of controls, because I have a setup which I like to try to make as close to real life as possible, having a very, very hard brake pedal as you would do in a real world car that doesn't have a servo. I like my steering wheel heavy. I like it to feel industrial, feel like it's attached to something. And some of the setups that people that you can buy, which are mainly the cheaper ones, they don't have the ability to be like that. They're quite plasticky in the way they feel, and especially the brake pedal can be very, very light indeed. So that then changes the style in which you approach and drive these cars and affects the way that you drive them, but doesn't necessarily mean that you're faster or slower. And it was really interesting to see recently a very experienced sim racer called Erjan Yojovski posted a photo of his rig. He's a Macedonian driver, and his rig up until about 2 weeks ago was literally a fisherman's chair with a desk, and then the steering wheel and pedals attached to that desk, and some pretty kind of basic setup. I imagine in my head these champions to be driving in a 3-screen setup, in a proper racing seat with a frame around it, holding the steering wheel and pedals where you want them. That's not necessarily the case, but I think many of the real world drivers will always opt for that kind of sophistication because it makes them feel like they're in their real car.
No, I absolutely get that. But if all you've ever done is sim racing, you don't have that expectation. And if it's worked for you thus far, but then they will start to think, actually, that's going to make them raise their game as well, isn't it? They could have got away with it before, but you never want to feel in any competition that you're the one with the sort of last year's kit, do you?
No, exactly. So, but the difference in costing and the difference in price can be quite different. Quite a lot. You can go sim racing for about I don't know, 500 euros, let's say that. Once you've got a half decent computer, a steering wheel and pedal set, you can do it. But you can also spend 60,000 on the very, very latest technology. I saw that Base Performance, based up near Silverstone, run by Darren Turner, they've just released a commercial sim setup, and that is about 30 grand. Does it give you 30 grand's worth more performance? I'm not entirely sure.
I think you actually stick with the 500 euros and use that money taking your family on a safari or something. What do you reckon? Yes, you've got to build an excuse.
Exactly. Because we spoke to Adam Christo. I know you've spoken to Christo as well recently, but we spoke to him a bit earlier on, and he was talking about how he gets in trouble with his girlfriend for spending too much time on the sim and not doing his house chores. And of course, when you are a racing driver and you're going off to a circuit, you are doing your job. When you are a racing driver heading upstairs into your bedroom and playing on a simulator, are you still doing your job? And is it considered the same by your other half? And I know for me personally, it has been a struggle to persuade my other half that this is just as much work as if it would be going to a real racetrack and doing the same thing. So, but it's that perception because you're just next door.
Yeah, entirely. And, they could pop up and say, could you come and help me? No, I can't, not at the moment. But yeah,
exactly.
You're still at home, you're on home territory, but it will be an argument. I said to Nick that with the rise of sim racing, and particularly with pro drivers coming across, it'll have the divorce lawyers looking quite lively indeed, because it is going to lead to friction. But once I think people understand exactly how much work goes into this, and the fact that if you go in cold, you're not going to have a chance. You've got to consider everything. And I can't think who told us early in the race they've been 3 hours a week, 3 hours a day through this week in the lead up to this event, just practicing as a trio to come out and race to the best of their capabilities here. And look, the creatures that anyone who takes part in motor racing, competitive, and if you can improve your performance and if you can find that 1/10 of a second a lap, you've got to go and get it.
Yeah, absolutely. We're watching the battle for what is a 7th position, basically, with Leopard, RSR, and Team ABBA. I've noticed on the timing screens ahead of this, there is a fight for 3rd, which is very exciting. T3, when I left, were in 3rd position, but they have fallen behind Atlantis Racing Team, perhaps by due of a short pit stop last time for Atlantis, who only did 40 seconds of pits, whereas T3 were 109 in the usual pit stop. There they are on screen. Look how tight it is.
Yeah, no, entirely. I've been keeping an eye on that one, and Bastian Dobbitz has been putting in some fantastic laps. And to be honest, when they're out on the track for an average in a stint, the T3 Audi is definitely quicker than that number 28 Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari. But as it is, out of the final corner, getting a really good tow. There's going to be 0-3 on the windscreen of the Audi very soon indeed. T3 will be in P3 because down the start-finish straight, Maciej Milniak is providing a fantastic tow, but the Audi, the Ferrari had actually pretty good poke onto the straight, because even with the tow, the Audi hasn't managed to pick him off there, but through the twisty parts of the lap, the Audi looks so wieldy, particularly in Dobbitz's hands. So it is a question of when. Will there be a back marker that will help him on its way? But that's been a battle that's really, really come down. But the previous pit stop, as you said, a big difference in time. So T3 expect them at some point to go through, but the clock keeps counting down. 1 hour, 44 minutes remaining. We've had quite a lot of contact, only small contact in the last half hour or so, since it went dark. But let's hope there's none in this battle, but it's certainly been very interesting indeed.
T3 owe us a pit stop, and I would say 3 or 4 laps time. That will then mean that they will only need to pit once more.
Correct.
And they'll have a bit of flexibility on strategy. They may be able to short fill. And perhaps that's why we've seen Atlantis jump last time, because their pit stop was a 40-second stop, which is too long for a normal fuel stop. But perhaps they did a short fuel and a 2 tyre change, and now the lights are flashing. Now the frustration. I'm still unconvinced about light flashing in the dark, because that's so distracting when you're in real world and you've got the glare from the mirrors, but you don't have the same effect when you're sitting in your rig. You don't get the glare from the left and the right-hand side to distract you. And so I think it's a bit more for show than anything else.
Yeah, no, I was wondering about the level of sort of mirror angles and what you might get in your virtual cockpit, but that Ferrari is very, very good out of the final chicane, because I actually thought that Ferrari driver Milniak had made a bit of a mess of the chicane, but he got the car down on terra firma and really blasted away from the Audi. So this is what we saw in the previous lap. Despite getting close enough almost to get a tow, the punch of the Ferrari onto the start-finish straight really buys it a bit of a gap that must be very, very annoying for Dobbitz, and as you said, owes us a pit stop sometime very soon indeed. In fact, they've both done 8 pit stops so far, the 28 Atlantis Racing Ferrari and the number 71 T3 Audi. But so it's a question of how they do. Kicking up the dust on the inside of turn 4, the Ferrari's really hanging on, but it may not be worth pushing too hard if they've both got pit stops to serve. Let's see which one comes in first.
Well, the stint length from Atlantis is 22 laps, so we've got a fair way to go before we see them in the pits. And T3, 32 laps. Pretty soon they'll be coming in. Wonder whether the reason we're seeing that big differentiation the straight is to do with the map in which they are using. Because some of these cars, you are able to change the fuel map settings, and that has quite an effect on the amount of fuel you can save across a stint. Now, I don't know whether they're really close enough to be able to do anything or make any difference with fuel saving at this point. But certainly Atlantis, with that slight strategic advantage, a shorter stop last time, longer staying out. They've got another 20 minutes before they're really due into the pit. So that will take them pretty close to not just a splash and dash on the last stint. And so again, incredibly close through the chicane, through this final corner. Let's just see how much that Ferrari pulls away, because it shouldn't be that great.
No, exactly. It's slightly puzzled me for the last few laps. Another thing that's puzzled me is the fastest driver on the track the last 2 laps is down in 6th place. Ramez Azam has got back on board that SERIES Esports Audi. Audi's still looking very strong at this point in the race. Again, we look at Bastien Dobbitz trying to get over the tail of Maciej Mulniek, but Atlantis Racing, their Ferrari, hangs on into that in that 3rd place. But there was a slight delay for the SERIES Esports car. When on the track, it's been very, very good indeed, but it could spend the rest of the race trying to catch up with 5th place at the moment. I'll tell you why, it's done an extra pit stop. It's done 10 pit stops. Okay, I'll have to probably scroll through one of the incident screens to find out why they lost so much time. Running slowly on track? No. Oh yes, there was a problem with Gustas Grinbergers at one point. They might have a slight problem in that car, so despite being quick at the moment, it's lost time. Leipzig Esports, that was the car always involved in that 7th, 8th and 9th battle. Robin Strychek's taken that over, so that's dropped it down the order back to 9th now. So everyone else goes up, but they will owe us a pit stop in turn. And looking at the clock on this one, as it's sitting in the pit lane, Ben waiting to see if it goes up onto the jacks, and gets it up onto the jacks it goes. Now, how long is it going to be at the standstill? That's always the key, isn't it?
Yeah, so the jack's at about 40, so this is a big fuel stop. If it drops down any moment now, it's a 2-tyre stop. If it goes all the way through to 109, it's the full 4 tyres. And I suggest it's going to be the full 4 tyres by the looks of things, which means that's okay, because they can then they can have those tyres onto the end with 1 hour and 39 minutes remaining. Those tyres should be able to now last to the end of the race.
Yeah, I think anybody... Yeah, again, we've got a lot of people started doing double stinting the tyres, but they didn't dare do it when there was still much sun in the sky. Some people, in fact, the ABSA Audi team was, I think, one of the first of the front runners. Sorry, the Simsa car, one of the front runners, first one to do that. Michael Davis on board at the time, and the good thing was you could just see in each stint that people were out there that, you know, each hour passed, the tyre life was getting longer and longer. So, start of the race, people doing 1 stint per set of tyres. Then it was 1 stint and just changed the left-hand tyres or the front tyres. We never really established which. You reckon it was just the front tyres only, and then eventually it was 2 stints on a set of tyres.
But only for a select few. It's not been a common theme that's run through everybody, that's for sure. It's certainly not been universally accepted, and it does really depend on how good you are, how good the car is, and how good your setup has been to make those tyres last too. That was a great run up the hill, but unfortunately not a braking zone in there to stick your nose in, and therefore T3 back out of it, but really close coming down towards the next braking zone. This is the run, but she couldn't get alongside, and I bet you it's happening at the next corner though.
Yeah, well,
that's the replay.
Yeah, well, I tell you what though, just looking at who's done 2 stints on a set of tyres, it tends to be the only ones that are brave enough are the Audi crews, unless I've missed something quite clearly. Their handling is just that little bit gentler than the others, and we've had to watch the drivers who are on a second stint, they're on a set of tyres, and they tend to be super, super smooth. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. So, T3 Esports car into the pits, Bastien Dobbitz. We knew he owed us a pit stop, and that's freed up Maciej Mulniek, who's got probably another dozen laps until he needs to come in, but certainly got very, very busy in that battle for 3rd place. Down the pit.
Yeah, so that was a last-ditch attempt to just distract the car in front, really, wasn't it? There was no point in making that move. You can see the driver hearing inside the car, which means we will see a change. I think it was in the Atlantis car. Have you noticed that Maciej has got a Sebastian Vettel helmet in that car? You can just see it in the mirror at the top. You can see there's just a helmet there at the top. That's obviously not a Sebastian Vettel helmet, but in the Ferrari in 3rd position is, which is pretty cool.
I like the way you define a Sebastian Vettel helmet. Doesn't it change at every Grand Prix?
Yeah, this is very true.
Which week are you talking?
The usual white one.
Yes. Okay. So the helmet we're looking at now is Jens Hohmann, who's just taken over the T3 Esports Beta Audi from Bastien Dobbitz, and he should be able to take it through to the end of this race. 12 hours at the Circuit de Catalunya, Barcelona, as it's now called. And again, the pit stops look so long when you're sitting waiting for the cars to go back down onto the deck, but this should be the fresh set of rubber to last the hour and a half, hour and 36 minutes.
They look much less long when you've got lots of mechanics scuttling around the cars doing stuff, don't they?
Chasing that spinning wheel nut as it goes down the pit lane.
Yeah. Well, there you go, full service, and actually not a particularly good pit stop, a one-time stationary, so it's relatively slow. We've also got the second Atlantis car, the 27 car, is in the pit lane right now, as is the Jura number 70 car. So quite a few stops happening right now with 90 minutes remaining, and I'm very curious to see when the Modena Motorsports car comes in, and can it do one stop? Because all of these cars have got to do another stop, whether it be a splash and dash or not. If Modena can make it to the hour without needing it, and I think they can, they are therefore much closer to the lead than has been appearing throughout the whole of this race.
Yeah, I think they'll effectively be about 25 seconds down. I haven't checked their respective lap times in the last few laps, but they were lapping within a few tenths of a second, but always with the advantage for the race-leading Audi. That's been the case. Dakota Fripp was, there or thereabouts, a slower lap last time around for Dakota. Have to see what the next few laps are. But Sami Matti-Trogan, I think, has got this one under control. But we have these very, very different tactics from the top two, forced on them by the Modern Motorsport car, A, having a spin, and more to the point, B, picking up a puncture. Oh, I wonder if the puncture was a result of going deep into the gravel at turn 7. It could have been a slow puncture. Remember, they did a couple of laps at about 3 seconds down. Just a thought.
Yeah, cause or effect, because presumably also it could have been that the car was understeering horribly, and that's why he went into the gravel. So you never can tell which came first, the chicken or the egg. On board though with Modena Motorsports, Dakota Fripp, we saw a little bit of their gentleman driver for 2 stints. But it's either basically been Dakota and Simonsen who have had that car, and giving the traffic a good wide berth is our T3 esports car. Sorry, I'm looking at my wrong screen. On board then with Modern Motorsports. Nice clear track ahead of them right now.
Yeah, and the last one was a clear one as well. It banged in a 1 minute 45.6 second lap. Any lap in the 1 minute 45s is very good indeed. So it should be easier to achieve them at this late stage in this 12-hour race. The conditions, track temperature down by over 20 degrees. It was 44 degrees in the first hour of the race. It's now, last time I saw, it was down to 24 degrees, and that was about 20 minutes ago, so it should have fallen further. So tyre life is certainly much easier to come by at this point in the race, and certainly we saw the drivers pussyfooting around, not pussyfooting, just being super, super smooth to preserve tyre life, because the early stages of the race, it really, really, if you push too hard too soon, the latter stage of your stint was going to be really, really tricky indeed. Last time around, go. Sorry. I'm just going to say, the race leader, though, Ben, I just want to cut across you. Sami Matti-Trogan's lapped 1 minute 45.2. That's the fastest lap we've had in the race for a very long time. So he's finding really sweet spot at the moment.
Yeah, and this is what I was going to pick up on. You were talking about Simsa having kind of a lonely last part of this race. Well, T3 came out right in front of them, and there was a lovely late move down into, I think, turn 7, isn't it? And into 4th position. And those guys are on similar strategies, just 7 laps difference between their pit stops. And Simsa now up to 4th position, demoting T3 down to 5th.
Okay, well, I'll just throw this at you, Ben. You commented you thought the T3 pit stop was there or thereabouts, maybe about a second down. Well, look, they came out, there's not a second between them now, but unfortunately that role has reversed, the position has reversed. But I honestly think in terms of out-and-out pace, the Simsa car has got a slight, tiny advantage. Its best lap in the race, well, in fact, its best lap in the race is half a second quicker than the T3 sports car has managed. But then again, you can have a peak lap, one that was clear of the rest. But I think the Simsa car just seems to have the bite. And Ramez Azam was very impressive in his last stint. He wasn't just quick; he was very consistent and rattled in a whole number of laps close together. That said, Jens Hoban, just out of the pits, is really starting to pick up his pace. So it was a sweet spot in which the Simsa esports car got past, but now the T3 car is right up onto its tail and settled into his stint. Jens Hoban's got a hunt on now.
And remember, it was the T3 was battling with Atlantis for 3rd position before it made its pit stop. So if these guys are running pace, when Atlantis gives us their stop in 6-7 laps time, Atlantis could fall into this battle as well, and we could have a really tasty battle for the last position on the podium.
Yeah, because when the Atlantis car, the 28 car, not the 27 car, which is the sister car, comes back in, he's 1 minute 28 to the good over Ramiz Azam, but for a full pit stop, we know it's about that amount of time. Ooh, what fun. But just remember, though, the car in 4th place has done 10 pit stops. Most of the rivals, when they have served this next pit stop, would have done 9. So that extra pit stop has really hurt them. But the pace of the car is good enough to have them in 4th place at the moment. But Jens Homan not being dropped. I expected he would, but he got those tyres up to temperature and he's really staying with the other Audi, the orange and white Audi from SERIES Esports. Down to turn 1 they go. But it's still Azam ahead of Homan. The gap between them, under half a second. So throw in a bit of traffic and this could change at any moment.
Now, I talked about visibility of marbles on the side of the track a little bit earlier on. And now in the darkness, you can start to see the marbles. They're a lot more obvious in the dark than they are in the light. You can see right on the outside of the corner. Certainly not somewhere that you want to get yourself involved with if you're passing traffic or indeed fighting for position, because they are very slippery. The other thing to look out for is any bit track that are dirty from running a little bit wide, because there are 1 or 2 places here where if you run the curb enough, you do end up dipping your wheel into dirt, and that will also create a dirty patch on the track too.
Absolutely so. Tell you who's not on the track anymore, but in the pits, our race leader, Sami Matti-Trogan, with an hour and a half remaining in this race. Therefore, he owes us 1 further pit stop. It'd be a splash and dash, but I'd expect a full set of tyres to go on. The car is at a standstill. Sami Matti staying on board for the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that clock. Ben is the specialist on the clock and has worked out exactly how much time is required, but certainly I have to say this race surely is under control for the Williams Esports team. The spin and the puncture for Modena Motorsports, even at their best. Wow. That was quick.
Well, no more than that. They've, I think that is a double stint of the tyres, or they short fills on this stint, so they do a full fill on the next stint. That's also a positive.
Yeah, 37.1 stationary. That is, we're used to seeing figures around the 55 mark, so that is... Okay,
that's either no tyres, which would be very big surprise now. I would have, at this point, I would have changed my tyres and then run to the end of the race. But that is certainly be difficult to get tyres in. Did we see the car up on the jacks?
Not entirely sure we did, but you know what? I think they've also decided that no tyres is the answer. We're getting to that. But you know what? I think it also means they with an hour and a half to go, it means they'd have to put in half a load of fuel, and they've decided to do the half load now plus no tyres, so back out. So when they come for their final pit stop, hopefully they'll have had a really good stint now from their point of view on a light load of fuel on tyres that are getting towards their end, and then they'll have a full load of fuel on a fresh set of tyres for the final stint. That's my thinking.
Yeah, but interesting way of thinking about it versus just doing it all in the last. Let's see when they come in next. Will they run a full 33, 34 laps? Is it therefore a full tank and tyres? Because it felt like the car was on its jacks. I know Will has just sent us a message saying no tyres, but it felt the car was on jacks, so they might have done tyres and not filled the car up full with fuel. That is the other option.
Yeah, but they had an hour and a half to go. If it was an hour and 15 to go, they might have managed to do that. But because we know the cars can run longer. Audi's more frugal on their fuel than the Ferraris, so that ekes them an advantage as well. So, right, the gap between Sami Matti-Trogan after that pit stop and Dakota Fripp, 1 minute 27 seconds. It was 1 minute 28 for the pit stop. So they might have done similar tactics now. Well, okay, we'll see their lap times. Let's just wait for that interval to be truly accurate when Sami Matti-Trogan completes the lap. But he's got to get up to speed. But coming around out of the final corner now, accelerating down the start-finish straight. Someone's just gone off just ahead, kicking up the dust. Again, as you were saying, Ben, people running over the curbs, they are starting to drag a bit of dust on, and it looks more dramatic in full nightfall because, of course, it's only picked out when it's hanging in the air by headlights. It was one of the Mercedes. It's the one we saw in a battle early on, the Legion of Racers car. Jason Tay driving that. He's had a little bit of a dusty moment, running 11th place overall. Hopefully he will see the blue light on his screen saying keep out of the way, a car coming to put a lap on you. But it does seem that the attitude of the Williams Esports team is that they haven't got a second to spare. So they don't want to be tripped up at this point.
Battle for third. Atlantis now only 1 minute 25 seconds ahead of Simsa and owing us a pit stop in the next 2 laps. So depending on their strategy, and of course, again, they could do a very short stop and therefore easily come out ahead. If they do a full service, though, they will come out behind both Simsa and T3 and drop 2 spots.
Yeah, I sort of think that's how their script's going to go, I'm afraid. That the pace when the cars are on the track is very much in the favour of those 2 Audis giving chase. Ramaz Azam in the Simsa car and Jens Homan, who's really getting up to speed now in the T3 car. They've certainly, when they've been on their toes, they've looked better than the Atlantis racing team, Ferrari. No disrespect to the Polish team, but just in terms of the pace the drivers can manage. And it's not just managing it, as you know, Ben, on occasional laps. It's about those consistent laps. And then, of course, it's down to the driver to make those overtaking manoeuvres really, really stick when they're going past the back markers. And not to pick up any damage. You have to keep repeating that every 3rd sentence, but it doesn't sink into some, not even to the commentators. This late stage in the race, though, we just heard from Adam Christodoulou talking about putting their pro in, the man who could make the car fly, the Team iRacing Mercedes, and that's just put in the fastest lap of the race. So Jan Senkowski is doing a really good job at this point.
The P8, big gap at the moment to Atlantis, but they're now heading that little gaggle of cars that they were fighting with. The only one that was in that battle earlier on before I left was RSR, but they obviously have really managed to get themselves up and clear of the group over the last 2 hours, and they're now healthily in P6.
Yeah, well, there was a bit of contact. I can't remember if you were back for that, the Ferrari going down the inside of the Mercedes, and but since then he's managed to pull away. Again, just looking back to this battle for third, well, what will become 3rd place, 4th place at the moment, just under a second between the Simsa car, the Audi, and the T3 Esports car. But it's really settled down, Ben, because again, these 2 cars are very similar to each other, of course, both being Audis, and the setup, I'm sure, probably not dissimilar. It's far better when you have 2 manufacturers fighting for position, because as we've seen around the course of a lap, each one seems to have an advantage at some point. But at the moment, 2 Audis, they're going to look for a bit of traffic to gain one of them an advantage, and a bit of traffic coming through the final corner for them. Looks like a Porsche Cup class car, and don't forget, they're very quick in a straight line, so not an advantage being gained. They haven't passed it yet. Over the start-finish line, it's still Ramaz Azam. Oh, just had a new fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 44.988 seconds. So Sami Matti Trojan didn't get any tyres on his car, but they haven't told him. He thinks he's got a new set of rubber. He's pushing on. So, yeah, it's getting cooler out there. Certainly was 44 degrees track temperature early on. And he's now nearly 1 minute and 1.5 minutes ahead of the Modena Motorsport Ferrari. Still being lapped very well indeed by Dakota Fripp. But the gap is just eking out in the favour of the Audi.
Traffic for our T3 car. Managed to clear the TCR car, but it's that Porsche that's seemed pretty rapid and only just being passed by the Simsa Esports GT3 car, and still some work to do for T3 to get onto the tail. They've lost about half a second through this traffic so far, which is a bit of a shame considering they have only passed one of the cars, and Simsa have got past both.
Yeah, it really, really, particularly at the Circuit de Catalunya, is where you find the traffic. You can hunt for half a dozen laps, be right on the tail of someone, but if you've got someone in front, it's Mercedes in front of them, AMG, which makes it difficult. It's also the GT3 class, so and we know that when you get the Mercedes out of a tight corner, it's got really, really good grunt. The Audi seems, of the 3 manufacturers, the least strong out of the tight corners. But that said, through the twisty parts of the circuit, the Audi just gobbles up that Mercedes. Bouncing over the curbs, trying to get the tail end down and get it balanced. Mercedes is still in front of the T3 Audi, and this isn't very good news for Jens Homan. Last time around, he was, time before he was half a second down. Now he's 1.6. What's it going to be in the start-finish line? Not in his favour, one feels. 1.7, so the battle for fourth will become the battle for third, and at the moment Jens Homan just losing out in the traffic there.
I'm just going to flick through, see if I can find the. Might not have the pit stop for Williams, but I'm just curious as to whether they were actually up on the jacks or not. I have a feeling that he has
good tyres and not a very full car of fuel.
Well, that was my theory, that he did half a tank of fuel, so the car was still light when it was on its second stint on these tyres, and then with an hour to go, it can come in and
car went up on the jacks.
It did go up on the jacks. Okay.
He's got new tyres on the car, whether it be just 2, but not very much fuel. And that then allows him to bang in these lap times.
Well, he's just done a 1 minute 44.9, a 1 minute 44.8. So the fastest lap of the race is getting faster all the time for Sami Matti-Trogan. Now 1 minute 30 seconds to the good over Dakota Fripp in the Modena Motorsports Ferrari. And the next car, a full 2 laps down. That's the number 28. Maciej Milnik-driven Atlantis Racing Team Ferrari, and that owes us a pit stop fairly soon, and we feel that's going to suddenly not be in 3rd, but be in 5th behind a pair of Audis. Ramez Azam should be the next in line. Jens Homan trying to catch up, but he's had a couple of poor laps in traffic. He's now 2.2 seconds in arrears.
That means, therefore, Williams will be coming into the pits, depending on how much fuel they put in, they'll get themselves to the hour mark and potentially then come in, fuel the car to the end, keep the tyres on.
Coming in
and
now,
then they
by
could,
the things.
who are we on board with?
Sami Matti-Trogan coming into the pit lane. Unless my eyes deceive me. Oh, it's a replay. I tell you what, we're having a replay. I was looking in the top left corner of the screen for a replay. R is down the bottom left. My mistake there. That didn't make any sense at all, him coming in. So let's take a look. Coming in to a standstill. Fuel goes in first.
Yeah. So fuel goes in first. How long does it stay stationary for? That's not a particularly useful view. He's there somewhere.
Well, still on the deck, not risen for new tyres. Driver staying on board, Sami Matti-Trogan, yellow and blue helmet. Sitting,
unfortunately,
waiting. Up it goes.
There we go, up it goes. So that is new tyres. Whether it be 2 or 4, we can't tell. But it does mean that the fuel fill was not a full tank.
Yeah, my feeling, it might only be the 2 tyres, because again, I haven't looked at enough pit stops to really comprehend exactly how long it takes to get the full tank of fuel, I'm afraid. But certainly doing things differently, because they've got the scope to do that. Sitting in a lead that they've been helped to. The Modena Motorsport Ferrari has been really good at keeping them honest, but of course with a puncture and a run through the gravel, maybe they were connected, maybe they weren't, but that has really put it on the back foot. But the Modena crew have kept pressing on, and all along aware that their fuel consumption is a little higher, than the Audi, so it certainly puts them on the back foot. But in terms of pace and the way they keep their tyres sweet, the Ferrari's been very, very good indeed.
And what a great way to unsettle your rival as well, like getting into the pits, putting a new set of tyres on, but not having a full car of fuel, and being able to pump in these lap times that are record beating throughout the whole race. And as rivals, you won't necessarily know that they have done that. You won't know that their pit stop strategy is that, and so you'll just see these lap times and go, how is it possible? Oh, we cannot do it. And you break your rival without even needing to overtake them or even fight them on track.
No, entirely. If they haven't quite got their head around what's happening, they might think, oh, well, they're managing these cooling track conditions to press a bit harder, and maybe it'll force them to do that. But certainly demoralising, because 3 of, well, again, fastest lap of the race, 1 minute 44.8, but Sami Matti-Trogan in the last 4 laps has done 3 laps within a tenth of a second of that, so very consistently quick. Advantage out to 1 minute 32 seconds. Dakota Fripp still pressing on, but his last lap was a second and a half slower than the last lap for Sami Matti-Trogan. Atlantis Racing Team, we saw them come in from 3rd place. Jacob Verdurka, who went very well in that earlier, is still sitting at a standstill in the pit. We're waiting for that Ferrari to go up onto its jacks, but all along we're getting closer to the point at which drivers could make a pit stop now and not need to pit again. Not quite there yet. Give us another 10, 12 minutes and they could do that. But right now, the Atlantis Ferrari, number 28, in the pits. And will it come out in 3rd, 4th or 5th? We feel fairly certain that depending how long this pit stop is, it's going to be very close indeed, but may just come out in 4th or 5th position rather than 3rd. It's a question of what they put in the car.
Well, exactly. Wouldn't you try and roll the dice? It doesn't look like they've done so. It looks like they're going to go for the full service. But rolling the dice to get them at least track position may have at least saved for a few moments their 3rd spot. But with a full service like that, they are going to come out behind both Simsa, who've just gone past, and now waiting for T3 to come past. They're only 3 seconds behind, and I think there they are on the left-hand side, carving through traffic, and the car does go down into 5th position, but only just in the end.
Yeah, we thought it'd be close, but of course, by that long, do you take your shorter pit stop now and get track position, or do you decide you're going to have the shorter one later on and then spring the car that's been running around in front of you? Everyone's going to do it in a different way, but right now it didn't quite work out for the Atlantis Racing team. And in fact, how far back? Oh, no, they've got a decent lead over the RSR Ferrari that's now up into 6th place. The sister car's in 7th.
After 15 minutes, we might see that car come in and refill to the end. We might see him wait all the way to the end and then refill at the end. I'd be surprised, unless it wants to tour around really slowly for the remainder of this race, that it can get to the end without a small splash and dash. Doesn't need to change tyres for sure. That's a full service done and dusted. So it will just be fuel. But will they try and put the maps down, try and cruise to the end and save lots of fuel? Or will they push hard, and that they've got to do a little splash and dash, probably at the end, because you'll have the lighter car. So you do it, run the fuel to the end, go into the pits, fill it for enough to get to the end of the race, and then have a bit of a glory last couple of laps. But it'll be different because that pit stop won't last very long in comparison to Simsa and T3. So they could still be in it if they don't lose too much time.
Yeah. And now we've talked before, Ben, about the Audi having just slightly better fuel consumption than the Ferrari, and that gives more options for those, particularly for those cars in 3rd and 4th position. The Simsa Esports car and the T3 Esports car, they're separated now by 5 seconds, so it's actually been very good for Ramiz Azam, not so good for Jens Homan. Remember, they were fractions of a second apart when the pit stops came around once they got back out onto the circuit, with the Simsa car moving ahead, but that's now stretching its legs. But again, it's when you choose to do that final pit stop. But I think in another 10 minutes, it'll only be one more pit stops for any Audi that comes in with just about 10 minutes to go. But actually, of the top 3 Audis, the car leading the race, the Williams Esports car, the Simsa Esports car, and the T3 Esports car, they've all been in relatively recently. But then it's up to them how they split this final thing. As you said, what point do you do your pit stop? Do you just split it down the middle from now and have a shorter run on each, or how long do you run your fresh rubber? Ooh.
Well, I mean, for me, having the last 15 minutes of the race with a really light fuel load, having pitted 15 minutes before the end, that would work in my head, because what you don't want to do is, after 15 minutes from now, come into the pits and refill to run a heavy car again for a second time. You want to run a light car as much as possible. Well,
the way I see it, if you're going to have a tired set of tyres, you need to be on a light fuel load. I think that's how we're starting to see some of the teams at the top split it. But if you still need you've got getting towards the end of a double stint on your rubber, you need a full set. Do it as soon as you possibly can. Well, in fact, the clock will dictate against that.
Yeah, absolutely. If you do need to change your tyres, in theory, I wouldn't have thought any of the guys at the top of the table. Maybe Simsa would need to change. They did a 50-second stop last time, so they've double stinted. They have double stinted some tyres on that car, unless they fueled not full. So they might need to do a longer stop than, say, T3, who have got brand new set of tyres on their car, and Atlantis have got brand new set on theirs. So actually, maybe Simsa, we saw them double stinting very, very early on. Maybe they've actually got this a little bit round the wrong way, and by double stinting the last stint, they're going to have to do a full service this next stint.
Yeah, okay, so it's that eternal balancing act between weight of car and life in the tyres, and how you handle it. If your tyres are getting old, you want to be on a lighter fuel load. Obviously, at the end of the race, everyone's going to be on the same fuel load, but some will have taken a much longer stint to get to that, if you know what I mean there, Ben.
Yeah, no, exactly. The other question mark I have is, what about Modena Motorsports? We were talking about the potential for them to only do one more stop. We've got 1 hour and 11 minutes remaining. They are just clicked onto their 32nd lap of their stint. So they really, unless they're doing something clever, have only got 2 or 3 laps left in their stint. And that equates to only about 5 minutes. So they're going to be about 5 minutes away, if it's on the hour every hour, from being able to only do one stop. They might have to do a splash too, which would be a disaster when they're so close to not having to.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I think, unfortunately for them, they'll be talking about the puncture. That's sort of thrown them. But you count backwards from the end, but it really costs, well, obviously a puncture costs you tyre life, but you know what I mean, in terms of how they had to run their stints. It's been very, very unfortunate. For Williams Esports, running like clockwork at the front, they can dictate the pace. But the fact of the matter is that Sami Trogan, every lap, is finding a fraction of a second to pull further clear of the Modena Motorsports Ferrari. Small amounts, but last time around just 0.2 of a second, but it's 0.2 of a second in the Finns' favour. So it's looking very, very good indeed. Getting towards the final hour of this 12 hours at Barcelona, and it's been a really, really interesting race, it must be said. Shame we lost the sister Williams Esports car, the Chill Blast car, but these things happen. A little bit of contact, and with serious consequences, that car retired from the race. But it made 3 cars with very similar performance, running slightly different tactics. It was going to be so intriguing to see how that knitted together. But unfortunately, for the final 4 hours of the race, we've been missing that number 33 Williams Esports car, and it's a two-way battle. But at the moment, it's definitely stacked against the Modena Motorsport Ferrari.
Now, you might also think, oh, we've been focusing too much on the GT3 classes and not enough on the TCR, GT4 and 911 classes. But what we are showing you is racing. And what's not happening in any other classes is racing. They are bizarrely all spread out. I'm not quite sure how this has happened. And obviously, there's not quite as many cars in the lower classes as there are in GT3. But as it was, basically, 4 hours ago when I started commentating, with decent chunky gaps between the cars. And maybe there are some strategic things to play out that we haven't taken into account. But effectively, with a battle for third position separated by 8 seconds and a battle 7th position separated by 1.5 seconds, we're going to be focusing on this for the moment.
Yeah, every time I scroll down to take a look and see if the battles have sort of come together, they stay obstinately apart. People still having a great time out there racing, but they're racing in the dark against themselves at this late stage in the race. Very close to the final hour of the 12 here, but yeah, the battling is all in the GT3 class. And what we saw a short while ago, Ben, was the Atlantis Racing number 28 Ferrari coming out behind those 2 Audis, and the last few laps have been very good. It's got within 2 seconds of it. It was dropping away after it came out. The Audi's pulling clear, but been very, very well driven by Jacob Verderker. Faster, certainly by half a second a lap, than Jens Hohmann in the 4th place T3 Audi. So there's still a bit of a hope, because we know there are various twists in terms of the race tactics, how they divide this final hour, and under 10 minutes now. But nobody yet can do one more pit stop and get to the end, as far as we understand in the GT3 class, in terms of their fuel consumption. No longer such a case about tyre consumption, because we knew early in the race that they could get over an hour on a stop, on a stint, on fuel, but they couldn't do it on tyres. But now tyre life is lasting longer and longer in the cooling conditions. But still, give us a few more minutes, and if someone comes in within the next 5 minutes, they may be able to make that their final pit stop. It will be a roll of the dice, but desperate times for desperate measures, perhaps.
All very congested in the middle of the field there. Looking at Jason Tay. Actually, Jason Tay has got Dominic Spiker for Dorena Motorsport right behind, and so a nice little battle also for is that 11th position in amongst all the traffic. So lots of people running very, very close to each other right now, which is cool to see.
Yeah, and it's ebbed.
Pit stop.
Dakota Fripp, Modena Motorsports Ferrari into the pits. This, I think, is about 2-3 minutes too soon for someone to then no longer have to come in the pits. We thought it'd be close, and it's probably about a lap closer than I felt it might be. So a splash and dash surely to follow. Then again, they know what their fuel consumption is. We don't necessarily.
That is painful, isn't it? Here is Jason Tay. Look at the traffic. As we were talking about that, the amount of different cars running at different speeds. We've got the battle for 11th with the battle with Atlantis trying to carve its way through, chasing down the battle for 3rd. And they all managed, I think, to get through turn 1 without too much issue, although the Mercedes there checking up in the middle of the corner.
Well, it's great. You know, when you're involved in this, you want to have a big battle. It's not just about doing 12 hours. It's having a good scrap. And certainly almost all of the cars in the top class at some point seem to have been in the thick of battle. So certainly some tales to be told after this. But right now, just wait and see how long the pit stop is for the Ferrari.
Yeah, full service, back out onto track. 109 is the stop. And unfortunately, he's gone back right behind that BMW, that GT4 car, which we've seen a lot of that rear end of that car. It does seem to be always caught at just at the wrong moment for the GT3 cars. Dakota managing to clear it. But now, is it a case of just cruise to the finish and try and not make that pit stop? If you're doing 30 laps towards the end of the race, if you lose 1 second, that's 30 seconds. So still worth doing.
No, exactly so. So shoes and socks off to count the difference between the cars in terms of pace. But right now, Sami Trogan looking very comfortable in the lead of the race. And it's a question of, after that full pit stop, what sort of pace can Dakota Fripp squeeze out of that Modena Motorsports Ferrari? Gap is a lap between them, but in terms of best laps on time, it's 0.3 of a second the advantage that the Sami Trogan's car has. Its best lap, 1 minute 44.8 seconds. The best lap for the Ferrari, well, let's remove a couple of thousandths and it's 1:45.2, so a third of a second in terms of ultimate pace. And Sami Trogan seems to be able to achieve close to his best lap pretty much every lap. He's been really, really consistent. Just bangs in 1 minute.
On board.
Waiting to see what sort of pace, Ben, that Dakota Fripp can get up to, because Sami in the middle of a stint, just again doing consistent low 1 minute 45s, occasionally dipping into the 1 minute 44s.
But if Dakota's not pushing, if he's decided he's going to try and save fuel and get to the end, then we might not see a particularly good pace. We might only see late 47s, 48 perhaps, if that's possible. I don't know, with 5 minutes outside of the 1 hour mark, whether you can actually save that much fuel. We need expert Damon to come back in and tell us about his fuel saving. But it's very, very tight. It's going to be very tricky.
Well, Nick will be here within the next 5 minutes, so we'll listen to the oracle. But yeah, let's see. We're waiting for the first proper flying lap from Dakota Fripp. We've got the time of his out lap last on the screen still at the moment, but just waiting to see if you're right. Is he going to be in the 1 minute 47s? Tyres up to temperature. Bit of traffic ahead of him there, unfortunately, delaying him out of turn 10 up to turn 11. That would have compromised him slightly. We'll get a better picture the next time around. But what we won't see is, well, we'll know, in fact, is the gap to the race-leading car. But it's too late. He's a full lap down now, so we won't get an accurate time until that race-leading Williams Esports Audi comes in to make its final pit stop. Then we'll get the true picture. But it's looking very good for the 34 Audi at the moment.
The other thing to listen out for when we ride on board, it's a good lap, 1:45.7, so he's not backing off at all. But listen out for lifting and coasting, for instance, going into turn 1 or into turn 7 at the back of the circuit. That would be where you could save a bit of fuel as well as turning the map down. But ultimately, I don't think he's doing that. This looks like just a full power, full push, and see where we're at with perhaps needing to do a bit of a splash and dash with 10 minutes to go.
Okay, that was interesting to see. 1 minute 45.7. So the new tyres working very, very nicely as expected. But just bear in mind that Sami Trogan on new rubber, 1 minute 44.8. You know, different league. Different league. And we thought it was a full service, therefore 4 tyres. We weren't too sure if Sami Trogan just put the 2 on. In fact, we debated whether he'd put any on, and then we had the replay to show he'd put at least 2 new tyres on. Then there was the question about, hold on a second, was it because they had a shorter refueling period, put a half load of fuel in? Because, of course, they've got to serve this pit stop and one more.
Well, they're getting close to being halfway through their stint. Lap 15 they're on right now. So if they only fueled for half a stint, then we will see that play out pretty soon, I reckon. If they didn't, if they've refueled the car to the end of the stint, which I think is unlikely considering the stop length, then they've got a good kind of half a stint still to go. And so the next battle to look out for then is Jan Stitowski in the Team ABBA racing car, back on the tail of the RSR Abruzzi Esports machine and Christian Pfeiffer. That was what I alluded to a little bit earlier on. And when we flicked over to them, I think Jan had got stuck in a bit of traffic, so he wasn't that close. But now, just 0.7 of a second separates the battle for 7th position, and Team ABBA will be very, very happy to be that close. Here they are then, and a bit of GT3 traffic to get through first, and Jan decides not to do it in that particular corner. But that Ferrari just ahead is the 7th position car.
Yeah, but the Mercedes just in front is Jason Tay, the Legion of Racers Mercedes, and hopefully he will get he's let him past. Ooh, in fact, kicking up the dirt over the outside of the circuit. They go down to turn 10. When you put your wheels on the curb and it's a bit that's not driven on normally, you'll kick up the dust, but certainly a very good lap. Interesting one, just so looking at that, is Dakota Fripp's next lap. I don't think he was particularly blocked by traffic, but having done a 1 minute 45.7, did a 1 minute 46.2. So maybe he is trying to pace it to the end and not quite cruise and collect, but certainly lift a little bit. Can he eke another lap at the end of this stint out of his fuel? Might need to do so, or else there's definitely going to have to be a splash and dash for the Modena Motorsport car. They are right on the cusp with their Ferrari at the moment. So there we are, 1 hour to go. I'm going to dive out and Nick Damon is going to come in. And it's Ferrari in second.
Thank you very much to Bruce Jones, who has done some sterling work over today to guide you through this 12 hours of Barcelona, part of the 24-hour series of esports races alongside their real races. They'll be back in full carbon motorsport in a couple of weeks' time at the Nürburgring. And in a few moments' time, we'll get Nick Damon back on the microphone to conclude the 12-hour race. Just under 1 hour remaining now, 59 minutes and 15 seconds remaining. Lots of question marks still to be answered, though, with the pretty much everybody owing us one pit stop in the GT3 class. But when will they take those stops? What will they do with those stops? Will they be long stops? Will they be short stops? Will they take tyres or not? And it could really, with the battle for 3rd position specifically, really play things out, because Simsa in their last lap, their last pit stop, they're 3rd at the moment, but they did not do a full stationary stop. So I think they owe us a long stop, whereas T3 and Atlantis, who are 4th and 5th, owe us short stops. So that could change things around. We're watching the battle for 7th position still between Christoph Pfeiffer, who's been put under a lot of pressure by Jan Satowski and Team ABBA Racing. It seesawed a little bit because of traffic, but now, for the first time in a long time, I think he's actually a chance to make this one stick. Nick, how are you feeling? What are you doing? And ready for the last hour push?
It's been a very civilised hour, because I've gone downstairs, I had a cup of coffee, had a couple of chocolate biscuits, and I've just had a bit of a nightcap, even though I'm not going to go to sleep for the next hour. So I'm feeling possibly buzzed by caffeine and a bit of whiskey. It's marvellous. This is my way of running a race. So come back to see that things are similar yet different. So we've got a battle for 3rd, which is interesting. I noticed that it's still the 7th and 8th battle, which is between Abruzzi and ABBA, but with Jan Santowski now instead of Sam Neary battling away, only half a second apart. It's all kind of as it was before.
Just a question mark over when we will see those last pit stops. Williams Esports pitted 17 laps ago. Modena Motorsport pitted just 5 laps ago. Simsa Esports pitted 28 laps ago.
The leader is the pits now, Ben.
Is he?
Yes, because I'm watching him on my race screen.
You are slightly ahead of me. There you go. So he did only do...
I'm watching on iRacing.
Yeah. No, so am I, but you're slightly ahead. Weirdly.
Oh, right, okay.
Let me fast forward, see what the score is going on.
We've all done that.
So that answers the question as to whether Williams had slightly short filled. They did put tyres on the last time through, and they did short fill. Where are they? we have a little issue with where their pit stop stall is, because I don't think we can get a decent view.
Right at the front, yeah, and you can't see it from the camera because they're right by pit exit. They're sort of half blocked by a wall and half blocked by the Porsche pace car. So Agostino Canapino, they've done a driver change for the last hour, and I'm sure they'll give him a fresh set of boots and some fuel, because they've got enough space to do it, so there's no point not doing it.
Yeah.
I missed Happy Hour, didn't I, as well? I noticed the fastest lap's gone to Yamati in the last run, 1:44.8. So he's put in almost qualifying pace with the lovely cool weather we've had. Cool conditions we've had recently.
Back up on the jacks, so he is going to get some tyres. We did see tyres last time on this car, but we did see a short stop. This is a much longer stop. So this is a full fill to the end of the race, and presumably all 4 tyres. I think so. By the time we get to the stopping this clock, down on the ground, Augusto Canapino has no excuses. He's got a full tank of gas. He's got some tyres, fresh tyres on, and he's got 55 minutes to continue to lead this race with an advantage of around 60 seconds. So very much in his favour if he just keeps it out of trouble.
Yeah, I mean, tactics go out the window when you're leading by a large amount. You go, well, yes, obviously, it might be the fastest route, might be to keep the same driver in, it might be to not change tyres, but let's put a fresh driver in, let's give him a fresh set of boots, and it's all go, isn't it? And that's the point. So, I think that's really what is particularly good, that they actually get this ability to do that. I assume that it's going to put Dakota Fripp back onto, not relatively close. I'm assuming he's about a minute and 20 seconds behind, but of course he does still have another stop to make, which will be a short one, of course.
Yes, and we wait to see when those stops are made. We probably expect to see Simsa come in the next couple of laps, because they've been on those tyres for 30 laps as well. So it's been a long stint, and those tyres were definitely some of them were already on the car before. So that's where that battle for third is going to swap around, because I think they owe us a full stint, whereas T3 and Atlantis don't.
Yeah, and always, of course, as we cut away to see the leader doing his pit stop, that 7th and 8th has swapped round, and Jan Sintikowski for Team ABBA has finally got past Christoph Pfeffer, so that's gone flip-flop. So that there's been a close run now for the last 2 hours, but it's now gone back in the favour of ABBA Racing. Adam Christodoulou very sportingly said that Jan was their fastest driver, and they did have their overall rotation put off slightly by the aborted first, well, not the aborted, but the short first 40 minutes race we had, and then of course they reset with tyres and fuel again, so it just changed their theory overall. But it's Jan Sintikowski in the car, and he's now moved up to 7, but he's got to find another 44 seconds. He wants to get to 6, which is Lucas Mikolda of the Atlantis Racing Team. So it's more a chase, really, that possibly, even though they're 2 seconds back, Pfeiffer might, and RSR Brutes eSport might think they got a chance they can stay in touch, and then when they get a new pair of boots and some fuel at the final stop, perhaps they can put a bit of a battle in to ABBA. Now, more importantly, of course, even though the tyre wear, as Adam said, it got a lot better in the cold weather, we know that the Mercedes is the hardest of the 3 GT3 cars on its tyres, so perhaps it might be a chance for RSR not to take any tyres in the final stop, and therefore perhaps get an advantage that way. So still a lot of tactics here, as long as Christoph can stay within touching distance of Jan Sintikowski.
Now, a question for you. Modena Motorsports pitted with 1 hour and 7 minutes remaining of the race.
Yes.
Is there any possibilities to get that car to the finish? Not even with lift and coast and changing the maps and all the rest of it.
That's a really good point. They could if they wanted to, but they have a lead of a lap, don't they, on Rames Azam in the SERIES Esports car. So you would kind of think a 45-second splash and dash, including the pit run, is a better, also more fun way of doing it. Because if you're sitting around for an hour trying to lift and coast the whole time, it's actually quite irritating. I mean, I know he's a good driver, they can do it, but it's it's not as fun as just going for it. It makes lapping harder, and obviously if your brain is using something else, it makes it more likely to have a mistake. Now, if they were sitting 15 seconds ahead of someone, then obviously it becomes a really good idea to just lift and coast. But as it is, they are a long way behind Augustin Canapino. That's wound out to 1 minute 35 seconds, so nothing short of a problem for Augustin's going to get them back in the last hour. They're a lap ahead of Rames Azam, so they're 32 minutes or so ahead of him. So they're in a very lucky situation where the fact that they have slightly gone out of sequence due to that puncture about 5 hours ago now, is not going to cost them anything, and they will still, without any more bad luck, come in second. And if I was the team manager there, I'd say, just go for it, go full power. Don't worry about anything else. You'll have to do a splash for 10 minutes. And they might even take them early for the splash rather than do it right at the end. So they may, with half an hour to go, just bring them in very quickly. Just give them a little bit extra flexibility just towards the end if they need some more fuel.
So what would be the preferred, we were talking about this with Bruce just a few moments ago, what would be your preferred kind of last stint strategy? Pit as early as possible, get the tank full and go to the end, or run that tank empty and then splash and dash?
Well, theoretically, running it empty, you run longer at lightweight. That's not really the issue. The issue is, I think, that if you want to prepare for the unexpected, then you want to have a long run without needing to stop at the end. So I would probably come in, with 45 minutes to go, 40 minutes to go, take the fuel, get in a nice rhythm towards the end, not just get a staccato situation with 3 laps to go, and then run into the end from there. So that's what my advice would be, to take it early rather than late, because you're not going to have the situation you might have in a real race, Ben, where you might hold out for a yellow flag or a safety car or a virtual force, which could play in your hand. Obviously, to be honest, if this was a real Creventic race, I would absolutely 100% hold out to the last minute possible in case you got code 60, which would be absolutely perfect. You can take half. I don't need half tank of fuel. I need a few litres, or the code 60 is long enough to fuel save. That isn't going to happen here. You know how much you're going to use, so there is no advantage in waiting. There is an advantage in real racing to waiting, or full metal racing, but there's no advantage in virtual racing because there's not going to be an untoward situation on the track. So stop, as soon as you can, 45 minutes to go, top her right up, and take her home.
Okay, interesting strategies from Bruce Jones, myself, and Nick. All different opinions. So we've been an appalling team.
What was Bruce and yours?
Well, mine was to run as deep into the stint as possible, so you spend as much time on a light car as possible. And Bruce wanted to split it 50-50. So there you go.
We would be a good team because we have varied opinions, and more importantly, we probably come to a decision that none of us agreed on. And then
we'd be happening. We'd be having the discussion whilst the car is still going round, and like what happened to me at a 24-hour go-karting race at the NEC in Birmingham, the discussions would then take such a turn that you forget that you're actually in a kart race and that you've got a decision to make for your driver out on circuit, and just leave them out there and completely forget they exist.
So I think that might sound a bit like Ferrari and Sebastian Vettel in Barcelona.
Well, yes, we're in a race. Oh, really?
We're so bothered about Charles Leclerc around it. But we have a second driver? Well, that's useful because Charles has stopped moving. There's a lot of ways to go, and I think it's interesting. I think it's a good conversation. It is the fact that some of the obvious tactics within full metal racing don't transcribe quite into virtual racing because you have that less random element. But if it was a Creventic ordinary race, I'd be 100% with you, Ben. Run it as long as possible, and then stick some fuel in case something else happened, to slow the track down. Not going to happen here, so get it in as early as possible to get a good rhythm going, because rhythm's really important at night in a multi-class race.
Yeah, that is very, very true. We are expecting SERIES Esports GT3 to come in the next lap or two. That would be 45 minutes before the end of the race, and therefore they wouldn't have to do a completely full stop, but I do think they need to change their tyres completely. Therefore, they will drop down to 5th position. How that compares to T3 and Atlantis, we'll only find out. In fact, SIMSA are now in the pits. So let's see how long it goes.
Will they change their tyres, or will they try and double stint them, or have they already double stinted?
Well, no, they've already done double stinted, so they need to change.
They'll get 3 out of them, unless they've been unbelievably light on their loafers and literally not turning right at all.
They are the team that have been doing some interesting, funky strategies with their tyres. When I first came on air, their last pit stop was only a 30-second stop, so that would have been a proper double stint, whereas others have been just changing fronts or changing rears. Let's see how long this one lasts, but I do think they need to do a full stop. So they needed a good advantage, and obviously Ramaz Azam is the car to push hard, and they've left with 35 seconds only stationary. Okay.
Fuel only. Obviously, I mean, the tyre wear has apparently gone massively down due to the much more rubbered-in surface and the much reduced temperature. So, I was very surprised they couldn't double stint to begin with. So it just showed, that in those hot temperatures, it was really, really battering the front left. With a setup that's a bit, happier and nicer at the front left, and we've got cooler conditions and a bit of clever driving, they're now going to do, 2 2/3 stints on it, which is pretty impressive. That's basically 95 laps. So that's really is giving it some on that front left.
That is amazing. Just fuel and not a full tank either, because they don't need a full tank to run to the end for SimCity Esports GT3. It puts them at the moment in 5th position, but their rivals T3 and Atlantis, and they are really rivals for that 3rd position, have now got decisions to make. Atlantis don't need really to come into the pits for another 25 to 30 minutes, so they really can splash and dash right at the end. So expect their stop to be super short.
Certainly won't bother. You wouldn't bother with tyres 15 minutes, so they'll certainly, as you say, just come in, take some fuel. So what's the situation with T3 Esports?
T3s need to come into the pits within the next 5 laps, 5 to 7.
Now they're on the second set or the first run of these tyres?
First. This is their last stop was a full stop.
Right, they'll obviously stay on the tyres unless they've got a terrible setup. And then just take some fuel. And because they're going to do 4 or 5 laps less, they might actually, because they're only 13 seconds back, weren't they? So that's going to be 5 laps less, is going to be 4.5 seconds less fuel. So they're going to, if they have been running well, they should come out 7 or 8 seconds behind.
Let's see how it all shakes out. This is the interesting part. There are many hours of an endurance race which tick by to come to this climax and this moment. The last pit stop, when do you do it, how do you do it, and then that dash to the flag. And it's always so amazing that whether it be a 6, a 12, a 24, a 48-hour race, there's still so much to play for in the last half an hour, 40 minutes of the race. And on board with Ramaz Aram, he needs to push hard now, get away from the traffic, make sure that he's got clear track ahead. These laps are important to kind of make sure he overcuts the pitting cars ahead of him, which he is racing. No pit stops really owed in the next couple of laps. I think maybe Leopard we would expect to see to come in. It's amazing how everyone's supposed to be on the same stints, but after 12 hours of racing, they all kind of stretch out, and we've got 10 laps between each other.
Yeah, I think it's because there was some of the cars were slightly more economical than others. They're also working to a really weird. They end up working to an 11-hour 20 time frame, which is a bit odd.
Yeah.
For cars which, on the whole, would ideally just run an hour, and that works perfectly for a 12-hour race. And then a lot of the cars had little moments. The Gota and the Modena had a puncture. A couple of them had to come in 5 or 6 laps early because they've had a slight issue. So in those 11 or 12 runs, which effectively an 11-hour 20-minute race is, little things have happened that have pulled them out of phase. So what you would often see, is just a phalanx of cars coming in on the lap or the next lap, and then again in an hour's time, hasn't really been able to arise, mainly because I think they've been trying to factor in the 20 minutes for a while, and they were trying. Some of them thought, well, there's no way we'll get 20 minutes back, so we won't bother about it. Others were trying to do it from quite early, trying to gain back a lap here and a lap there early on, and then things changed, and then they got involved in the track. So it's really, really interesting to see it. And I'm really interested to actually, at the end of the race, if someone could get a printout of how long all the stint lengths were for the various top few cars. But I think, certainly after the second, so you're absolutely right, Ben, no one was really coming in the same time as anybody was, and it was all over the shop. From whereas normally, as you know, with the GT3 work you do for SRO, normally GT3s come in at clockwork at the same time, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. There should not really be any variation. I suppose thanks to safety cars throughout longer races, that kind of makes sure that those pit stops are on set times, because people take advantage of safety car periods as well. And obviously we don't have the facility. Well, we do have the facility, we just don't have safety car periods happening in sim racing. I'd like to see it, and when anybody talks to me about the 24 hours of Le Mans, I say that the most interesting bit was the red flags, because the red flags allowed us to keep racing tight and threw a variable in there, which usually in online endurance racing there are so few variables. The only variable is the cars around you. And at this kind of level, this professional high level, there are so little variables in the way that people are driving. I mean, we've got rid of the the Team RSL Mofo car. So who knows?
That's 3 variables got in the driver straight away. Absolutely, yeah. But of course, in IMSA, of course, the IMSA series, we did have a variable. We did have a safety car. The only problem was everyone knew there was going to be one.
And we also knew when it was going to be as well.
And there should have been a situation where they should have said there is going to be 0 to 1 safety cars or 0 to 2 safety cars, and people wouldn't know when they were going to be. They wouldn't be triggered by an accident as such. They'd just be triggered, and I think then that can work quite well. I mean, it has to be. You'd have to kind of decide prior to the race. You could. I wouldn't want to see them using an Alan Gow format to just make everyone bunch up, as allegedly Alan has done on every single BTCC race meeting ever. I would kind of. You say, right, we've rolled a dice, whatever you would do, and on minute 32 or minute 61, regardless, there will be a safety car, and that's what I think does throw in that level of randomness, which would probably make a lot of the teams really have to think about what they're doing, especially if they don't know there's going to be one. I agree with you. I think in some of these longer races, I mean, obviously the race we're talking about, which was the big Le Mans race back in June on the proper date, wasn't it? Original date. That had 2 red flags caused by, we had one today, server issues, but no one knew when it was going to happen. No one knew if it was going to happen. So that's the point. If you're going to have a safety car concept, then you have to know it's not going to happen as well as it might happen, and it can't be thrown by choice. It needs to be thrown by randomization. And then I absolutely agree with you. I think that some of these long races actually benefit from that, because it would completely throw the cat amongst the pigeons, especially if the cars could pit during the yellow flag period.
Yeah, and I think racing, when you've got these endurance races where there's a variable amount of talent involved, then there are more variables, because your leading cars will have to get past unpredictable, slower traffic. But when you've got such a high level, and there's no criticism at all of this championship, but when you've got such a high level of driving, there are very, very few mistakes that are happening out there. And as you know, Nick, you are able to identify the 1 or 2 cars that don't necessarily have the pro drivers in them, because they're the ones that you always seem to end up being caught out with. And actually, because of the level of this particular series, the lower teams and the teams that may have entered interested in Monza the first round, or maybe in Spa, will have seen the level and will realise that perhaps they can't cope with it, so they haven't decided to enter moving forward. And ultimately, the qualification into the Neo Endurance Championship, the organisers of this, is such a high level. I mean, you and I wouldn't be in it even if we were double our iRating.
I think it's a 4,500 iRating, or 4,100 or something. It's very, very high. No, I think you're right. The makeup of the race teams changed dramatically from Monza, which was very much a substitute real world race, to Spa, which became much more of a sim race with added extras. And we absolutely, you're completely nail on the head there. The quality of the GT3s is so high that we were battling 2 other cars who were at the back. So that's why we decided to go into GT4, because we knew there'd be 3 cars we could race with. We knew there'd be 2 cars that'd be too fast for us as well. But therefore, without you're thinking, well, there's a chance of the back of the podium, and if the bad luck that befell us had befallen one of the top 2 cars, then you're thinking we've got a chance of winning. And then, of course, we got our ringer, and we actually did have a chance of winning, and then it went wrong. But no, I think it's important. You want to have competition, but you want to have competition you can compete against. And
and that is how the iRacing model in the official iRacing races works so well, because when you enter Le Mans on iRacing, there might be 28 odd splits, but you are generally racing around people who are similar to you and your talent, and so you feel like you've still got a great race, even if you might be well, I don't know what split you were in particularly, but I imagine I would be in about split 15. And I'm not racing in the broadcast top level, but I'm having a great race.
You're right. At Le Mans, we were in 17 of 26, I think. I think we're in split 17 of 26, which is great as Lipa Esports come in and make their final stop with 37 minutes to go with the yellow and black Audi. Robin Strick, is that right?
And that's the one that's been fighting. That's the one that's been fighting Team ABBA, but ABBA have just come into the pit. So actually, ABBA were behind them presumably now ABBA will re-inherit that position and move themselves back up to at least 8th, waiting for Abruzzi to make their pit stops, and then ABBA will be back up into 7th. Pit stops definitely owed now by Atlantis 27 and T3, who at the moment are in 3rd position. So this will be a critical moment then for our battle for 3rd position. There is T3, oh no, that's not T3, but T3 in our graphic, 4.6 seconds ahead of Atlantis. I expect them to come into the pits this time, and what's their advantage over Simsa? It's about 40 odd seconds. So if they do a quick splat dash, which they could do, they could still come out ahead.
The Atlantis Ferrari, they're dispatching some Porsche back markers as we stare through the screen, and it gives you an indication actually how much you can see in the dark here at Barcelona. It is actually quite a well lit track, isn't it? It's got, you said those pool lights are pretty good at marking all the edges, and then your lights pick up all the key parts and the guiding elements for the markers for actually driving. But it's very useful not looking into an acre of darkness either side, because it reduces the contrast on your eyes. So actually Barcelona, not that we've got to find out, looks like a good track at night.
That corner looks pretty dark, though, doesn't it? Kind of where they've started to change the layout. I don't know why they always fiddled with the second half of the circuit, but the first half they kind of kept pretty much as is, and they just played with the last sector and added this horrific chicane that nobody likes.
The concept was, if you weren't going flat out round that corner, then you would be able to follow the cars ahead, and therefore give you a much better chance of overtaking down the straight. However, it didn't really work. It's just this design of Barcelona with the constant radius corners and an aero circuit has always made it very hard to overtake. And you kind of think, well, the amendments you made just made the whole thing horrible, because you didn't want to dig up the track you had, just wanted to put an insert into it. You could have redesigned that rear corner to actually produce some better chance of overtaking, but you weren't prepared to make the major changes, mainly because of course the sweeping version is still used by MotoGP. So, and obviously Spain, motorcycles are very important to keep happy. So, it's a great. I mean, it is a great track. I mean, I've really enjoyed the many laps I've turned in practice and the 0 laps I've turned in the race. But it is, even you can tell that it's just not a place where it's easy to get past, because you just, you don't have. We've seen a bit of dive bombing into 5. And outside of that, it's been quite different. There's a 3-car, T3 Esports B to come out, and they're
and 26-second stint. So 20-second stop. So that's a very fast stop. Definitely no tyres.
4 seconds behind, as we said. So they're 4 seconds behind. I think that's about what I said. I think I said 7, didn't I? They're 4.8. That'll drift back out to about 6 probably when they warm the tyres up. Oh, they haven't got to warm tyres up, because of course they got old tyres on it. So that's okay. So it's currently it's Jakob Weidecker from Atlantis is in 3rd, owing us a stop. Then it's Ramiz Azam in Simsa. He stays 6 seconds behind him. Then 4 seconds behind him is Jens Homan. Now, theoretically, if Jakob comes in and just does fuel, then he's got a 26-second loss trolling down the pit lane. And then after that, it'll be about how long and how much of the liquid petroleum he needs to take.
But T3 only fueled very close. T3 only needed fuel, and they only stopped for 26.9 seconds. Now, Atlantis, if they have a fuel tank of fuel, they don't need to stop for another 15, maybe even 20 minutes. So their fuel stop can be proper splash and dash, which would mean maybe a stationary time of only 10 seconds. So an ultimate through the pit lane of about 30 seconds, and then they're really in the ballpark.
I think it's 26 to trundle down, I was told. I'm not sure that's okay. Right for every single class. It might be slightly different for different classes, but it wastes about 26 seconds going in, stopping, and accelerating again, because obviously there is a 50-mile-an-hour speed limit. Of course, it's the bit of the track next to you, they're doing 160, so it's it's a big loss on that front. But
look at the gap between Atlantis and Simsa. At the moment, it's 35. So if Trundle is 26 and a stop at the end of the race is 10, then you are looking pretty tight for that battle for 3rd position. This is going to be exciting with 32 and a half minutes remaining.
And don't eliminate T3 Esports. They're only 5.2 seconds back as they build themselves back off of their pit stops. For 5 seconds, quickly. 5 seconds, that can disappear A, through pace, or B, through a non-accident causing misunderstanding of the back marker. That's nothing with an hour to go. Oh, sorry, with half an hour to go of any race. 4 or 5 seconds is eminently catch-upable, especially with all the variables we've got here.
But also, we've got the other question mark about Simsa. The previous stop to the one they just did was only 50 seconds. So are they carrying a set of tyres that have already done 2 stints? Or did they change tyres but not really refuel? I think they're carrying tyres that are now in their 3rd stint. So that's very, very brave from Simsa, and that will compromise surely at the end of the race their ability to keep the pace at which they're running right now, which is a good pace. A 1:46. Plenty of traffic coming down into the chicane here. If everyone gets through here cleanly, they've done a very, very good job. Oh, Modena in the middle there looked like they were going to T-bone that Cayman, but just about managed to get through.
Yeah, the track's now down to about 23 degrees, so it's getting even more comfortable with the tyres as we see that very close pass of the leading GT4 car. And there's now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars of 3 different classes piling into turn 1, and all sorts of light flashing. Most of it seemed relatively pointless, to be honest. And that was the constantly in the wars 911 Lorient car that has 3 of its wheel arches damaged, but is still rolling on.
Great job of catching that car, though. He probably got T-bone sideways and still managed to keep it pointing in the right direction. So reactions are working well there.
I'm getting the impression that car's been bashed about quite a lot this race. They're used to it. They've already worked out exactly how to hold the car. I'm not quite sure what the GT4 car's sporadic flashing is all about, because he's the slowest car by a long chalk of those machines. So he's just annoying people. I don't know where he's finally found the button. He's excited he's got it, but it doesn't seem much point in flashing a selection of cars that was way quicker than him. Because I can tell you right now, if they've upset you by going past you, they don't care. So what was the point?
That's Marcel Fassbender in the leading GT4 car, the duo by Sim RC GT4. So maybe he feels like, either he feels like he's faster or he's frustrated by the treatment in which he's been given over the last couple of corners, and therefore he's flashing in more in frustration about the way he's been treated by the other cars.
Yeah, that's probably it. We'll let him off on that one, shall we? Yeah, I mean, I think it's it happens when you do multi-class racing. You overtake someone because you have to, because you're in the faster class, and it's amazing the number of times the person behind you decides to flash like it's going to make any difference to anybody at all. It's a weird sort of racing road rage that you think doesn't help anybody. You can't help the person who's doing it, because they're obviously not calm when they're going to start flashing. So I find it's much easier just to swear at them in front of your screen and carry on. That's the way to release the tension of someone who's cut you up. I mean, it is annoying. For example, coming down here into turn 1, if you're in a slightly slower car, you get overtaken by a faster car and they pull right back on the line. Suddenly they are literally like 3 yards ahead of you, and then you have to hope that their braking is after your braking. Otherwise, you can rear-end them, and that's particularly prevalent when you're in a race which has got GTEs and GT3s, because GTEs driven by non-expert drivers actually brake far worse than the GT3s, because the GT3s have ABS and the GTEs don't, so they tend to be quite gingerly on the brakes, so not to lock them up. So the amount of times I've had a GTE swing back in front of me in my GT3, and then you think, well, where the heck am I going to brake? Is he going to brake? Am I going to brake? And then you might tap on the back, and they get very upset about that. You pulled back literally 1 foot in front of me. What am I supposed to do? But that's the joys of multi-class racing. It takes understanding by the person overtaking as much as it takes understanding by the person being overtaken. But there is this kind of bullish concept by the faster car that they have the right of way. Yes, you're faster, but it's not because you're more talented. It's because you're sitting in a car that is basically faster. So you therefore still have to show respect to the person you're overtaking, because they are doing their own race. They may be actually much higher up in their race than you are in your race. But just because your car's quicker doesn't mean you have a right of way. And more importantly, doesn't mean you can forget the fact the other car exists, which is a common issue. And in people learning multi-class racing, you have to actually understand who you're overtaking.
We are. That's fine. I was listening. We are less than half an hour away from the end of this race, and there's still plenty of question marks to be answered. I said that about 45 minutes ago, and it still hasn't answered itself yet, because we've still owed a pit stop from Atlantis 28 car that is in 3rd position right now and went he comes into the pits, we may well see a new position for third, although at the moment his pace is better than the cars behind, and he is able to stretch the lead at the moment to 37.1 seconds. I think he can come in and do a splash and dash and get out in front of those guys. Atlantis 28. Not Atlantis 27.
Sorry, I managed to knock my time into my hand. What a fool. So I was looking at it and going, oh, it's funny. Yeah.
ABBA versus RSR. Still waiting for RSR to pit. So Abruzzi should be coming in and hand the position to Jan Satalski in the ABBA car. That was the other battle that's been raging over the last couple of hours. And kind of that's the answers. If you're watching and wondering where Jimmy Broadbent is, well, he's in the car. He's not asleep in his shed. And he's in 15th position. He's about 5 seconds off the nearest challenger, but the nearest challenger is actually the leading 911 class car of Alvaro Romero. So that could be quite a challenge for Jimmy to catch, because that car has been super rapid. But Jimmy's got a 3-lap advantage over Viper-Nizza behind, and therefore kind of all sorted and settled, really. And I hope if you have been joining us, thanks to Jimmy, then thank you very much for joining our stream, and welcome along to the 24-hour series. It's great to have you along, and we do have one more esports event coming up for you, as well as a couple of real-world events before the end of the year. The 16 Hours of Hockenheim is, I think, second week in September or first week in September, Nick.
2 weeks on.
Yeah. A few weeks. I like that.
2 weeks. It's the week and after next.
Oh, it's 2 weeks' time. Oh, okay, right. So it is the first week in September. And we also have Sebring Esports event and the revival of an endurance race around Enna, which I am petrified and excited about in equal measure.
I'm worried for the frogs, to be honest. That's the biggest thing. They're going to have to chicane thing, because that track, as written in the track guide, is just basically, I'm just going full speed, really. It's basically an oval with one kink in it, but I'm sure they'll have some slight amendments, but it's going to be fantastic.
When we had touring cars there, they had massive tyre barrier curb chicane things. They were vicious, but I don't know really how that would work in multi-class racing, because you do really need the ability to overtake, and sometimes there is that kind of point where you get pushed on the grass, you get pushed onto the runoff area, and there isn't really much there. So it's going to be fascinating to see how kind of it works.
How was that then? The touring cars were there.
Well, the touring car, the TCR Trophy, European Trophy, before it was an actual series, that ran there probably only 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, okay. I know it's an active circuit, but it's found it difficult to find series, I think, more because of the design of the track than anything else, because it is frightening for a modern car. It should be absolutely fantastic. It's a great idea, and once again, Creventic sort of knocking it out of the park. I mean, they've also got a situation where Hockenheim, of course, is a last-minute move from Barcelona, where it should have been, due to the increasing restrictions of travel into Barcelona. They've moved it at very short notice to Hockenheim. That's a good move, and they should, and hopefully, they're going to attract all the teams that they would have gotten. Obviously, with quite a strong base in Germany, they should get quite a lot of teams, and the Netherlands, of course, they'll get a good entry there as well. I think they've already got 26 last week, so that's going to be another interesting 16 hours. It's replaced the 24 hours of Barcelona. Of course, here, as you can see in Barcelona, you're allowed to run all the way through the night, no noise issues. The Montmello circuit is quite a long way away from any real conurbations, whereas Hockenheim has noise restrictions, so they're running 2 sort of full days, 2 8-hour days. I think it's from 11 o'clock till 7 on both days, part 1 and part 2. So with an intervention parc fermé as per usual, but a bit longer for these two-parted racing we normally see at Creventic events. But yeah, so exciting. And the esports race, I'm pretty sure, which is Sebring, is the first weekend of November, because from memory, November is Enna. So so that's the next one of this final round. Be interested to see if the level goes up again. I think we're coming out of the key season for racing, so perhaps more of the real racing drivers will be available again. Because it's been noticeable that this event had a few less real racing drivers because they've been off real racing.
Yes.
IMSA running a course this weekend, for example, and that obviously there were quite a lot of guys who were running on the IMSA program who were racing in this event. Certainly the winning Audis from Monza had a couple of the IMSA drivers. So that's taken. Yeah, it's compliment IMSA if they put the event on the same time as our virtual 12 hours. Couldn't they keep a spare day? But that's interesting. That opened up for the Williams Esports team to turn up, and the BenQ team haven't put a foot wrong. Unfortunately, the Chill Blast team had a kerfuffle with the GT4, and it's caused a bit of a row apparently on social media because the Arthur Leclerc has completely blamed the Williams. It was pretty much a 6.5, and people weren't particularly chuffed with the way he just grenaded his car at the end either. Little bit of petulance. Yes, all right, the car's got broken steering. Yes, it means you're going to have to make a stop. Yes, it means you might have a 5-minute fix. But just grenading it and giving up, that's not really it. It's like, it's not just rage quit, it's rage crashing.
And you know as well as I do that they could have pitted, repaired that, come back out on the circuit, and yes, they wouldn't have won, but they would still have been able to have a fun race coming up and down through the field.
Yeah, looking where they are now, that mend would probably not have taken very long because it should have been properly mended. It was just a tolling effectively. The rest of the car was fine. So say they'd lost 5 minutes, they'd be 3 laps down. They'd be fighting now for 5th place and 4th place. But that wasn't what they wanted to do, and they had a petulance throw it off the track. That wasn't great. I'm surprised that professional virtual drivers do that. Man, he's part of the Williams team. You know, they have a real world proper sponsor in Chili Blast, the PC cooling manufacturer, and you know that car would have got more screen time with the logos on, and he didn't need to do it. Yeah, he wouldn't even have lost that much time with the bench steering. He would have lost 10-15 seconds on one lap and then fixed it, and he would have been in the battle for top 10. So I'm a little bit disappointed with him. A huge amount of petulance. Really unrequired, I think. And sometimes you've got to say it as it is. Really hard, you let yourself down, and more importantly, you let your team down, and even more importantly, you let your sponsor down.
That's the main thing, isn't it? If the sponsor gets unhappy by that kind of behaviour, then that has huge ramifications across the whole board of teams, because it's not just that car that is sponsored by Chill Blast, it's the team, it's all of the competitors that race across all different kinds of platforms, and Williams are the most diverse, I think, in all of the teams that we know and all of the kind of high-level teams. Williams will really race in anything, whether it be in arcade racing like Formula One or Forza. Then they're in Race Room, and then they are in Assetto Corsa, and then heavily involved in iRacing as well. They are pretty much everywhere you look, and all with different drivers. They've got a huge pool of drivers. Their model, obviously, for the way that they reward their drivers is quite different to the smaller teams that will actually have 10, 12 drivers, but on salary. Whereas Williams, I think, probably have more like 25, and perhaps they only get bonus money or something like that. But, you know, those drivers, where there is money to be won, they will share that money with their team, and they will race for that. And there are plenty of competitions, even little competitions out there, that will pay €250 if you are victorious. And obviously the big prize in iRacing is the $200,000 for the World Championship, which is the aim for many. But outside of that, there are lots of other championships that still have prize money that perhaps don't have such recognition.
Yes, I don't think I'll be a community for $200,000 just yet, but, you know, I like the idea of €250, even though I won't get that either. But yeah, no, I mean, this is the point. One that has been highlighted, you know, by the rise of the prominence of esports. I'm not sure it's the rise of esports. It was rising anyway with the improvement in programs and rigs and computer power. So obviously the technical frustrations were reducing all the time, which is one of the key problems. And we're also leveling the playing field. Because as more people have access to decent internet, you know, it levels the playing field. It's just risen to prominence what's been going on in the sim world, and it's brought focus and attention, and that's a great thing when the stories are good, and a lot of them are good. But then sometimes you just have to turn around and say, yeah, but you know, sometimes the attention's been wrong. So that's what they've had to fight against. You know, we've seen a couple of real world sackings, Daniel Abt and Carl Larson in NASCAR, for things that happened online. There's been people who've lost fan bases like Simon Pagenaud, but then you have these great sim racers who've risen to the top of the cream, and we now know who we're talking about. Josh Rogers. We now know who Josh Rogers is in the motorsport community. I'm not expected to walk down Milton Keynes High Street and find people who know who he is, but in the motorsport community, people who didn't pay any attention to virtual racing, have had 4 months intensive exposure to it, and some people have not taken to it, but other people have seen it's another branch of motorsport. It's the same as karting is another branch of motorsport. It's the same as RC racing is another branch of motorsport. It's all different and all valid and all different in various ways. And I think one of the really interesting things that I've taken to Ben is both competing and watching is you can just see that the basis is absolutely fantastic, and you just think now there's a couple of ways I'd like to tweak it to make it a bit more like the real world, one of which is not possible, which is to actually give my normal RSL job to actually happen in the pit lane, which I can't walk up and down virtual pit and I fall out the bottom of the pixels. But the other one I think that we were discussing earlier, just trying to add the randomness in these long races that doesn't exist because of the fact that the track can always be cleared of an accident, it disappears instantly. And so people say, but I don't want fake randomness. As I said, I don't want Alan Gow randomness. I want proper randomness, which makes the people in the pit wall start working. It makes your team work to think on the fly of a strategy when you get a code 60 or equivalent, and that I think would really add to these longer races. Especially for longer race purists like myself and yourself and John and everyone else. We just love that kind of concept that you think it's going to run green, and it may well run green, but there is a chance that it won't. And there is a chance it really won't. He might throw 3 safety cars or no safety cars, and no one knows. And it's kind of like a secret envelope that's hidden behind Niels Heiken or whoever's desk, and he pulls it out and goes, "Oh, I'm doing 2 today, am I?" And that sort of thing. And I think it would really, really add to the whole situation.
We are expecting pit stops in a short while from Atlantis Racing Team, who sit in 3rd position right now. They've just actually come across the line to start their 34th lap, so they really are expecting to come into the pits in the next lap. They've pulled out an advantage of 41.9 seconds over Simsa, and therefore I believe they can come in, do that stop, come back out on a circuit, and still be in 3rd position. It's all very different to what we predicted a couple of laps ago. The other team that owe us a stop is Modena Motorsports. We probably won't see them for another 5 laps, but it will be just before the end of the race, and they're not going to make it all the way through. RSR Abruzzi is the other one. Christoph Pfeiffer aboard that car. 32 laps into their stint. Surely they need to come in and actually probably just fuel, even though they have double stinted these tyres already.
Jakob Weiligera has done a really good job. He's pulled out another 10 seconds on the end of Toman.
Simsa Racing has made an error on that last lap. Lost, 6-7 seconds. So they've had a mistake. We're looking at them now on the screen. That black flash means that they're going into replay mode. And Will has found the offending clip. Let's see what happens here. Traffic ahead. 2 cars overtaking each other. We go on board now, running a little bit wide through turn 3. This was where I saw some smoke here earlier, and nothing. I think it was a lap before. There's something happening in the background, but I think that seems significant. He's already in. He's in 4th position there. So, what is going on? This is the longest of all replays, making us really on the edge of our seats. He's getting very annoyed by this car. He's now cleared the traffic. That was 12th position. So we never saw it.
Held up for a lap. Is it just a case of being held up for a lap? What did the 12 do last time again? Is it Lucas Schweck we're looking for?
Yeah, but you don't run 6 seconds slower, surely.
No, he must have gone off somewhere. That's kind of really scuppered him, isn't it, really? He's now 2 seconds behind T3 Esports to come back again, but it's now 48 seconds of Jakob Weiligera in front of Jens Hohmann, so that's getting even bigger every time.
And Atlantis have pitted, only stationary for 11 seconds, back out on the circuit, and with a 20-second advantage over T3. So we were really looking forward to that battle for 3rd position, and 2 things in quick succession have meant that we get no race. We get no fight.
Well, there's now a fight for fourth and fifth, though, Ben. That's only 2 seconds apart. T3 Esports now is just 1.7 seconds ahead of Ramiz Aslam, recovering from that problem he had a couple of laps ago. So that's now was close, but I get the impression that perhaps Simsa pushed it too far by trying to do a third sit on the tyres, and they are suffering a little bit now about getting the performance out of it, because they have been drifting back ever since that final stop. Atlantis, that's impressive. So they've come out, they've come in, taken fuel and got out again in a net 29-30 seconds. So perhaps my 26 seconds through the pit lane was for GT4 cars, not the GT3s.
Well, it should be the same, shouldn't it? It's the same speed.
I don't know. It's a good point, but there we are. So anyway, they unless there was another T3 were also losing time for some other reason, but the net effect is it's taken them half a minute to do it. They didn't need much fuel, in fairness. They only need 5 laps of fuel, so it was probably literally a very, very short fill.
I'm just doing my own research, Nick, in the game to see exactly when this position changed.
Back 16 times. Just while you're doing that, just so that Augusto Canapino is still leading Williams Esports BenQ. He just turned a 1:46.185, so he's they're off the top pace. They were running around 45s for fun in the early part of the day, but there's dirt on the track. They're all easing back a bit. Some of the tyres are a bit tired. But 1:46.3 last time round for Williams Esports BenQ. They're leading by 1 minute and 34 from Medina Motorsport and Dakota Fripp, who we believe owes us a splash and dash. He's at 1:46.3 as well. Then it's Jakob Wederkara, who's just on a slightly long stop because he has stopped in the pits. Fastest car, the car just on its fastest lap of the race, at 1:46.4. That's Luca Trunk of Fun End Motorsports with Simsport, their Audi, which is currently running in 10th. So it's fastest lap. Have you found the incident yet, Ben?
Do you know, I haven't. Certainly the car wasn't facing the wrong direction. So could it have been that he had a slowdown? Very unlikely.
There's only one place you can get a slowdown, and that's... there's 2 places you can get a slowdown. There's overcutting turn 5 and going too wide on turn 10 are the 2 places you can get a slowdown.
Okay.
Or the 2 places I've seen getting a slowdown. Trust me, I've been off the track everywhere over the last week.
I have no idea.
5. Well, a bit of mystery, but he lost the time. I mean, it may have been just terrible lapping situations, but as you say, no one else around him, the cars were going as slowly as he was, so there must have been a combination of problems. But the net effect is he is in fifth.
Here we go.
Unfortunately, he's dropping off.
So he goes into the corner before the hairpin, loses a rear end, spins around. Oh, that was easy.
Just a very quick 360, I think.
Yeah, I'm back on the track. Just, I think, a bit like we saw from Simsa earlier on the race with Bruce. Where was that? That was turn 7. Just turned in on the brakes. The rear end breaks away and the car spins around. That was down on lap 358 if Will's still interested in searching for it. And a very, innocuous spin, no contact, 5 seconds, 6 seconds lost, but crucially a position. And as you say, that triple stint of tyres isn't working.
Oh no, not they see it. They're going to try and get a replay of it. In other news, in from 7th place, but already dropped to 8th is Christos Pfeiffer in the RSR Abruzzi Esport, which I think is going to hand that very long-running battle between those 2 cars, the rating of at least 2.5 hours. Jan Sentikowski and the team ABBA Racing now are comfortably into 7th place, 17 seconds ahead of Christoph in the RSR Abruzzi car. So it looks like ABBA will be top Mercedes and will make the top 10 or make 7th, which obviously is the car that Jan shares with Adam Christodoulou and Sam Neary. With Tom Onslow Cole unavailable this week to race. No one would say why, but I assume Bex has asked him to do something like the washing up or something.
Well, yeah, no, if you go on his Instagram page, then you can see what he's doing, because he shares everything on his Instagram.
He's on holiday, is he?
He's not racing, that's for sure.
He's doing something bare-chested. There's a lot of bare-chestedness in Tom's Instagram, so I can't try and avoid it. I mean, obviously it was Bex, it'd be fine, but I just don't want to see Mr. Tom, so... Well, our leader flashes down into turn 1. Just sacrifice a bit of 1 to get more speed through 2, and then he's going to go through the long, never-ending turn 3. The extra downforce of the GT3 means you can normally hug in while the tyres are reasonably fresh. If it gets a bit off, you might just a little dab of the brake to get the nose back in tight. And hard braking for the right-hander into 4, the Repsol corner. And it's a short shoot down towards Seat, the very tight 5, about 145 degrees. Looking to do a bit of overtaking as well, getting past one of the TCR cars. Canapino pushes out now for that looping run into turn 7, one of the most important corners, because you carry all that speed up the hill, and then not only carry up the hill, you also then try with the lightest of breath. This isn't going to happen in this traffic, as you go over the top of 9 now, and then blat all the way down the straight through 9 to 10. Now, his job now as the leader is A, not to get involved in the kerfuffle, but B, to try to get as many cars as possible into braking, into La Caxa 10. He's got 1, which is one of the slowest cars. So far, actually avoiding flashing the lights, which is quite interesting. He's obviously relying on the yellow and blue flag. Now he's about to put another lap on the 3rd place man. So Jakob Wadekera is about to get lapped by the leader as they come into the top of the chicane, and it's the hard left, hard right. Not much you can do through here. And they'll look to make a decent run, and I'm sure what he'd like to do is get a breath of throttle from both the 2 cars ahead, and the Ferrari in 3rd and the Audi in 10th, which is the 67 Luca Tunk car, and just get both of them. Now the flash, and he goes for the middle. Those 3 cars are all on different laps, but all in the top 10, and all in 2 of them in Audis, 1 in the Ferrari, and all in GT3. And that was a very easy path through for the BenQ Williams machine and Augusto Canapino, who's become absolutely one of the real-world stars of the virtual racing environment. Massively high I-rating, of course, of multiple, I think a many-time touring car champion over in Argentina, and also racing in IMSA and everywhere. But appears to be trying to make a bit of a living out of virtual racing. I believe has he been signed up to one of the major teams now, Ben?
Yeah, now part of BMW's program, or BS Sud's team, BS Competition, I think it's called. And it's amazing to see. Aycan Guven's just been signed up by Coanda as well, as part of the Porsche relationship. But Aycan Guven, I think a lot of people would have heard of because of the Super Cup. But the fact that Canapino only really has raced over mainly as a top star in Argentina reminds me so much of when Pachito, Jose Maria Lopez, first came over to race or to test in Citroen's WTCC car alongside Sebastian Loeb and Ivan Muller. And that very first test blew them out the way and ended up beating them for the next 3 years. And suddenly, from a guy that... What years would that have been? Oh, God, that's 14, 15, 16?
Yeah, because you know when...
Would that be right?
When I first heard about Lopez, believe it or not, when he was first mentioned, when I'd never heard of him, he was actually signed to the US F1 team in 2010.
Exactly.
The terrible team of Peter Windsor and Anderson and much lampooned team, probably even by me, and they signed Jose Maria Lopez, and none of us had an idea who he was, and just thought he was some South American with a rich father. Not realising actually the boy had talent, but so actually USF1 did sign some of the talent. Never actually obviously gave him a drive. Well, never actually obviously gave him a car to sit in. I think there was a front wing at one point, and that was about it. But it was weird how these people who were just like jokes and throwaways turned up, and he of course became an absolute star of touring cars, and in with a chance of his first Le Mans victory in a couple of weeks' time with Toyota.
But he made a name for himself out of nothing, because unfortunately, here in Europe, we don't pay attention to South American racing. And there's a huge culture of South American racing, both in Brazil and Argentina. Some incredibly talented drivers, but they don't have the ability to jump over to Europe and start racing in Europe. And Europe don't pay attention to them either. So Pachito, he opened the door not only for other touring car drivers like Bebe Girolami coming through, Cacabueno, actually was kind of forebearer to that. But Canapino reminds me so much of that time with a guy who is obviously incredibly fast, is a champion for many years over in Argentina. But if you haven't been paying too much attention, you wouldn't know the name. And he is definitely using esports to, and I think he has, grown his brand so that, with the right manager and the right people behind him, he could easily get himself real world, whatever he wants to do, really, whatever he's interested in doing. But you can imagine seeing him in DTM or whatever BMW choose to do next, with that relationship growing more and more.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and one of the major Ayhan as well is another driver who was well known to a select few within the Porsche world, but obviously has pushed his way forward in combining that with virtual driving. Now we are down to the last 2 minutes and 30 seconds of this sort of actual 12-hour race. Though of course we're in the 11-hour and 20-minute second bit. But yeah, and it is looking like it is going to be a victory really for the GT3 class Williams Esports machine, Medina Motorsport. They have done their stop now. They've done their little splash and dash, 2 minutes 37 for the last stop. So it was a bit of a longer stop than I thought it would be, actually. Effectively, they've lost about 40 seconds of run time. That still means they're a lap ahead of the Atlantis Racing Team in third. And then with Jakob Weiderker, Jens Holm in fourth, Ramesh Azam is in fifth. And Dakota Fripp has just done he's just done whatever you would say. He's gone for the extra point that doesn't exist. He's just put in the fastest lap of the race on the penultimate race with his new tyres. He's put in a 1:44.393. So he's gone out. He's got a splash of fuel. He's got fresh tyres. It's cool, and he's gone on and put the fastest lap of the race in by half a second. So he's just going to prove a brilliant point. There is no extra point, so he's going to be even more depressed than Valtteri Bottas was last week. But he's made a point. The Ferrari is quick, and they've taken the fastest race lap.
And Simsa have just been binned. I'm watching it on my second screen, and there's another contact for Williams.
Yeah, the leader has just punted off one of the TCR cars. So if we can find that one again, just back at the hairpin, about a quarter of a lap ago, Will, they just literally punted off one of the TCR machines. And you're right, Simpson's got a broken wing.
Yeah, he was in contact a bit before this with a TCR car and just completely got thrown into the barrier, as did our Williams car. So curious to see. I know that Race Control are very, very, well, they're human, aren't they? Nick, in the 24-hour series. So if they feel like there was something bad done by either of these cars, here is Sims on board with Simsa. That's already contact's already happened. So it happened before all this. But it was a big old hefty hit on the wall. I'm amazed it's still going, to be honest. Same deal though for the Williams Esports.
Yeah, the leading Williams Esports just ploughed into the side of a TCR car at the end of last lap, lifted the TCR car right up in the air, but appears to have mostly got away with it, especially if they've only got to complete another, well, I suppose they're on the times of fetch, so I'm not sure if they're on the white flag lap or there's one more to go.
Yeah, final lap, yeah. But, as I say, there is human race control, so they will look at that, and if they feel like he's done something to compromise the race or bad driving, then he could get some kind of penalty, a penalty that would be given out during the race, but a penalty that now can't be because we're on the final lap. So would be subsequent. And if it was a one-lap penalty, then you would still be, you'd probably still end up taking victory. We are looking at a replay, and here it is. What's here? That's Simar, still looking for SimRC. Yellow, checker flag is out, and I think that means our winning driver has crossed the line.
The line, yep. And the winner is Augusto Canapino, flashing the lights away on my other screen. We'll catch him up in a second. Here he is. He's coming over the hill for a absolutely convincing and dominant win for the Williams Esports BenQ. A bit of a shuffle around in the first hour and a half, but established itself in the lead when its teammate had a couple of little issues before it had a major issue and managed to get past Medina Motorsports. They were alternating because of strategy, but got past Medina right when Medina had their puncture. So a brilliant victory for the Williams Esports team in GT3.
Yeah, second position to Medina Motorsports, and they'll come over the line a lap behind. But ultimately, from the interviews that we've had, they were happy with that. Atlantis in Team GT3 with a really good strategy at the end. Last stop, just 7 laps ago, promoted them up into third position with a really good last stint as well. Great power and fast speed. Here is our GT4 class winner, the duo by SimRC, Marcel Fassbender aboard that car, and they've been very, very strong from the very beginning as well. MSI Esports, by the way, winning the 911 class. And there is our TCR winner, MSI Esports TCR team, also taking victory. So a very good day for MSI. They didn't enter the GT4 category, but they did win the 911 and TCR categories.
So yeah, a magnificent performance by Williams, and well done to. I'm very impressed with the 914 car, the Alvaro Amaro part of the MSI Esports machine, because that decimated the Porsche 991 class, which is normally so close. So they certainly found the secret today with that car, and none of the other Porsches even saw their backside for hours. So it's very remarkable, really. And then, of course, we had the GT4 class, which should have been us. No, great win by Duo. They were always looking like the strongest, and we kind of thought if they had a good run, we wouldn't be able to get near them, but we were hoping to come second or third.
Interestingly, the gap between them and Simsa Esports GT4 was only 21 seconds by the end. So when the strategies all rolled out, it got closer and closer.
Yeah, it squeezed together because it was running over a minute at one point. So you don't know whether they were taking easy or whether it was just a really good comeback. And then it was like 4 laps to third place car, and then of course in TCR, which is often overlooked but it is a very good class, and the drivers there are driving a front-wheel drive car, so it's a completely different environment for them, and a great result for the winner in TCR as well, which I'm just managed to pull off my screen again in my world of not getting my screens correct. And the winner in TCR was David Perez in the MSI Esports TCR, so 2 wins for MSI Esports, so it's been a good weekend for that team as well. And we are now seeing these phalanx of cars entered by the same teams, often in different classes.
I do like the celebratory donuts that we get at the end of these races. Sometimes we see silly things like crashing into each other, but ultimately in the serious races, we see some epic donuts. And Canapino really putting on a show there. Those tyres are properly done and dusted. But whilst Chill Blast might not have got the best promotion for Williams Esports at this race, the BenQ guys very much had. It was a whitewash of Audis and Ferraris in the GT category. They were the cars to have. Credit to Adam Christodoulou and Team iRacing for running the Mercedes and getting it into P7. Certainly not a car that suited this particular race, whereas, of course, only a couple of days ago, he was winner at the Nürburgring, and I think he's racing tomorrow at the Nürburgring as well. So keep a lookout for that. There is your top 10 and confirmation of that 1-lap advantage between Williams Esports BenQ and Modena Motorsports, with Atlantis Racing Team GT3 in third position, 3 laps down.
So the victorious crawl into the pit lane for Williams BenQ cars. Well-lit pit lane. Actually, I do remember that from the real world. It is a well-lit pit lane in real life. But a really interesting excellent multi-class race. With it, whilst we had a pretty solid leader, we had intrigue in all the other positions. We had weird accidents. We had people losing it towards the end. We had a rage crash quit. So it kind of had everything, really, didn't it? It was just had a little bit more jeopardy at the front. If we hadn't had that puncture for the Modena Motorsports, I think that could have made the whole thing unbelievably exciting. But a great 4-class multi-class race, and definitely a much better race than Spa was, because it was much more open, and I thought there was some really, really good driving. And yeah, there was some coming together, and we got taken out by an idiot. But these things happen in multi-class race. I can say it now, and I'm crying inside.
For many a week. You've only got until November to redeem yourself. TCR class results there on your screen. 1-lap advantage, MSI over Duo Sim RC. Only 21 seconds, though, in the GT4 category. So that ended up being quite close. Although, unfortunately, we didn't talk too much about these categories because it wasn't ever really wheel-to-wheel action for them. But we had plenty of interest in the GT3 category. So as we've said before, T24 Series Real Racing continues in 2 weeks' time at the Hockenheimring. The first weekend in November will be the resumption, the final round of the Esports Series for 24 Series at Sebring. And then there's one final race at Enna for the real worlds before we then focus on 2021. It's been a truncated but enjoyable season of racing, and we're only really halfway through. So thank you very much for joining us here on RSL. My name has been Ben Kotsenjuris. Thank you to John Heinhoff, who kicked off the show with Bruce Jones as well, and of course the racing driver Nick Damon, who didn't do any racing today at all.
Oh, Ben.
Oh, well. Fantastic 12 hours worth from the 24-hour series. And make sure you join us for the next action here on RSL. From me, Ben Cossenduris, it's good night.